Chapter 578. However, this is not enough, far from enough. You have the peak state of wind and thunder, allowing the thunder to borrow the might of the wind to materialize a boundless aura, using it to suppress others. I also have the state of thunder. Furthermore, it is stronger and more ruthless than yours. Why would I fear your boundless aura, afraid of you using it to suppress others? At Thunder Emperor Valley, Xiaoqin had obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King's immortal will of thunder. At this moment, Xiaoqin completely unleashed his state of thunder. The peak consummation state of thunder that contained a trace of immortal mixed with the peak state of massacre. An extremely horrifying scarlet lightning formed on the long saber. The crystal chi whirlpool in Xiaoqian's body spun wildly, making the scarlet lightning look even more strange and terrifying. Boom! The instant the two's afterimages and clones merged, the wooden staff and saber quickly clashed. A loud sound resounded. Everyone's ears, which were previously tortured by the sound waves, temporarily lost their ability to hear. Only some of the stronger cultivators survived. Roar! 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 On the ground, cracks spread out on the wind cloud platform under the two. Dragon chi poured out continuously. Dragon roars resounded without end. The thick clouds in the sky could not help but churn. Bang! 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 The two quickly retreated backward. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths. Clearly, they had suffered some internal injuries. Xiaoqin took 10 steps back before he could stand stably. As for Gong Yangyu, he took 15 steps back before he managed to stand stably. His expression was even more unsightly than Xiaoqian's. One did not cultivate the physical body, and the other had a strong physical body. When faced with an evenly matched opponent, it was clear who suffered the most damage. Gong Yangyu wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and revealed a faint smile. He said, "Since I reached great perfection in the everlasting staff technique, no one in the same generation has been able to defeat me in offensive power. You are the first." Xiaoqin gently brandished the lunar shadow saber and smiled faintly. You are the same. With my state of thunder and state of massacre combined with the 6th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation, you are the only one who can stand and speak. As the dragon roars resounded, the two of them appreciated each other and faced each other calmly. However, they did not have much ambition for victory. They appeared calm and indifferent. This battle was just a martial arts competition. Bang! Gong Yangyu held his staff and waved it around. Thunder rumbled and a strong wind blew. Then, he stomped heavily on the ground. His aura quickly gathered and he shouted, again. Everlasting mirage. Gong Yangyu brandished his long and heavy staff up and down. In the blink of an eye, he created 3 afterimages. Each afterimage had a different aura. One was like a flood dragon roaring ferociously, ruling the world, one was like a golden snake soaring like lightning, one was like an eagle spreading its wings, breaking through the clouds. The afterimages turned into 3 arcs and quickly flew at Xiaoqin. The instant they got close, the 3 afterimages merged and hacked down with the staff containing the 3 auras. Xiaoqin raised his saber and placed his left hand on the saber. Then, he quickly slid it upwards. A scarlet wukue flower bloomed under his feet. When his finger brushed the tip of the saber, the scarlet flower buds suddenly closed up. Bang! The long rod struck the flower bud, causing cracks to appear on the ground. However, the blood-colored flower bud did not change much. This move was Xiaoqian's strongest defensive move. The might of this saber technique would also increase as his state of thunder and state of massacre increased. Now, it was enough to defend against an attack from a cultivator of the same generation. Wukue blossoms. Within the flower bud, Xiaoqin formed hand seals and the scarlet flower bud immediately bloomed. It produced a strong explosive force and knocked back Gong Yangyu, who was preparing to send out a second staff strike. The flower petals filled the air and danced in the wind. Xiaoqin leaped out of the flower bud and used the strange force of the flower petals to increase his speed. Then, He chased after Gong Yangyu. When Gong Yangyu faced Xiao Chen, whose speed had increased by 20%, he was somewhat astonished. He did not compete with Xiao Chen in speed. Gong Yangyu did not move from his original spot amid the flower petals. However, the staff in his hand moved continuously. He used the everlasting mirage to materialize all sorts of auras, blocking all of Xiao Chen's attacks. However, if one defended for too long, one would lose. Xiao Chen had the advantage of speed in the flower petals. Furthermore, he had the state of massacre and state of thunder. No one could block him forever. Naturally, Gong Yangyu understood this principle. His face sank and he decided to cut off all means of retreat, deciding victory in one move. Gong Yangyu smiled bitterly to himself. Although he had expected that the white-robed bladesman before him would be a strong opponent, he had not expected this person to be so difficult to deal with. However, he didn't expect that this person would be so difficult to deal with. Under his almost heaven-defying attack power, he was actually able to block it. The various auras that the everlasting phantom had manifested were also offset by the speed advantage of this strange petal. Now, Gong Yangyu was forced to use the killing move that he had used to deal with the 8 noble clan scions. Tossing heaven and earth. Suddenly, Gong Yangyu shouted ferociously and the staff in his hand spun rapidly. His aura soared. An irresistible strong wind blew, and the flower petals in the air immediately scattered and fell to the ground. Heaven as the sky, Kun as the earth. Using the power of the earth and the might of the sky, tossing heaven and earth. As the staff spun, Gong Yangyu's aura soared continuously. When his aura reached its peak, the staff in his hand flew at Xiao Chen without needing to be moved. The instant the staff left his hand, Gong Yangyu's complexion paled. He had spent too much effort on this move. If he still could not defeat Xiao Chen, he could only admit defeat. Tossing heaven and earth, this move that Gong Yangyu had spent all his effort on was incredibly strong. To dare to use the might of the sky and use the power of the earth, this was not something that just anyone could do. Chi! Chi! All the energy gathered at the tip of the staff. Then, the blurry space around the staff scattered. In the end, a black dot appeared in space like a piece of white paper. A tiny crack appeared in space. With a swoosh, the wooden stick pierced through the void. This stick actually shattered the void. Although it was only a small crack, it had indeed opened the void. All the cultivators in the spectator stands opened their mouths wide in shock. Even Lin Fei was shocked. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Sima Lingxian, who was in the seated spectator stands. He muttered, tossing heaven and earth. Not bad. With this move, Gong Yangyu will be able to advance a few steps in this 5-nation youth competition. Even space shattered. This is something only a martial monarch can do. How did Gong Yangyu do it? That is tossing heaven and earth, the inherited secret technique of the Supreme Yi sect. Its offensive power is incomparably strong. Unexpectedly, Gong Yangyu managed to practice it. However, he is far from being able to use it as he pleases. Xiao Chen is going to lose. This move shatters space and disappears without a trace. There is no way to dodge it, he will not be able to dodge it. Several of the cultivators in the spectator stands felt it was a pity. It looked like Xiao Chen was about to use his strength as a newcomer to turn the tables on a giant. Who knew that Gong Yangyu would suddenly make such a move? Even several inferior-grade martial monarchs who comprehended quintessence would not be able to block it. How could Xiao Chen block it with his small perfection half-step martial monarch cultivation? Up in the air, Xiao Chen had a grave expression. He did not panic like the crowd expected. If Xiao Chen were only a half-step martial monarch, even if he cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, he would be severely injured if he forcefully blocked this move. At best, this match would end in a draw. However, Xiao Chen was different. Aside from his vast cultivation, his physical body was not much weaker than Bai Lishi's. With the aid of the firmament body tempering art, he was not much weaker than a great perfection physical body cultivator like Bai Lishi. Just with the strength of his physical body, Xiao Chen's punch could reach 600,000 kilograms. If he merged his essence and vital qi, his punch could reach 500,000 kilograms. Even Bai Lishi could not achieve that. Ka Xie. The instant the wooden staff shattered space, Xiao Chen sheathed it. Then, he casually tossed the lunar shadow saber high into the air. What is he doing? Is he seeking death? All the cultivators in the spectator stands asked suspiciously. All the vital qi in Xiao Chen's body surged. The firmament body tempering art and the purple thunder divine incantation surged at the same time. Essence and vital qi instantly merged, forming a strong force. Xiao Chen's entire body surged. A crackling sound like frying beans came from Xiao Chen's body. Pooh! Suddenly, a small hole appeared in space 1 meter in front of Xiao Chen. Half of the thick and heavy black wooden staff appeared and smashed towards his face. The force on the tip of the staff was too great. The moment it appeared, it brought with it a gust of wind that blew towards Xiao Chen. The wind contained a strong force, and when it struck Xiao Chen's body, it was like many blades slicing at him. Several small tears appeared on the clear wind robes, turning them into tatters. However, when the wind blades struck Xiao Chen's skin, they gave off ping-ping sounds like they were hitting steel. Berserk Dragon Stance, retreat for me. Xiao Chen shouted and clenched his right hand into a fist. The vast, ocean-like force in his body instantly surged over. When Xiao Chen punched, a dragon roar resounded. This dragon roar was very piercing. It immediately suppressed the dragon roar coming from the dragon qi underground. An azure dragon head appeared on the tip of his fist. Xiao Chen did not show any fear as he smashed his fist against the tip of the staff. Bang! A horrifying sound rang out. Cracks appeared on the wind cloud platform again. Boundless dragon qi poured out. The dragon roar resounded endlessly in the strong wind. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and took 10 steps back in midair. The wooden staff that contained the power of the world actually took a small step back before the crowd's astonished gazes. How can this be? The tossing heaven and earth was actually knocked back. When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw this shocking scene, they could not help but stand up. However, Sima Lingxian said indifferently, the power of the world is long-lasting. How can it be knocked back so easily? Indeed, the heavy wooden staff that had been knocked back by half a meter flew out of the air a moment later, carrying an even stronger power of the world, heading for Xiao Chen. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He said, "So, that's how it is." Again. When facing the incoming staff, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to circulate all the energy in his body. Then, he sent out another berserk dragon fist. The power of the world flowed like a river from the tip of the staff towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen vomited a large mouthful of blood. However, he did not care. He clenched his left fist and punched again in an instant. Chapter 579. Bang! 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 Sounds even louder than thunder resounded continuously. Using his own strength, Xiao Chen merged his vital qi and essence as he clashed with the wooden staff that carried the power of the world. The world spun around, and the entire wind cloud arena started shaking. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Chen blocked the unparalleled sharpness and unparalleled might of the tossing heaven and earth technique. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged, and wounds appeared in his internal organs. However, his expression remained calm. If I want to win, I have to be ruthless. I have to be more ruthless than my enemy and even more ruthless to myself. Xiao Chen only had one thought in his heart, to keep attacking, to keep attacking. If you use the power of the heavens, I will shatter the heavens with one punch. If you use the power of the earth, I will shatter the earth with one punch. The heavens, the earth, cannot stop me. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously, and the 24 acupoints on his hands opened. 2 blue dragon tattoos slowly surged, and the might of the berserk dragon fist increased by another 20%. Xiao Chen moved his fists as fast as lightning, no afterimages could be seen. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, a total of 81 punches. Xiao Chen's complexion was already so pale that it was devoid of blood. The wooden staff that carried the power of the world finally exploded with a bang. Wooden shavings filled the air, containing the boundless power of the world. They formed a horrifying shock wave. Xiao Chen, who could not react in time, crashed into the wind-cloud barrier. Xiao Chen suppressed the injuries in his body and stomped heavily on the wind-cloud barrier. As the shock wave surged, Xiao Chen's tattered white robes fluttered like catkin. He gently waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber in the air returned to his grasp. Xiao Chen turned around slightly and landed on the ground. He drew his saber and placed the pitch-black saber on the defenseless Gong Yangyu's neck. Xiao Chen's long hair, which had long been disheveled, fluttered in the strong wind. His tattered clear wind robes flapped noisily, giving the originally delicate and pretty Xiao Chen a wild and unruly temperament. Under martial monarch, who dared to fight against heaven and earth alone? Not only did Xiao Chen dare to fight, but he also miraculously emerged victorious. Even inferior-grade martial monarchs did not dare to receive the tossing heaven and earth head-on. Just like that, Gong Yangyu of the Supreme Yi sect was defeated. He was defeated by a bladesman who was only ranked 9th on the newcomer ranking list. Furthermore, he had been defeated in such a decisive manner, without the slightest bit of underhandedness or trickery. This battle had been full of twists and turns. The spectators were overwhelmed with emotions. Now that it had ended so quickly, the cultivators in the spectator stands had yet to recover their wits. After forcefully executing the tossing heaven and earth, Gong Yangyu's mind was already extremely weak. Furthermore, his final move had been forcefully broken by Xiao Chen, adding injuries to his previous injuries. He was now extremely weak. When Gong Yangyu saw the cold saber on his neck, he revealed a bitter smile. He raised his right hand and slowly pushed the saber to the side. He said, "Gong Yangyu is not skilled enough. Many thanks for your guidance." A defeat was a defeat. Gong Yangyu appeared very carefree. He did not make any excuses. After saying that he was not skilled enough, he smiled bitterly and walked off the arena. Gong Yangyu was defeated. The 9th-ranked Supreme Yi sect giant of the previous 5-nation youth competition had lost to a newcomer. In the spectator stands, several cultivators were still savoring the details of the battle. When they saw Gong Yangyu's somewhat desolate figure, they realized that Gong Yangyu had been defeated. In this 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen was the first person to defeat a youth giant. Furthermore, he was a newcomer participating in the competition for the first time. There are many strong people. I originally thought that Gong Yangyu would end Xiao Chen's winning streak. Who knew that Gong Yangyu would become Xiao Chen's stepping stone, allowing Xiao Chen's fame to soar? Even Gong Yangyu is not a match for him. In that case, who can end his winning streak? Can only the geniuses of the 8 noble clans do it? That is hard to say. Xiao Chen has not fought with Lin Fei yet. Lin Fei has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps Lin Fei can defeat Xiao Chen. Ha ha. In that case, do you think that Xiao Chen used his full power? When the cultivators in the spectator stand saw Xiao Chen get off the arena, they all had a different opinion of Xiao Chen's strength. They now viewed him as a giant of the younger generation. In this most dazzling 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen possessed the strength to rank within the top 10. He was only inferior to Bai Qi, Sima Lingxian, and Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen might even have a good chance of getting into the top 5, becoming the most dazzling dark horse in this 5-nation youth competition. The dazzling Xiao Chen returned to his spectator stand, feeling extremely fatigued. He immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to treat his injuries. Xiao Chen had suffered significant internal injuries in this battle. It would be an exaggeration to say that he had suffered 800 casualties. However, he had still suffered 500 casualties. Don't move. I'll personally treat your injuries. A gentle voice came from behind. It was the half-sage of Jade Maiden Peak, Shin Manjun. She had personally made a move, using her own cultivation to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. Jade Maiden Peak was the peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's alchemy peak. Shin Manjun was an ancient figure of Jade Maiden Peak. Her treatment was much faster than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen did not show any intention of stopping her. He allowed her vast quintessence to slowly pour into his body. There were still many tough battles to fight. Naturally, it would be for the best if a senior helped him. As for Gong Yangyu, he received better treatment than Xiao Chen. A few Supreme Sect inner sect elders worked together to treat his injuries. His recovery was much faster than Xiao Chen's. After 15 minutes, Shin Manjun withdrew her hand and gently wiped the sweat off her forehead. She smiled and said, "Cultivators who cultivate the physical body are indeed different. Even with such heavy injuries, you can recover so quickly." Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately felt much better. He turned his head and said, "Many thanks to Martial Grand Uncle for helping me. Xiao Chen is very grateful." Jiang Qi, who was at the side, laughed loudly and said, "Xiao Chen, there is no need to be so polite. Just focus on the competition." The fact that Xiao Chen could defeat Gong Yangyu had far surpassed Jiang Qi's expectations. Originally, he only wanted Xiao Chen to rank within the top 50, allowing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to bask in the limelight of this great age. However, now, Jiang Qi could no longer see through Xiao Chen's potential. The pleasant surprise that Xiao Chen brought him was simply unimaginable. The nearby Great Qin Nation cultivators looked in the direction of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Their gazes were filled with envy. After this 5-nation youth competition, it was clear that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would rise up. Shin Manjun said seriously, "Although your physique is much stronger than regular cultivators, you still have some hidden injuries. Remember to deal with them after the competition ends." Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Naturally, he could not completely recover from his injuries in such a short time. In the distance, Lin Fei, who had just defeated his opponent, looked at Xiao Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed. Lin Fei grasped his saber's hilt tightly with his right hand, and a strong fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He said, "You have a winning streak. Even Gong Yangyu lost to you. It is only interesting to defeat such an opponent." Lin Fei did not know what trump cards he had, but he was still very confident when facing Xiao Chen, who had displayed great strength. He did not show any fear at all. In the spectator stands for the seated participants, Sima Lingxian glanced at Xiao Chen. Then, he silently repeated Xiao Chen's name. "White-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen. Very good. In this 5-nation youth competition, there is another person that I will remember. I only remember your name. That does not mean that you have the strength to fight me. That is all." A strong self-confidence spread in Sima Lingxuan's heart. He smiled faintly and closed his eyes again. The Bai clan's scion, Bai Qi, was the leader of the young bladesmen under the starry heavens. When he saw Xiao Chen defeat Gong Yangyu, a fiery light burned in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "First, there is Lin Fei. Now, there is Xiao Chen. This lifeless world of bladesmen finally has a few new talents." With all the seated participants taking the stage, the second round of eliminations did not lack highlights. The moment Xiao Chen's and Gong Yangyu's match ended, everyone's attention shifted to another match. That was the dueling ring of Group 1. There were many experts in the group that the top newcomer, Xianyuan Zhantian, was in. Aside from Xianyuan Zhantian, there were also many personal disciples of the 10 great sects in this group. It was known as the Group of Death. The Drifting Snow Sword sect's Lu Xiaoyun chose this group. He wanted to challenge the top newcomer, Xianyuan Zhantian, and trample him to the ground. At this moment, the matches in Group 1 were very exciting. They were no weaker than Xiao Chen's and Gong Yangyu's match. However, the main characters were not Lu Xiaoyun and Xianyuan Zhantian. Lu Xiaoyun's opponent was a swordsman from the Great Qin Nation, a swordsman who seemed to be very low profile. Even though this swordsman was ranked third on the newcomer ranking list and had an unending string of victories, his battles did not attract much attention. Compared to Lin Fei, who was also a newcomer, he was far from being the center of attention. This was because every one of Lin Fei's victories was too ordinary. There was nothing astonishing about them, giving others the impression that he was just that ordinary. Now that Lin Fei met Lu Xiaoyun, the defeat that everyone expected did not happen. Although they were both swordsmen, Lin Fei's sword intent and sword techniques were no weaker than Lu Xiaoyun's. That ordinary swordsmanship suddenly became incomparably exquisite in the eyes of the crowd. Every move was extremely gorgeous, and it shocked everyone, causing them to click their tongues in admiration. There was a kind of person in this world who did not shine with dazzling light and attract everyone's attention. It was not because his light was dim and unnoticeable. Instead, it was because his light was too dazzling. Regular leaves would not be able to bring out his strength. One could only wait for a suitable leaf to appear. Only then did the crowd discover how beautiful that fresh flower was. That light shone brightly, spreading for thousands of kilometers. Without a doubt, Chu Chaoyun was such a person. Up until now, no one had noticed his brilliance because his opponents were not even qualified to be his supporting characters. Chu Chaoyun's handsome face always had a calm expression. He brandished his sword, breaking all of Lu Xiaoyun's killing moves with every move. Chong! 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 The sound of weapons clashing rang out and sparks flew. Lu Xiaoyun's attack was thwarted again. His figure flickered back a few times and he could not help but increase the force in his right hand. Lu Xiaoyun frowned heavily as he looked at his opponent. Clearly, he had not expected there to be such a difficult person in Group 1. Chapter 580. Who? Under the influence of Lu Xiaoyun's state of ice, the entire wind cloud platform was covered in frost. The cold was bone-chilling. A cold wind blew everywhere like knives. The horrifying chill made several of the cultivators in the spectator stands feel it even from a distance. Clearly, Lu Xiaoyun's comprehension of the state of ice had already reached a level that his peers could only look up to. Across Lu Xiaoyun, Chu Chaoyun held a 1-meter-long sword. The sword gave off a dazzling golden light. His entire body gave off a faint golden glow, expelling the boundless chill without holding back. The crowd could clearly see strands of white fog drifting around Chu Chaoyun, reflecting a 7-colored light. That was the state of ice trying to penetrate into him. However, the strong state of light blocked it, not having any effect. Chu Chaoyun casually sent out a sword flower. As the golden light scattered, it shot out in all directions, dazzling everyone. Unknowingly, the state of ice weakened significantly. Since you are not attacking, then I will. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiaochen faced Lu Xiaoyun, who was ranked in the top 10 of the previous 5-nation youth competition, a rare genius of the drifting snow sword sect. The newcomer, Chu Chaoyun, gave up on defending and directly charged forward, charging over with a dazzling sword light. Lu Xiaoyun said coldly, "Ignorant. Do you really think that I cannot do anything to you? Since you are seeking death, I will grant you your wish." Lu Xiaoyun was not boasting. This was because he did not care about anyone in his group. In his eyes, aside from Xianyuan Zhantian, no one was worthy of him going all out. Before Lu Xiaoyun met Xianyuan Zhantian, he had to preserve some of his strength. Otherwise, when he faced Xianyuan Zhantian or the scions of the 8 noble clans, he would not have any trump cards left. He, Lu Xiaoyun, did not just set his sights on the top 10. Lu Xiaoyun shouted ferociously and raised his strength to 60%. His aura instantly soared by 10%. As the cold wind blew, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Pushing off the air with the tip of his foot, he gathered the surrounding cold chi onto the tip of his sword. The sword turned transparent, looking like it was carved out of 1,000-year-old ice. Chu Chaoyun's body gave off a bright light. His clothes and accessories were golden, and his hair contained a golden light that fluttered in the air. Bang! The dazzling golden longsword and the frost-covered longsword carried two completely different concepts. In the blink of an eye, they collided violently in the air. The two of them displayed their exquisite swordsmanship and quickly exchanged blows in midair. In the span of a few breaths, each of them had unleashed dozens of sword strikes. A cold wind blew, and a dazzling light shone. Two strands of sword chi, one white and one yellow, flew everywhere. The sword chi was so condensed that it was shocking. Each strand of sword chi seemed to be material. From afar, it seemed as if it had sliced space into countless pieces. Separated by the wind-cloud barrier, everyone could only see two figures clashing in a blurry space. The sound of metal clashing resounded without end. This is a competition of sword techniques, sword intent, and states. Unexpectedly, the two of them are able to take care of so many important points with every move. Indeed. As long as one is slightly weaker than the other party, they will immediately lose. Sword techniques, sword intent, and states. Only by taking care of all three can one become a true expert of the sword Dao. However, based on Lu Xiaoyun's appearance, it seems like he has not used his full power yet. He probably wants to keep some trump cards to deal with Xianyuan Zhantian. The cultivators watching discussed the fight on the wind cloud platform in soft voices. Several swordsmen did not even blink. A battle between two geniuses of the sword Dao was a rare sight. If one could comprehend something from it, it would definitely be beneficial to their sword Dao. The two of them clashed. Cold ice and boundless light exploded. When the ice refracted the golden light, it turned into a 7-colored light: scarlet, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. The wind cloud platform was filled with many colors, like a paradise in the mortal world. Under the 7-colored light, Lu Xiaoyun and Chu Chaoyun looked like immortals flying down from the heavens. The 7-colored shockwave from the explosion forced the two of them back a few steps. Lu Xiaoyun forcefully stopped his retreat and stopped before Chu Chaoyun. Rage of 1,000 soldiers. Seizing the initiative, Lu Xiaoyun did not hesitate to execute his killing move. His sword danced around, and suddenly, furious roars resounded. It was like thousands of emotionless swordsmen roared in unison, forming a boundless aura behind Lu Xiaoyun. His sword drew on this aura, and an overwhelming sword intent surged towards Lu Xiaoyun. The cold wind did not howl, and the snowflakes did not dance. There was only this unparalleled sword strike that carried the surging rage of thousands of swordsmen. Even when Lu Xiaoyun saw his opponent execute his killing move, he did not forcefully stop his body. Instead, he drifted far away with the shock wave. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and gently released his right hand. His sword pointed at Lu Xiaoyun as it floated quietly in front of him. Xiaoqin stretched his right hand upwards, and it seemed like he was touching something calm in the air. While it looked slow, it was actually extremely fast. Ka! 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 As Xiaoqian's hand moved, golden sword images appeared in an orderly fashion. Every time a golden sword image appeared, an incomparably melodious sword hum resounded. The sound was melodious and pleasing to the ear. A righteous qi rushed into the clouds together with the moving sword sound, stirring up the thick dark clouds in the sky and causing them to churn endlessly. When the circle formed by Xiao Chen's hand, a circle of sword images formed with the sword hovering before Chu Chaoyun's chest as the center instantly formed. Boom! Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! The melodious sword hum merged together, and a strong righteous qi tore through the clouds. A golden pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the wind-cloud barrier and encasing Chu Chaoyun. Bathed in the golden light, Chu Chaoyun's aura instantly soared to its peak. The light was dazzling and eye-catching. It clashed intensely with Lu Xiaoyun's unparalleled aura in the air. Chu Chaoyun did not give way, he even seemed to have the upper hand. Pa! Chu Chaoyun smashed his palm on the sword hilt in the circle of swords. Strangely, the crowd saw the wind-cloud platform tremble a little. A resplendent golden sword light shot towards Lu Xiaoyun, who was flying over, along with the force of this palm strike. The golden light contained a vast righteous qi. Lu Xiaoyun paled slightly. His overwhelming sword intent, formed by the roars of thousands of iron-faced swordsmen, actually showed a small opening before this golden light. Without giving Lu Xiaoyun a chance to react or make up for it, the sword in the circle of swords shot over. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! The originally negligible opening quickly expanded under the might of this sword. The overwhelming sword intent finally shattered. Helpless, Lu Xiaoyun could only scatter the state and aura of this unparalleled sword. Then, he sheathed his sword and turned around to block the incoming sword. Dang! Lu Xiaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood. The force of this sword knocked him back and he fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! If 60% of my strength cannot deal with you, then 70%. Lu Xiaoyun, who was on the ground, roared ferociously in his heart. His aura increased by another 10%. Then, he soared into the air and charged at Chu Chaoyun. Bathed in the golden light, Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly as he looked at the incoming Lu Xiaoyun. He gently waved his hand, and the circle of light formed by the golden sword images opened. Dozens of golden swords of light sent out a sword storm. Bang! 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 Amidst the boundless storm and the thousands of sword images, Lu Xiaoyun's sword danced around. He only managed to block for a moment before the storm covered him in wounds and knocked him back. If 70% of my strength is not enough, then 80%. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun's expression was extremely unsightly. His originally elegant aura was gone. Xiaochen gently waved his right hand, and the sword in the air returned to his grasp. Grasping the sword in his hand tightly, Chu Chaoyun felt the strong energy in the sword. He did not move a single step in the air as sword lights danced around. Instantly, thousands of figures appeared around the golden pillar of light, holding swords in their hands. These figures danced around, and an overwhelming sword intent spread out without any fear. Thousands of sword intents spread out at the same time. It was simply too strong. The wind cloud platform below the pillar of light could no longer withstand it. A crack appeared, and dragon chi leaked out. Immediately, a resonant dragon roar resounded. When the dragon roar resounded, Chu Chaoyun held his sword and paused for a moment. The thousands of figures immediately vanished, and all the sword intent gathered on his sword. Bang! When Xiaochen swung his sword, the overwhelming sword intent formed by thousands of figures surged out. Lu Xiaoyun, who had just gotten up, was knocked back again. If 80% of my strength is not enough, then 90%. Lu Xiaoyun roared ferociously. He had no intention of admitting defeat. He pushed off the ground and charged over with an even stronger aura. Chu Chaoyun's expression was extremely calm. He held his sword above his head with both hands and hacked down ferociously as he watched Lu Xiaoyun get up. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The golden light descending from the sky actually followed Chu Chaoyun's attack and quickly descended, turning into a huge strand of sword chi. The sword light was like a pillar as it descended on Lu Xiaoyun's head. Lu Xiaoyun resisted for a moment before vomiting a mouthful of blood and falling to the ground again. If 90% of my strength is not enough, then 100%. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun had already gone completely berserk. 1 sword strike, 2 sword strikes, 3 sword strikes, 4 sword strikes. However, this time, Chu Chaoyun did not give Lu Xiaoyun a chance to get up. This was beyond Lu Xiaoyun's expectations. Chu Chaoyun took the initiative to attack. His figure flickered, and his sword sent out 4 sword lights. The sword chi injured Lu Xiaoyun's knees and wrists, causing blood to flow out. Pa! Lu Xiaoyun fell to the ground. With his knees and wrists injured, he could not even stand up. As he lay on the ground, he looked up at Chu Chaoyun with extreme dissatisfaction. Lu Xiaoyun's reputation had been tarnished, and he had lost all his face. This was a tragic sight to behold. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. When the hundreds of thousands of spectators saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts tightened. With his knees injured, he could not stand up. With his wrists injured, he could not even push himself off the ground. After Lu Xiaoyun fell to the ground, he could no longer get up on his own. Not only could he not get up, but he could not even move. He was a proud disciple of the Drifting Snow Sword sect, a giant of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, the 10th-ranked super genius of the previous 5-nation youth competition ended up in such a state. Chu Chaoyun was too ruthless. Furthermore, when Chu Chaoyun saw Lu Xiaoyun's expression of extreme dissatisfaction, he did not feel uncomfortable at all. He remained as calm as before. Chapter 581. Xiaoqin did not feel any excitement from defeating a super genius. He also did not feel that there was anything wrong with his attack. In his eyes, these super sects, peerless geniuses, and all the other halos were not worth mentioning. They were just as so-so. As Xiaoqin looked at Lu Xiaoyun on the ground, he did not feel that Chu Chaoyun's attack was ruthless or not. It was just the most suitable move at that moment. Every time Lu Xiaoyun was knocked back, his strength would increase by 10%. If this continued, no one knew when it would end. Perhaps the next time, Lu Xiaoyun would be able to truly threaten Chu Chaoyun. The victor of this match would be someone else. Crippling Lu Xiaoyun's limbs was undoubtedly the best solution. Furthermore, by then, Lu Xiaoyun would have already formed a habit. Every time Chu Chaoyun gave Lu Xiaoyun a chance to get up, he did not attack when Lu Xiaoyun got up. This gave Lu Xiaoyun the impression that Xiaoqin would not attack him while he was getting up. Perhaps Lu Xiaoyun did not have the ability to do so and did not dare to fight in close combat. Who knew? Chu Chaoyun did not only have the ability to do so, but he also had the courage to do so. With such courage, the right opportunity, and the right way to make a move, everything seemed to make sense. The Sun Moon Sword sect's disciple, who was also a genius of the Sword Dao, looked up angrily at the extremely dissatisfied Lu Xiaoyun. He could not help but sigh in his heart. He muttered to himself, "I have to remember this lesson. I cannot let my guard down at any time. I cannot underestimate any newcomer." Li Daoxian, the scion of the 8 noble clans famous for his spear techniques, smiled coldly and said, if he had used his full strength earlier, he would not have ended up like this. Lu Xiaoyun overestimated himself. Bai Qi, who was not far away, felt the same way. In the end, Lu Xiaoyun completely lost his composure. He could not even deal with the battle before him, yet he still wanted to save some strength to deal with Xianyuan Zhantian. Sima Lingxian, who was in the seated spectator stands, could not even be bothered to look at Lu Xiaoyun. He spat out coldly, "Trash." After the referee announced the result of the match, the Drifting Snow Sword sect's people immediately came and carried Lu Xiaoyun off. When the Misty Sword sect's sect master saw Chu Chaoyun slowly walking over, he smiled like a flower. Then, he looked at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Jiang Qi complacently. The surrounding elders were all very happy. Even Lu Xiaoyun, who was in the top 10, had been defeated by Chu Chaoyun. Did that not mean that the Sword sect had the qualifications to fight for the top 10 as well? How incredible! Unexpectedly, 2 dark horses appeared in the tiny Great Qin nation. First, Xiaoqin defeated Gong Yangyu. Now, Chu Chaoyun defeated Lu Xiaoyun. This is too much of a coincidence. That Lu Xiaoyun is really depressed. He was filled with lofty aspirations and wanted to challenge Xianyuan Zhantian. Who knew, before he could even meet Xianyuan Zhantian, he would be defeated. The most important thing is that Lu Xiaoyun lost so miserably, losing all his face. He could not even stand up and was beaten up like a dead dog. The new talents of this round are indeed too strong. The age of geniuses is indeed full of heroes. First, there is Xianyuan Zhantian, who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian. Then, there is Xiaoqin and Chu Chaoyun. Now, there is Lin Fei and the others. After all, this was just a competition. The victor was king. Chu Chaoyun won fairly and openly. No one would slander him. They only sighed, the speed at which the new talents of the younger generation rose was too fast. In this age of geniuses, several veteran experts would lose their reputation if they were not careful. They would be used as a stepping stone for the newcomers, allowing them to soar into the sky and become famous everywhere. Stars twinkled, heroes emerged. If the competition was not cruel and intense, it would not be the age of geniuses. The competition continued. After that, the scions of the 8 noble clans, aside from Sima Lingxian, went up one by one. This gave the crowd a taste of Emperor Wu's elegance. The scion of the Li clan, who was famous for his spear techniques, was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. As he brandished his spear, it sounded like a berserk dragon roaring. Just the vast state of water made everyone feel boundless. The scion of the Wang clan, Wang Quan, who was good at using the whip, wielded a black whip. It moved unpredictably, changing in many ways. It was both hard and soft. With just one whip, it left a deep mark on the wind cloud platform. There was also the scion of the Baiming clan, Baiming Shang, who was unrivaled in palm techniques. Even the evil moon pavilions by Zhan could not last more than 5 moves against him. After they went up, they were all unrivaled. In this second round of elimination, they did not meet any opponents who could defeat them. The strength that they displayed suppressed the limelight of the 2 new talents, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun. However, the most eye-catching was the Bai clan's Bai Qi. The exquisite saber techniques that he displayed could be described as superb. As the runner-up of the previous 5-nation youth competition, one could clearly feel that his aura was stronger than the other scions of the noble clans. The only regret was that while all the cultivators wanted to see the true appearance of the 4-season saber technique, no one had been able to force Bai Qi to such a degree. This also proved Bai Qi's strength. Even without using the 4-season saber technique, he was already so strong. If he used the 4-season saber technique, he would be even more powerful. Many experts went up one by one. There were all sorts of exciting battles and wondrous martial techniques. This broadened the horizons of several cultivators, making this trip worthwhile. However, there were also people who stood out from the crowd. Their fame spread far and wide. Furthermore, they kept on winning, gaining even more attention than the scions. Naturally, that person was Kim Tae-ho. Along the way, this fellow relied on his coffin lid and all sorts of shameless moves. Unexpectedly, he managed to obtain consecutive victories as a mere peak superior grade martial king. Xiao Chen became an anomaly in this 5-nation youth competition, surprising everyone. That coffin lid also caused the dissatisfaction of several participants. They felt that it was an offensive secret treasure. In the end, the city lord personally came out to inspect it and verified that it was not an offensive secret treasure. Only then did the crowd calm down. Later on, when Xiao Chen met with scions that he clearly could not defeat, Fatso laughed loudly and waved his hand, choosing to forfeit. This made several participants who wanted to see him get beaten up extremely angry. They cursed Fatso for being shameless. For now, no matter how shameless Fatso was, there was another match on the wind cloud platform that everyone had been anticipating for a long time. The match between Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue was finally about to begin. In an instant, all the gazes in the spectator stands focused on the dueling ring for Group 7, watching the 2 valiant and formidable-looking girls. The duels in the other dueling rings were much dimmer. Even the matches of the scions did not attract much attention. The reason for this was because the 2 girls in the dueling ring were simply too dazzling. Aside from their outstanding strength, they were also very beautiful. That was why they attracted everyone's attention. In this brilliant 5-nation youth competition, it was very rare to see a girl. Since ancient times, people had always believed that fighting was a matter for men. However, Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue overturned this view. Women were not inferior to men. Even several of the male participants could not compare to them. They could only chase after the 2 of them from afar. These 2 women both cultivated fist techniques, both had peerlessly beautiful appearances, and both were shockingly talented. Everyone was very curious about who was stronger and who was weaker. The Haotian sect's Yu Chenxi was only ranked within the top 30 in the previous 5-nation youth competition. However, he rose up strongly in this 5-nation youth competition. In the intense preliminaries, Yu Chenxi had pushed out the Nangong noble clan's Nangong Ziyue and obtained the seated spot, catching everyone's attention. Given Nangong Ziyue's pride as a noble clan disciple, she would definitely not let such a thing happen. She would definitely think of a way to reclaim the glory that belonged to her. Nangong Ziyue and Yu Chenxi would definitely have to fight. Now, the two of them finally stood together on the wind cloud platform. In a corner of the arena, Nangong Ziyue looked at the graceful and beautiful Yu Chenxi. She said calmly, "Bring out your full strength. Otherwise, you will lose very quickly. I did not even bring out half of my strength in the preliminaries." Yu Chenxi smiled gently and retorted, "That will depend on whether you have the ability or not. Should I tell you that I did not even bring out 40% of my strength?" There was no point in saying anything more. Naturally, a verbal exchange would not determine who was the true victor. Fight! Nangong Ziyue did not say anything. After she assumed the stance of the Immortal Mountains and Rivers Fist, she immediately flew towards Yu Chenxi. As Nangong Ziyue moved, the sound of flowing water could be heard. The mountains around her rose and fell, layered over each other. In the blink of an eye, she materialized the power of mountains and rivers as she punched. When Nangong Ziyue punched, the mountains did not move and the water did not flow. The power of mountains and rivers gathered on her fist. Combined with her essence, she punched the air and the vast wind cloud platform trembled. The sound of Nangong Ziyue's fist was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Yu Chenxi took a step forward with his right foot and clenched his right fist tightly. He had a cautious expression on his pretty face. Clearly, he did not dare to underestimate this punch. However, Yu Chenxi did not show any fear. When he faced this punch that caused even space to tremble, he sent out a punch as well. The instant the two fists clashed, Nangong Ziyue's power of mountains and rivers pressed over without holding anything back. In that instant, the mountains rose and fell, and the water flowed rapidly. A boundless power surged over. Explode! With a shout, Yu Chenxi's slightly sunken body suddenly stood up. A dazzling light burst out from his fist. That light was resplendent and dazzling, like the morning sun breaking through the darkness of dawn. The light spread far and wide, illuminating the mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers. Layers upon layers of mountain peaks were instantly covered in golden light. Even the rapidly flowing water was sparkling under the light. When Bai Mingshang, who had doubted Yu Chenxi's strength earlier, saw this scene, he was somewhat astonished. He said, "What boldness! Others break this state of mountains and rivers with a single point. This Yu Chenxi actually wants to destroy the entire state of mountains and rivers in one breath, thoroughly defeating Nangong Ziyue." Bang! Bang! The two boundless punches clashed intensely at this moment. The entire wind cloud platform trembled uncontrollably. The surrounding wind cloud barrier rippled continuously, neutralizing the impact of the shock waves. One side used the power of mountains and rivers, while the other used the power of the rising sun. Neither was an ordinary state. There were differences in power as well. For example, one person used the power of a river, while the other used the power of an ocean. It was clear whose state was stronger. However, the larger the state, the harder it was to grasp it perfectly. The harder it was to control it, the more openings there would be. It was a great test of a cultivator's talent. Chapter 582. Without sufficient talent and strength to control the vast ocean, one might not even be able to deal with a cultivator who used a small pool. This was because other people's states were perfect, but one's state was full of flaws. If one clashed head-on, one's state would immediately crumble. Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue were clearly super geniuses. Their states were grand and imposing. However, they were very familiar with controlling them, there were no obvious flaws. Light exploded, mountains moved up and down, and waves roared ferociously. Soon, the two exchanged hundreds of moves. The huge energy fluctuations caused cracks to appear on the wind cloud platform, leaking out strands of dragon chi. Every punch of Nangong Zeus carried the momentum of the entire state of mountains and rivers. When she punched, it was like an entire mountain range pressing down. Yu Chenxi did not back down at all. She executed the morning sun incantation to its limits. Clouds and mist spread out. Every punch gave off a bright light, knocking back the mountains pressing over. The strong state of clouds and state of light complemented each other. When combined with the morning sun fist, it was boundlessly ferocious, not losing to the other party's state of mountains and rivers. When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw this, they sighed in admiration. Unexpectedly, the strength that these two pretty and charming girls could erupt with was so strong. That kind of shocking strength made many male cultivators sigh in admiration. This is too horrifying. Just one punch is already so strong. I'm afraid I can only receive 3 punches at most. Ha ha. Keep bragging. If you really use your fist to receive them, I guarantee that you will not even be able to receive half a punch. Those are all great states. That's right. In terms of strength, the mountains and rivers are immortal, and the morning sun breaks. They are sufficient to rank in the top 5 of all the participants. As the crowd discussed, the competition on the platform became even more intense. Dragon chi spread out, and dragon roars resounded without end. Yu Chenxi had already turned the situation around, taking the initiative. As the morning sun shone down, a rainbow bridge appeared in the sky. She stood on the rainbow bridge, moving gracefully like a fairy from the heavens. Clouds lingered behind her. When she punched out, there would always be a light breaking through the clouds. Golden fist winds rained down on Nangong Ziyue, who was on the ground. Walala! The water flowed without a trace, and the mountains and rivers flowed leisurely for thousands of kilometers. Nangong Ziyue's tight purple robes could not hide her exquisite figure as she walked among the mountains and rivers. Looking at the lush green scenery of the mountains, listening to the graceful murmur of the flowing water, walking between the mountains and rivers, one's heart was as calm as still water, and the fist peak also became reserved. The golden light that descended from the sky shattered one by one. Specks of light fell and disappeared along with the flowing water. But this momentary silence was not for the sake of eternal silence, but for the sake of a momentary eruption. At that time, the mountains would dance, the rivers would roar, and the mountains and rivers would remain immortal for all eternity. After another 100 moves, Nangong Ziyue shouted ferociously. The calm flowing water and the peaceful mountain suddenly moved. Bang, bang, bang. The flowing water roared, and pillars of water shot into the sky. The mountains danced, shaking the heavens and the earth, and the universe was overturned. Carrying this boundless aura, Nangong Ziyue soared into the sky amidst the mysterious phenomenon of the water pillars filling the sky. Then, she flew towards Yu Chenxi, who was shrouded in clouds, on the heavenly bridge. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! Before Nangong Ziyue arrived, before the fist wind arrived, her aura already shattered the 7-colored bridge in the sky, turning it into beams of multicolored light that scattered down. One punch as a mountain, one punch as a river. The mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers will remain immortal for all eternity. The seas and the surroundings will exist for me alone. Nangong Ziyue's tyrannical aura that had flashed in the past appeared again, looking proud and arrogant. Amid the clouds, Yu Chenxi smiled gently. He completely activated the morning sun incantation, which had been raised to the 13th layer by the daybreak flower. Shio! In that instant, the entire sky suddenly turned dark. Night fell, and the surging darkness was boundless. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Every move of Nangong Ziyue's extremely fast punch became very clear to the eyes of the crowd. After some time, perhaps it was an instant, perhaps it was 100 years. The morning sun leaped up from the east. In an instant, it gave off a bright light, and the entire world turned bright again. In contrast to the dark night, the morning sun appeared even more dazzling, boundlessly resplendent. The state of the morning sun breaking. Only after experiencing true darkness and rising from the ashes could the state of the morning sun become perfect and flawless. Only then could it shine bright light over thousands of kilometers of mountains and rivers. Under the fiery red morning sun, the instant the final trace of darkness was torn apart, the elegant Yuchensi clashed with Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and rivers fist. Boom! 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 The instant the fists clashed, the tall mountains behind Nangong Ziyue collapsed. The never-ending flowing water also formed a whirlpool with this punch, completely stopping. The mountains shattered, the water broke, and the mountains and rivers came to an end. Nangong Ziyue vomited a mouthful of blood. Her tyrannical aura that looked proud and arrogant vanished under the illumination of the morning sun. Only now did Nangong Ziyue reveal the frailty of a little girl. She fell to the ground like a willow catkin. Dragon chi spread across the vast wind cloud platform, and dragon roars resounded without end. Although the morning sun in the sky had already dimmed significantly, it still rose proudly, shining its light in all directions. Yuchensi gently waved his hand, and the dim morning sun behind him immediately scattered. Then, he wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and slowly floated down. The cracks on the wind cloud platform on the ground slowly healed. As the dragon chi dissipated, the dragon roars also slowly disappeared. The pale Nangong Ziyue looked at Yuchensi and said softly, "You won. It is indeed not a coincidence that you managed to snatch away my seated spot. Can I ask, how much of your strength did you bring out?" Nangong Ziyue's question was clearly the question of several people. The other scions of the 8 noble clans all perked up their ears and looked over. Shao Qin had defeated Nangong Ziyue. The 8 noble clans' history of monopolizing the top 8 spots of the 5-nation youth competition would be broken. The strength that Yuchensi displayed was already a threat to them. After all, Shao Qin and Chu Chaoyun had only defeated the disciples of the 10 great sections. However, Yuchensi had defeated Nangong Ziyue. In terms of results, Yuchensi was better than Shao Qin and Chu Chaoyun. Hence, he attracted more attention. Yuchensi was not pretentious. She did not have any grudges with Nangong Ziyue. Furthermore, they were both female cultivators. They both admired each other's strength, so she directly told Nangong Ziyue. However, Yuchensi used her essence and projected her voice. She only told Nangong Ziyue, disappointing the others. When Nangong Ziyue heard that, she smiled beautifully and left the wind cloud platform alone. "Senior brother Shao Qin, how much of Yuchensi's strength do you think he used?" Lu Suifeng, who was beside Shao Qin, asked out of curiosity. It was not just Lu Suifeng. All the spectating cultivators were discussing this topic. However, they did not dare to come to a conclusion. Some said that Yuchensi only used 60%. This was because Nangong Ziyue had been utterly defeated. Even though her immortal mountains and rivers technique had shattered, the rising sun did not scatter. There were also some who said that Yuchensi used her full strength. This was because the immortal mountains and rivers fist was so mighty. How could she only use 60% of her strength? Shao Qin had his own judgment. He muttered, about 80%. Their strengths are actually about the same. If Yuchensi had only used 60% of his strength, she would have been severely injured in the earlier hundreds of moves. She was able to obtain victory mostly because of her advantage in states. In the end, Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and rivers technique is not perfect. However, Yuchensi's rising sun technique is infinitely close to perfection. Lu Suifeng nodded, not fully understanding. Then, he asked, "Infinitely close to perfection? What do you mean?" Glancing at Yuchensi, Shao Qin organized his thoughts. Then, he said, "It is just a personal feeling of mine. I feel that it lacks the taste of nature, like it was sculpted by someone. However, to most people, it is no different from perfection." When Shao Qin looked at Yuchensi, Yuchensi noticed him as well. Yuchensi smiled faintly and projected her voice. "Shao Qin, I will be waiting for you in the ranking battles. I hope that you can make me use my full strength this time." Shao Qin projected his voice as well and replied with a smile, "Don't worry. I will not disappoint you." As the first person to defeat a noble clan disciple in the past few five-nation youth competitions, Yu Chenxi immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone predicted that Yu Chenxi had the strength to fight for the top 5, that she would be the greatest dark horse in this five-nation youth competition. Even Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun could not catch up to her. Every generation had its own talents. Be it Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, or Yu Chenxi, they all proved this saying very well. This made this five-nation youth competition filled with vigor and added a lot of excitement. After all, if the same people kept winning, the competition would become boring. The city lord's residents, the organizers of the competition, were very satisfied with the performances of the contestants. The influence of the five-nation youth competition would only grow if the competition was filled with surprises and surprises. At this point in the second round of elimination, there were not many matches that could excite the crowd. After all, the seeded contestants were separated. There would not be too many strong matches. However, the match between Xianyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun was regrettable. Chu Chaoyun and Xianyuan Zhantian exchanged 10 moves each before tacitly deciding to end in a draw. However, when one thought about it, it was understandable. Before the true ranking matches, the difference in strength between the two was not large. If they really fought, they might have to use up all their trump cards. At that time, when they faced the other heirs, they would lose a lot of their advantage. Next match, Xiaochen vs Lin Fei. Amidst this dull competition, the referee's voice, which was neither too loud nor too soft, immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of people. Their gazes were cast onto the dueling ring of Group 5. Xiao Chen and Lin Fei are both on the newcomer ranking list. Furthermore, they have not tasted defeat yet. Given Lin Fei's character, he will definitely not end the match tacitly. That is natural. Ever since Xiao Chen defeated Gong Yangyu, his popularity has surpassed Lin Fei's. He has probably been suppressing his anger for a long time. Lin Fei's strength is also somewhat unfathomable. Practically no one can truly block that Earth Vein Saber technique. No one knows if he has any other trump cards. Chu Chaoyun and Xianyuan Zhantian are tied. In that case, their consecutive victories have come to an end. The only newcomers who still have consecutive victories are these two. Chapter 583. This match will definitely be very exciting. Both of them are expert bladesmen. Furthermore, they are both newcomers. Both of them have a winning streak. There are too many things to watch. In this relatively uninteresting match, before the match between Xiao Chen and Lin Fei even started, many people started discussing it. Lin Fei had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As the others said, he had been suppressing a fire in his heart. After the referee announced the match, Lin Fei pushed off the ground and landed in the arena. Xiao Chen, don't think that just because you defeated Gong Yangyu, you can suppress me. Your winning streak will end here. When Lin Fei saw Xiao Chen enter the arena, he smiled disdainfully and purposely teased him. Xiao Chen remained unmoved. He said calmly, just make your move. Let's see who will end whose winning streak. Lin Fei's Earth Vein Saber technique was unpredictable. It was indeed difficult to deal with. However, it was as Xiao Chen said earlier. If Xiao Chen wanted to use a surprise move to obtain victory, he could not keep going down this path. After using the Earth Vein Saber technique too many times, it was no longer a surprise move. Ha ha. In that case, hold your saber tightly. I'm coming. Lin Fei smiled gently, and his aura suddenly changed. His gaze became as sharp as a saber as he quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. It had to be said that Lin Fei was indeed a brash person. However, when he entered a state of combat, his initial disdain and anxiety immediately vanished. If someone was confused by the aura Lin Fei displayed, they would be at a disadvantage. Qi! Qi! Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. His body was like a solitary, sharp treasured saber. The formless wind in front of him was sliced in half like a piece of paper. When Lin Fei was 10 meters away from Xiao Chen, everyone thought that he would attack Xiao Chen head-on or circle around to attack Xiao Chen. Suddenly, Lin Fei's upper body fell down. If it were an ordinary person, they would think that he tripped over something. Naturally, the cultivators did not think so. Lin Fei had suddenly changed his move. His entire body was on the ground, and at some point, he had already drawn his saber. The edge of the saber flickered with a cold light. His entire body flew towards Xiao Chen at an extremely fast speed. The tip of his saber was pointed at Xiao Chen's knees. How unexpected! To think that Lin Fei would actually attack in such a manner. Furthermore, he was able to change his attack in such a short period of time. Most importantly, his movements are flawless. It's as smooth as flowing water. It's obvious that he's practiced it countless times. It looks like it was no coincidence that Lin Fei was able to reach his current level. Many martial artists on the platform exclaimed. If they were to face such a situation, it was very likely that they would be caught off guard and would lose their combat strength. Even if Xiao Chen reacted quickly and dodged Lin Fei's attack, he would immediately lose the initiative and be forced to defend. How would Xiao Chen respond? When many people faced such a move, their first reaction would be to retreat. This was because the lower body of a cultivator was the hardest to defend. Furthermore, Lin Fei's attack was very fast and unexpected. It would be even more troublesome to block. Hence, retreating was the best option. Even if they lost the initiative, there was nothing they could do. However, Xiao Chen did not retreat. This was because he did not need to retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen moved. He held the sheathed lunar shadow saber in his left hand and used the tip of the scabbard to chop at Lin Fei's wrist. The tip of the scabbard pointed downwards. Its speed was extremely fast, giving off a piercing sonic boom. If Lin Fei's wrist paused for a moment longer, the scabbard would pierce through his wrist. Relying on the speed of his attack, Xiao Chen reacted first despite making a move later. He immediately negated Lin Fei's unexpected attack and placed his opponent in an awkward position. If Xiao Chen's saber moved forward another step, he would be able to kill this strong opponent until he lost his combat strength. This was a great temptation. However, if Xiao Chen was too slow, his wrist would be pierced, and he would lose his combat strength. Victory or defeat was decided by a single thought. A simple move was enough to shake people to the core. This move of Xiao Chen's was to compete in speed with Lin Fei. He did not say anything, only asking if Lin Fei dared to compete. Did Lin Fei have the courage to compete? If you were faster, you would win, becoming the center of attention. If you were slower, you would immediately fall into the abyss. You would end up like Lu Xiaoyun, in a sorry state, losing all face. The huge contrast challenged Lin Fei's mental state. If Lin Fei's mental state was weaker, it would severely affect his performance in such a torturous situation. If he hesitated, he would not even have the chance to make a decision, he would be defeated. After seeing Xiao Chen and Gong Yangyu's fight, Lin Fei knew how fast Xiao Chen was. Hence, he retreated. In the end, he did not dare to compete in speed with Xiao Chen. Lin Fei slapped the ground with his left hand and stood up again. His sneak attack failed, and he lost the initiative. He had to quickly pull away from Xiao Chen. Lin Fei had an unsightly expression as he quickly thought to himself. Bang! There was a loud sound as the tip of Xiao Chen's scabbard crashed into the wind cloud platform. Then, it sank in by 3 centimeters. The force was so great that it flabbergasted everyone. The most terrifying thing was that even with such a great force, the wind cloud platform did not crack. The force did not leak out at all. Everyone was horrified. If Lin Fei had not retreated, this move might have chopped off his palm. Xiao! A lightning-like saber light flickered. After Xiao Chen stabbed the scabbard into the platform, he did not pause at all. He immediately drew the lunar shadow saber and hacked at Lin Fei with both hands. Taking advantage of your weakness had always been Xiao Chen's style. Now that the other party had lost the initiative, this was the best opportunity to make a move. Xiaochen did not make a move yet. When he made a move, he had to do it with the force of a thunderbolt, injuring or crippling his opponent. Lin Fei had just stood up and did not have the time to put some distance between them. When he faced this thunderous saber strike, he could only place his left hand on the saber and hold it across his chest to defend passively. Dang! A huge force crashed into Lin Fei's saber. It was like a mountain of thunder pressing down. Lin Fei did not even have time to react. He vomited a mouthful of blood and shot back like a cannonball, crashing into the wind cloud barrier. The huge rebound caused Lin Fei to fall to the ground. He vomited another mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. Xiaochen flew forward, not giving Lin Fei a chance to catch his breath. He executed his state of massacre and state of thunder, not giving Lin Fei a chance to react. He launched an unending barrage of attacks. Dang! 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 When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. Lin Fei struggled to deal with the attacks. He was pushed back repeatedly, and his pale face turned even more unsightly. Every one of Xiaochen's saber strikes contained vast force. With the support of the two states, the might was even greater, worsening Lin Fei's injuries. If this continued, Lin Fei would definitely lose within 100 moves. Earth Vein Saber Technique. After enduring for a long time, Lin Fei finally grasped an opportunity to execute the consummate technique that made him famous. When Lin Fei blocked Xiaochen's attacks, a strand of saber chi suddenly shot out from his feet, heading for Xiaochen's chest. The might of that earth vein saber chi was also very vast. It used the earth as its source of power, and it was no weaker than Lin Fei's full-powered saber strike. Lin Fei did not hope that this strand of saber chi could injure Xiaochen. He only hoped that it would give him a chance to catch his breath. After being severely injured by Xiaochen's saber strike, Lin Fei still had no chance to catch his breath. The injuries in his body worsened. If this continued to accumulate, he would not be able to suppress them. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said calmly, "I have been waiting for the earth vein saber technique for a long time." Others might fear this earth vein saber technique, but Xiaochen had never feared it. Xiaochen clenched his left hand into a fist and circulated his vital qi. A sharp azure energy gathered on his fist. This was the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, Breaking Armor Fist. Bang! The sharp azure energy clashed with that strand of saber chi. This punch, which had the attribute of breaking armor, immediately shattered that strand of saber chi, turning it into nothing. Of course, the might of the breaking armor fist was completely nullified. As Xiaochen attacked with his left hand, he did not stop holding his saber with his right hand. He swung it gently and sent out an arc-light chop. Another wound appeared on Lin Fei's body. His body was sent flying several times by the lightning currents that exploded from the arcs of light. "You are too much. Xiaochen, you have angered me." From the start of the competition until now, Lin Fei had been suppressed from the start. The earth vein saber technique that he was famous for was instantly broken by his opponent. Lin Fei could no longer hold back the rage in his heart. He shouted, and his 3-meter-long saber hummed. A sharp saber intent spread out from the saber. Lin Fei said calmly, "Originally, I was only planning to use it in the ranking matches. Xiaochen, you should feel honored that you managed to force me to use my saber intent." The cultivators in the spectator stands were immediately astonished. They had not expected Lin Fei to have hidden himself so deeply. He had actually comprehended saber intent, the most difficult thing for a bladesman to comprehend. Furthermore, he had not used it yet. This time, Xiaochen is in trouble. With the support of saber intent, the might of a bladesman's martial technique will increase by at least 50%. Looking at Lin Fei's saber intent, it should have reached 20% as well. It is only slightly weaker than Bai Qi's. Furthermore, they are both bladesmen. If one side has saber intent and the other does not, the difference will be even more obvious. Indeed, a swordsman can use sword intent to block. What can a bladesman use to block? A cultivator in the spectator stand sighed softly. Saber intent was hard to comprehend. Once one comprehended it, one would gain boundless might. This was already a publicly acknowledged fact in the world of cultivators. The situation was probably going to turn around soon. Withering grass and trees. Lin Fei roared ferociously and executed his trump card martial technique. A desolate aura spread out from the saber's edge, making everyone feel the heavy aura of death. If there were any flowers or trees here, the power of this saber strike would definitely cause them to wither quickly. With the support of saber intent, the might of this move increased explosively. It contained the power to wither everything. This time, Lin Fei took the initiative to attack, hoping to turn the situation around in one move. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Saber intent? I seem to know it as well." Wang. The long, pitch-black lunar shadow saber trembled uncontrollably. A saber intent that was even stronger than Lin Fei's spread out wildly from the saber's edge. The strong saber intent pierced through the wind-cloud barrier, causing the bladesmen nearby to feel fear. The sabers in their hands trembled as well. This is a peak small perfection saber intent. It is on par with Bai Chi's saber intent. This is too shocking. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqian comprehended saber intent as well. Furthermore, it is much stronger than Lin Fei's. Chapter 584. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they suddenly discovered that they could not see through Xiaoqian's strength at all. A strong wind blew, and clouds churned, quickly gathering above Xiaoqian's head. This was the starting move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, gathering wind and clouds. As the wind blew, the clouds moved, and the clouds gathered with the wind. As the wind blew and clouds churned, Xiaoqian took a step forward and swept his saber with an even stronger aura. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. The saber intent that Lin Fei was so proud of as his trump card crumbled before Xiaoqian's even stronger saber intent. Even the state of withering plants crumbled. Before the saber blade could touch Xiaoqian, the aura of Xiaoqian's saber shattered it. Dang! A melodious sound rang out, and the saber in Lin Fei's hand fell. A vast and unblockable force knocked Lin Fei into the air. When Lin Fei crashed into the wind-cloud barrier, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The suppressed injuries in his body instantly erupted, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up again. How can this be? You actually comprehended saber intent as well. As Lin Fei looked at Xiaoqian, whose clothes fluttered in the wind and clouds, and whose aura was wild and unruly, heavy shock filled his eyes. He had not expected such an ending. Xiaoqian wins. You gain 2 points. The referee on the platform looked at Xiaoqian. He felt very curious as well, discovering that he could not see through this youth. Xiaoqian slowly walked to the scabbard in the wind-cloud platform. Then, he accurately sheathed the lunar shadow saber. His left hand grasped the saber hilt and gently pulled it out. Then, he casually left the platform. Roar! The instant Xiaoqian drew the scabbard from the wind-cloud platform, a strand of dragon qi immediately came out of the hole. This dragon qi had been suppressed by Xiaoqian's scabbard for too long. The moment it came out, it gave off a resonant dragon roar. This dragon roar was even louder than any of the previous dragon roars from the wind cloud arena. The originally formless dragon qi actually condensed together with this loud dragon roar. Xiaoqian roared ferociously and tore through the wind cloud barrier. Then, he soared into the thick, lingering dark clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City. Xiao! The dragon qi tore a hole in the thick, dark clouds, and a dazzling golden light immediately poured down. It descended from the sky and enveloped Xiaoqian, who was walking slowly. The dazzling golden light moved with Xiaoqian. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators saw this scene, they all gaped, speechless. On the dragon pillar, Sima Lingxian had experienced such a scene as well. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqian received such treatment as well. Lin Fei, who had just climbed up from the wind cloud platform, felt dissatisfied when he saw this scene. He said angrily, "Damn it. The golden light enveloping me and everyone's attention is something that I should be enjoying." Bai Qi, who had not truly treated Xiao Chen as an opponent all this while, had a grave expression on his face. Aside from Xianyuan Zhantian, there is one more person in the fight for the top 3. Sima Lingxian, who sat alone in the seated seat with absolute confidence, revealed a strange look in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. Sima Lingxian said softly, "No matter how strong you are destined to be my stepping stone in this 5-nation youth competition. Being in the same generation as me, Sima Lingxian, is your tragedy." When Xiao Chen sat down, the golden light that had been accompanying him slowly disappeared. The hole that the thick dark clouds had broken through started to close up. After this scene, the matches that did not have many exciting matches in the first place became even more lackluster. Aside from the matches of the noble clans, which attracted some attention, no one paid any attention to the other matches. Most of the cultivators in the spectator stand started discussing the geniuses that appeared in the 2 elimination rounds. Actually, in this 5-nation youth competition, there are only 4 true newcomers: Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, Xianyuan Zhantian, and Yu Chenxi. The others can only serve as foils for them. That can't be right. How can Yu Chenxi be counted? She participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Ha ha! How can she not be counted? She was not outstanding in the previous 5-nation youth competition. In this 5-nation youth competition, she suddenly erupted and defeated Nangong Ziyue. She can definitely be counted as a newcomer. Right, I feel that she can be counted as well. How unfortunate for Lin Fei. If he did not suffer such a miserable defeat in the final match, he could be considered one of the 5 newcomers. Indeed, he is also a peak genius who comprehended saber intent. Unfortunately, he ran into Xiao Chen and lost too miserably. The nearby cultivators discussed fervently. From the very start, they could not stop talking, they were all very fervent. However, they could not be blamed. Compared to the previous 5-nation youth competitions, this one was simply too exciting. There were many geniuses and newcomers. The strength of the veteran experts was still present. There was an intense clash between the old and the new, and everyone could feel it clearly. Geniuses appeared in large numbers, outstanding talents gathered. This was a great era of geniuses. They could personally witness the arrival of this age of geniuses, the birth of the main character of this age. They could not help but feel excited. The geniuses that appeared might very well become future martial emperors, leaving their names in the annals of history. I feel that these 4 people have the strength to make it into the top 5. The 8 noble clans' monopoly on the top 8 will be broken. It is too early to say this. The strength of the Saiyans is clear for all to see. Which one of them is mediocre? Furthermore, they are all older than them. It is hard to say. That's right. We will only know who is strong and who is weak after they fight. However, this 5-nation youth competition is a feast for my eyes. This trip was not made in vain. Amidst the clamor, the second elimination round slowly came to an end. Today's elimination round was different from the previous one. One could not just leave after fighting. The city lord's residence's people would tally the points and announce the 100 people who qualified to participate in the ranking matches. These 100 people would also enter the True Dragon ranking. When the 5-nation youth competition ended, their names would truly spread throughout the world. Murong Chong was clearly nervous. He had a proud and aloof character, so he cared a lot about the True Dragon ranking. He had lost 7 matches in today's elimination round and had 3 draws. He had no idea if he could pass with such results. Yun Kersen looked rather weak. She had been injured in the battle, so she had no choice but to end the competition early. Although she was very optimistic, seeing that the True Dragon ranking was about to be announced, she could not help but feel disappointed. Boom! 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 Wind and thunder roared everywhere. The 20 wind cloud platforms quickly merged together, forming 10 even larger wind cloud platforms. Suddenly, a taller and larger wind cloud platform rose in the center of the wind cloud platform. It was clearly different from the others. This wind cloud platform was polygonal, with a total of 10 corners. Each corner had a dragon pillar. The dragon sealing city's city lord stood on the wind cloud platform, holding a list of names. He said, "I will now announce the participants who are qualified to participate in the ranking matches. Those whose names are not announced are not selected." As the city lord read out the names, the final suspense was finally revealed. Fortunately, Murong Chang's name was among them. Now, there were 2 people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on the wind cloud platform. The city lord only read out 99 names, not the 100th. However, everyone knew that the 100th name was reserved for the first seed, Sima Lingxian. Only he had this honor in 2 consecutive 5-nation youth competitions. The ranking matches will begin in 3 days. At that time, the rules will be announced. Go back and have a good rest. 3 days later, in the courtyard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in Dragon Sealing City, Jiang Qi said sincerely to the 2 of them, "Murong Cheng, Xiao Chen, the ranking matches are about to begin. There is no need for the 2 of you to feel any psychological burden. For you to reach this step, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion already owes you too much." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "We will do our best and leave it to fate." As long as we do our best, Xiao Chen will not have any regrets. Murong Cheng said the same thing. After reaching this step and seeing countless geniuses, Murong Cheng had become much more mature. Jiang Qi smiled and said, "Let's go, then." The Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang, stood on the tallest wind cloud platform surrounded by 10 dragon pillars and announced the rules of the ranking matches. The ranking matches would not be split into groups. There would be 100 rounds. Every participant would only have to fight 1 match in each round. That way, there would be 50 matches in each round. Like the elimination rounds, the ranking matches used a point system. All the participants would start from 0. A win would give them 2 points, a loss would deduct 2 points. The only difference was that there were no draws, there had to be a victor. The purpose of this was to prevent a tacit understanding like in the elimination rounds. Now that the ranking matches were at the end, naturally, the organizers would not allow such a situation to occur. It was impossible to finish 100 rounds in 1 day. Every day, the matches would end before the sky turned dark. By the time the 50 rounds were over, it might take 4 or 5 days. Chapter 585. The rules for this 5-nation rankings are rather interesting. After 100 rounds, every participant will have to display their full strength. They cannot hide their strength. However, the opponents for each round are not decided by drawing lots or by themselves. They are all arranged by the city lord's residence. Ha. That is not a problem. The city lord's residence will definitely not favor any participant. I guess the purpose of doing this is to prevent the super geniuses from meeting each other early. It would be boring for the super geniuses to meet each other so early. It is better to leave some suspense in the competition. Overall, the rules for this 5-nation rankings tournament were very normal. There was nothing new about it, nor was there anything worthy of criticism. The elders of the various sects all expressed no objections. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zhong Liang continued, "Since there are no objections, let's invite the top 100 participants to come up and prepare for the ceremony to collect luck. After that, the first round of the 5-nation rankings tournament will officially begin." Luck was ethereal and formless, it was hard to grasp. How could it be collected? This was the first time Xiao Chen participated in such a ceremony. He was very curious, so he walked up with some anticipation. There were a total of 11 wind cloud arenas. Aside from the tallest wind cloud arena in the middle, there were 10 people standing on each of the other 10 arenas. Zhong Liang closed his eyes and quickly formed hand seals with his hands. It was an ancient and complicated hand seal. In an instant, his 10 fingers moved more than 100 times. An ancient, dignified, and divine aura spread out from Zhong Liang's body. The tallest arena under his feet started to shake violently. Roar! 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 Below the wind cloud arena, several tens of thousands of meters deep, 4 desolate dragon roars resounded. The dragon roars were deep and drawn out. Compared to the dragon roars contained in the dragon chi, the difference was like heaven and earth. That ancient and savage aura put a heavy pressure on the 100 participants. Their legs felt as heavy as lead, they could not move a single step. They felt like a huge rock was pressing against their chests, making them feel very uncomfortable. Did I hear wrong? There were actually 4 dragon roars. 4 dragon roars means 4 dragon veins have awakened. Normally, it would be heaven-defying to awaken only 2. The Age of Geniuses truly lives up to its name. All 4 dragon veins have awakened. The participants of this 5-nation youth competition have obtained more than 4 times the luck of previous years. In the spectator stands, there were cultivators who had watched many 5-nation youth competitions. The awakening of the 4 dragon veins represented the beginning of the Age of Geniuses. In the future, a martial emperor would be born. In the previous Age of Geniuses, the Thunder King Sangmu appeared. He was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tianwu Emperor. Who knew what kind of powerful character would appear this time? The dragon roar stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. Thunder rumbled one after another, and the atmosphere of the entire place became oppressive and heavy. Shio! The instant the thunder stopped, 100 holes appeared in the thick clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City. 100 golden pillars of light descended from the sky and enveloped all the participants of the ranking battles. Drip a drop of blood on the jade pendant at your waists, and the ceremony will be complete. The 4 dragon veins will awaken. How much luck you can collect will depend on your ability, Zhong Liang said weakly. When Xiao Chen heard this, he removed the dragon-shaped jade pendant at his waist. The little golden dragon swam around happily in the transparent jade pendant. Xiao Chen pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood. The blood seeped into the jade pendant and entered the body of the little golden dragon. Pooh! Xiao Chen felt that his soul and mind seemed to be connected to the little dragon. That little dragon seemed to have become his incarnation. Furthermore, he seemed to have established a weak connection with some kind of majestic existence. He could not explain what it was. The ranking battles took place in the same arena. After the ceremony ended, 4 referees walked onto the tall arena surrounded by 10 dragon pillars. The first match of the first round of the ranking battles begins. Wang Quan vs. Lin Fei. Wang Quan was the scion of the Wang clan, one of the 8 noble clans. He was ranked 6th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was a true giant of the younger generation. The weapon he used was the rather troublesome Dragon Fiend Whip. The Dragon Fiend Whip was said to have been made by an expert of the Wang clan's ancestral generation. They killed a fiend dragon in the Kunlun realm and used the bones on its back to make it. Then, they gave it to the younger generation of the Wang clan to use. Lin Fei was one of the experts on the newcomer ranking list. His Earth Vein Saber technique was unfathomable. What was even rarer was that he comprehended saber intent to 20%. Although Lin Fei lost to Xiao Chen, no one could deny his strength. Everyone guessed that although he could not defeat Wang Quan, he could still hold his own. As long as Lin Fei could hold his own, he could continue fighting. Even if he could not obtain victory, fighting with an expert would allow him to gain some comprehension and raise his cultivation. Wang Quan sheathed the Dragon Fiend Whip at his waist and looked at Lin Fei with a relaxed expression. He smiled and said, "You are Lin Fei. I have noticed you. I have long wanted to try out your Earth Vein Saber technique. Make your move." Wang Quan's small matter upset Lin Fei. He said, "Don't act like victory is already in your grasp. Be careful of failing miserably in an easy task." "Ha ha. In that case, let me see how you are going to make me fail miserably in an easy task." Wang Quan smiled faintly. He did not think much of it. Lin Fei's fight with Xiao Chen had thoroughly exposed his strength. Wang Quan did not feel any pressure when facing Lin Fei. If not for him being excited to see how strange the Earth Vein Saber technique was, he would not even be bothered to say anything to Lin Fei. Wang! Lin Fei drew his saber. He had no intention of hiding his strength when facing Wang Quan. The moment he made his move, he brought out his saber intent. A strand of saber chi shot out from Lin Fei's feet. His figure flickered and arrived before Wang Quan, hacking down with his saber. With the support of saber intent, the 6-meter-long saber light spat out a cold light, looking very mighty. Wang Quan did not rush to clash head-on with his opponent. He pushed off the ground and dodged the other party's saber light. During the 10 moves, Wang Quan dodged all the time. He did not intend to make a move, moving around the saber lights that Lin Fei sent out. Earth Vein Saber Technique. After forcing Wang Quan back with another move, Lin Fei finally executed the Earth Vein Saber Technique. The saber chi that came from the ground and the saber light on the saber attacked his opponent at the same time. Chi! Chi! Even though Wang Quan had anticipated this and did his best to dodge, the saber chi that came from the ground still tore a hole in his robes. If not for Lin Fei's movement technique, this saber strike would have injured Wang Quan. Not bad, continue. A strange look flashed in Wang Quan's eyes as he smiled gently. Seeing that Wang Quan still had no intention of drawing out the Dragon Fiend Whip, Lin Fei became completely enraged. He combined his saber intent and executed the Earth Vein Saber technique to its limits. Immediately, saber lights flew everywhere, kicking up strong winds and howling winds. Lin Fei's unpredictable saber techniques were like a phantom. Wang Quan was surrounded by danger, like a leaf in the wind. It seemed like the saber chi could injure him at any moment. After another 10 moves, Wang Quan shook his head slightly. He thought to himself, the Earth Vein Saber technique is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, Lin Fei has not comprehended the state of Earth and cannot bring out its full might. Wang Quan lost interest in the Earth Vein Saber technique. He grasped the Dragon Fiend Whip at his waist and said softly, "The game is over. You can be defeated now." Wang Quan pulled his right hand up, and the Dragon Fiend Whip coiled around him, encasing him within. Then, it turned into intense wind blades flying in all directions. The instant the storm appeared, Lin Fei's saber technique stopped. He was preparing to use the Earth Vein Saber technique again. However, before he could react, the saber technique that he had stored up was scattered. Wang Quan grasped Lin Fei's rhythm. When he attacked, he disrupted Lin Fei's saber technique. Wang Quan shook his wrist, and the Dragon Fiend Whip, which had coiled around him, changed its direction and flew towards Lin Fei's chest. At this moment, Wang Quan's aura completely changed. The smile on his face vanished, and his gaze became as sinister as a venomous snake's, devoid of any emotion. A strong aura burst out and completely suppressed Lin Fei's aura. Lin Fei, who had just disrupted Lin Fei's saber technique, saw the whip flying at him like a ferocious dragon. He could not help but be distracted for a moment. Cassier! Cassier! By the time Lin Fei reacted, the whip had already sent him tumbling through the air. When he landed on the ground, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Several of his ribs had been broken. The jade pendant at Lin Fei's waist immediately shot out a strand of golden light and entered Wang Quan's jade pendant. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant dimmed slightly. As for the little golden dragon in Wang Quan's jade pendant, its luster became much denser. When Xiao Chen saw this inconceivable scene, a grave look flashed in his eyes. He asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" The first elder, Jiang Qi, explained, "This is possession. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant is the luck that you obtained from the dragon vein. Every time you defeat someone, you can forcefully possess a trace of the other party's luck. When it accumulates to a certain level, the golden dragon will break out of the jade pendant. At that time, the competition for luck will be even more intense." Xiao Chen said in understanding, "Indeed, that is the case." No wonder the city lords said that how much luck you obtain depends on your ability. Such a forceful possession was extremely cruel to those who were weaker. The natural law of survival of the fittest was clearly displayed at this moment. Xiao Qin sighed. He thought to himself, the best of times, the worst of times. In the end, the age of geniuses is just the stage for the strong. The weak can only become the stepping stones for the strong, allowing them to go further and higher. The competition continued. There were 50 matches in each round. Everyone had one chance to fight. This time, it was Bai Qi's turn to fight. His opponent was a small perfection half-step martial monarch bladesman. When facing Bai Qi, who possessed a peak small perfection saber intent, that participant chose to admit defeat. The jade pendant at his waist immediately shot out a strand of golden light and merged with Bai Qi's jade pendant. Match 36, Xiao Qin vs Duanmuking. When Xiao Qin heard Duanmuking's name, he was somewhat surprised. He had not expected someone from the great Qin nation to enter the top 100. Furthermore, it was someone he was familiar with. In the wind cloud platform, Duanmuking looked at the white-robed Xiao Qin. A helpless expression appeared in her cold eyes. Back then, Xiao Qin could not even withstand one palm strike from her. However, after he became famous at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, she could no longer catch up to him. Even now, Xiao Qin was a newcomer that everyone paid attention to. He was a hot contender for the top 10 spots in the 5-nation youth competition. However, she had barely managed to enter the top 100 after much difficulty. Chapter 586. Xiao Qin, how about we decide this in one move? Duanmuking asked softly. Xiao Qin did not reject. He nodded and said, make your move. Frost's rage. Duanmuking's black hair turned white. He immediately took out his killing move, a slender sword covered in frost. A sharp state of ice spewed out from the tip of the sword. It seemed like it wanted to engulf the world and seal the sea in ice. Ka-Xie. Xiao Qin drew his saber and used his 30% comprehended saber intent. A solid crystalline saber chi flew out from his saber. After chopping his opponent's state of ice in half, the saber chi's sharpness did not diminish. Then, it broke through Duanmuking's protective essence and left a shallow wound on his body. Duanmuking knew that this was Xiao Qin showing mercy. At the same time, she was even more astonished at Xiao Qin's strength. At the last moment, he could still control the saber chi he sent out as he pleased. As of now, the gap between her and Xiao Qin could no longer be described as a chasm. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and thought for a while. Then, he said, your state of ice is somewhat superficial. It looks very mighty, but its energy is scattered. You are not Lu Xiaoyun. Without sufficient accumulations, you will not be able to withstand a single blow from an expert. You might as well turn the state of ice into a cold wind and infuse it into your sword technique. Although it will be weaker this way, it will be more condensed. When Duanmuking heard this, she entered deep thought. She vaguely felt like she figured out some problems. After a while, she said, many thanks. The victor was already decided. The jade pendant at Duanmuking's waist shot out a golden line uncontrollably and entered the little dragon in Xiao Qin's jade pendant. Xiao Qin immediately felt that the golden dragon had become slightly stronger. Furthermore, it appeared to be very happy. Sima Lingxian stepped out after Xiao Qin. Before Sima Lingxuan's strong self-confidence, his opponent did not even dare to look him in the eye. The moment Sima Lingxian stepped out, he admitted defeat. When Sima Lingxian saw the golden line enter the jade pendant, his lips curled up. He shook his head gently and said, how boring. The competition proceeded in an orderly fashion. There were some lessons learned earlier. When the ordinary participants met with the scions of the 8 noble clans or young giants like Xianyuan Zhantian, they would not be able to win. He could either choose to admit defeat or directly choose to use one move to determine the winner and loser. He wanted to understand the gap between him and the giants. In this way, the progress of the 50 matches wasn't slow, and a round was completed in 2 hours. By the time the sun was about to set, 12 rounds of competition had already been carried out. Xiao Chen had won 12 matches in a row without losing a single match. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant at his waist was not only bright and did not dim in the slightest, but it had also grown significantly larger. The entire jade pendant was covered in blood. One more victory and the jade pendant was about to break out. As for the golden dragon in Murong Chang's jade pendant, it was far inferior to Xiao Chen's. Of the 12 matches, Murong Chang only obtained 5 victories. Not only did the golden dragon not grow larger, it even dimmed and became smaller. Murong Chang sneaked a glance at the golden dragon in Xiao Chen's jade pendant and felt somewhat dispirited. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. If not for Xiao Chen's existence, no matter how bad Murong Chang's results were, he would be able to shake the heavenly saber pavilion. However, when compared to Xiao Chen, the gap immediately became apparent. How was his golden dragon a dragon? It was not even comparable to a worm. Murong Chang felt very depressed. When he returned, he would be too embarrassed to speak of his results. Roar! Just at this moment, there was the melodious sound of something breaking. A dragon roar resounded. After Wang Quan defeated his opponent in one move, the jade pendant at his waist shattered. A golden light flickered, and a 15-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon appeared above his head. It broke. Wang Quan's golden dragon, which won 13 matches in a row, finally came out. The moment it came out, it is already 15 meters long. It looks like his luck is not weak. When a regular contestant's golden dragon breaks out of their jades, it is only 10 meters long. That is natural. Wang Quan obtained the 6th rank last year. How can other cultivators compare to his luck? Ka Xie. After Wang Quan's golden dragon broke out of his jades, the golden dragons of the top 10 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition also broke out of their jades. Incredible! Nangong Ziyue's golden dragon is also 15 meters long. Qian Wen's golden dragon is also 15 meters long. Gong Yangyu's golden dragon is slightly weaker. It is only 45 meters long. It is only 1 meter stronger than Lu Xiaoyun's. However, in terms of strength, Bai Qi's golden dragon is still stronger. It is 25 meters long. The second-ranked contestant in the previous 5-nation youth competition is indeed extraordinary. Bai Qi had just finished his match. The 20-meter-long golden dragon above his head looked down on the crowd. The other golden dragons circling in the sky were all inferior to him. Next match, Sima Lingxian against Gao Wei. After the referee's voice rang out, Sima Lingshuan's figure flashed a few times. He arrived on the arena and stood there proudly. Naturally, he attracted everyone's attention. After this match, Sima Lingshuan's golden dragon will probably come out as well. I wonder how long it will be. Will it be able to surpass Bai Qi? He will definitely surpass Bai Qi. It just depends on how much he surpasses him. Is it 1 meter or 3 meters? The crowd was filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how long the golden dragon of this man, who had been a seeded participant for 2 consecutive 5-nation youth competitions, would be. The contestant named Gao Wei was a disciple of a large sect in the Great Jin Nation. Although his sect was not one of the top 10 great sects, it had a lot of accumulations. It controlled more than 10 spirit veins. His sect did not lack resources. Furthermore, his talent was outstanding. Furthermore, he came from the Great Jin Nation, which was rich in spiritual energy. Thus, he managed to enter the top 100 rather easily. However, when Gao Wei heard that his opponent for this round was Sima Lingxian, his expression turned extremely depressed. He unwillingly walked to the Wind Cloud Arena. When Gao Wei fought with the other noble clan disciples, even if he could not defeat them, he would choose to win in one move. He wanted to see if he could comprehend some martial techniques. However, when facing Sima Lingxian, he had no choice but to admit defeat. This was because Sima Lingshuan's strong self-confidence had completely merged with his aura. If one exchanged glances with Sima Lingxian, they would automatically feel inferior to him if their thoughts were not strong enough. Under such circumstances, they would not even be able to bring out half of their strength. How could they exchange moves with Sima Lingxian? This was simply a joke. I admit defeat. As the crowd expected, Sima Lingxuan's 13th opponent chose to admit defeat like the ones before him. He did not even have the courage to exchange moves. After Gao Wei admitted defeat, a golden dragon chi from the jade pendant at his waist shot into Sima Lingxuan's jade pendant with a xiu sound. Ka xie. The sound of the jade pendant shattering rang out. A dazzling golden light flickered, and a 23-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon circled above Sima Lingxuan's head. Then, it soared into the air. The 23-meter-long golden dragon immediately outshone Bai Qi's 23-meter-long golden dragon. Among the many golden dragons that were 40 or 50 meters long, it stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Sima Lingxian is indeed Sima Lingxian. No wonder he is so strong and has such strong luck. No one can defeat him. He is 6 meters taller than Bai Qi. That is a suppressive advantage. Although luck does not represent a person's strength, it is still an important factor. Ha ha. This is just the beginning. When the ranking matches are over, we will be able to determine his luck. That's true. I wonder if Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon can reach 23 meters, reaching the peak of the 9 digits and becoming a true sovereign. The golden dragon breaking out of jade, that was the golden dragon that represented Sima Lingxuan's luck. The moment it appeared, it shocked everyone. When Xiaoqin saw Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, I wonder how much luck I have. However, when Xiaoqin thought about it, it should not be as high as Sima Lingxuan's. At most, it should be about the same level as Wang Quan and the others, slightly weaker than Bai Qi. After all, Xiaoqin had only been in this world for a short time. If he had not reached the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower, he would have been slightly weaker than Wang Quan and the others, who had obtained Dragon Vein luck in the previous 5-nation youth competition. However, Xiaoqin did not worry too much. This was just the beginning. As long as he kept winning, his luck would increase and his opponent's luck would decrease. Taking over another person's luck to strengthen one's own body. The strong would become stronger and the weak would become weaker. When Chu Chaoyun saw the luck above Sima Lingxuan's head, an undetectable desire flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, the luck of the wind cloud platform is indeed strong. It is even stronger than the luck of my Tianwu dynasty's remnant races. However, after this competition, your luck will end here. As the 13th round of matches progressed, the jade pendants on the waists of the contestants who ranked highly in the previous 5-nation youth competition and won 13 matches in a row shattered, turning into golden dragons soaring in the air. Next match, Nangong Ziyue vs Li Tianhua. Nangong Ziyue was ranked 8th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Li Tianhua was the scion of the Li clan, one of the 8 noble clans. He was ranked 5th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. In the 13th round of matches, the Wind Cloud platform finally welcomed a match between the strong. The disciples of the 8 noble clans fought together. This immediately attracted the attention of many people. Li Tianhua's weapon was a spear. He specialized in the coiling dragon spear technique. It was famous for its ferocity and tyranny. It was a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. The coiling dragon was like the flood dragon, horn dragon, earth dragon, and fire dragon. They were all high-ranked spirit beasts that contained the bloodline of dragons. The coiling dragon was one of the more noble ones. It contained large amounts of true dragon blood. However, it had lost its ability to soar through the 9 heavens and spent most of its time in hibernation. However, the energy that the coiling dragon spat out was no weaker than that of a true dragon. It could easily shatter mountains and split the earth. Hence, it was known as the true dragon of the earth. Xiaoqin had seen Li Tianhua make a move before. The moment the two of them appeared, he could roughly guess the result. Nangong Ziyue was not a match for Li Tianhua. The state that Li Tianhua used happened to be the nemesis of the state of mountains and rivers. In a situation where their cultivations were similar, the states countered each other. If Nangong Ziyue wanted to win, she could only rely on technique. The development of the wind cloud platform was similar to what Xiaoqin expected. Li Tianhua held his spear and took the stance of a coiling dragon. As the spear danced, it was like a coiling dragon soaring up and down. Its aura was vast and imposing. On the ground, Li Tianhua was able to suppress Nangong Ziyue's Immortal Mountains and Rivers fist. Occasionally, the spear shattered a tall mountain. The river splashed up into the sky. The water flowed continuously. It was difficult for the towering mountains to form a strong momentum. When it came to Nangong Ziyue's fist technique, its might was significantly weaker. Her aura lacked a tyrannical air. Chapter 587. Nangong Ziyue frowned and tried to salvage the situation. She stopped clashing head-on with Li Tianhua and tried to use techniques to obtain victory. However, it was already too late. Nangong Ziyue had already lost the initiative. Li Tianhua had already grasped the rhythm of the match. It was not something she could change. In the end, Nangong Ziyue could only stake everything on one throw. She punched with her incomplete state and executed the Immortal Mountains and Rivers, trying to decide victory in one move. Twin dragons playing with a pearl. Li Tianhua smiled faintly. Victory was in his grasp, so he executed the best move of the coiling dragon spear technique. The tip of the spear trembled and sent out two spear lights. They turned into two ferocious coiling dragons and clashed with Nangong Ziyue's fists. The coiling dragons roared ferociously and the incomplete state of mountains and rivers shattered. Nangong Ziyue took 10 steps back and helplessly admitted defeat. A golden light flashed and snatched away some of Nangong Ziyue's luck. Li Tianhua's golden dragon also broke out of the jade. It was 25 meters long, its luck was also at the peak. 50th match, Xiaoqin vs Baijian. This was the last match of the 13th round, as well as the last match of the day. It was finally Xiaoqian's turn to fight. Furthermore, his opponent was someone he was familiar with. When Xiaoqin saw Baijian walk up to the dueling ring, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he walked up the dueling ring with heavy steps. Baijian felt very complicated in his heart. Originally, he thought that after merging ice and fire, he would be able to defeat Xiaoqian and wash away his previous humiliation. Who knew, Xiaoqian's improvement was even greater than his. Even Gong Yangyu lost to Xiaoqian. Gong Yangyu was much stronger than Baijian. Even though Baijian felt somewhat dissatisfied, he had to admit this fact. Right now, Xiaoqian was stronger than Baijian. Furthermore, Xiaoqian was not just stronger by 1 or 2 levels. However, when Baijian saw Xiaoqian ascend the dueling ring, the dissatisfaction in his eyes immediately vanished. He smiled and said, "Xiaoqian, congratulations. You have obtained consecutive victories and have not lost a single match. It looks like you will definitely make it into the top 10. Maintaining his silence, Xiaoqian's killing intent brewed in his heart. Crystallized Yuan Qi, which was like a solid substance, wandered around his body. All kinds of killing moves could be launched at any time. The smile on Baijian's face became even wider as he continued, "Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to protect your friends. After 100 battles, your friends, Kim Taeho, Bai, Murongchong, Ding Fengqiu, and Chu Mu, will meet me. Their end will be as terrible as Zuomo's. All of this is because of you. Because of you, Xiaoqian, they ended up like this. Because you offended me, none of them will have a good ending." Since he could not hurt Baijian, he vented his anger on Baijian's friends. Baijian did not care about his identity as a genius at all. Such a character was no different from scum. The killing intent in Xiaoqian's heart was monstrous. He said coldly, "Are you done?" Seeing that Xiaoqian was angry, Baijian's smile became even crazier. "Ha ha ha ha. What's wrong? Are you angry and want to hit me? Unfortunately, you cannot do so. You can only watch as your friends get tortured by me, one by one. I admit defeat. However, before I could say the word admit defeat, Bai Zhan cried out miserably and failed to admit defeat. It was Xiao Chen who made his move. The instant he spoke, he executed the lightning evasion. An electric light flashed, and he arrived before Bai Zhan. Xiao Chen's vital qi surged as he executed the berserk dragon fist on Bai Zhan's chest. He swallowed the last word he wanted to say. In the wind cloud platform, after one side admitted defeat, the other side had to stop attacking. This was a hard and fast rule. No one could break it, not even Sima Lingxian. This was Bai Zhan's plan. He wanted to admit defeat and infuriate Xiao Chen. Even if he could not defeat him, he wanted to disgust him. However, Bai Zhan had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a strange magic technique. Xiao Chen appeared before Bai Zhan in an instant. Bai Zhan did not have much time to think. He moved his hands, wanting to force Xiao Chen back temporarily and then admit defeat. A cold wind gathered on his left hand and a surging flame appeared on his right hand. This was Bai Zhan's signature move, the icy flame palm. One was ice and one was fire. When the cold and heat alternated, the opponent would feel extremely uncomfortable. Even cultivators stronger than Bai Zhan would have to be cautious when dealing with such a situation. Breaking armor. Seizing the heart. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist and executed the breaking armor stance. A sharp azure shockwave with the breaking armor attribute scattered Bai Zhan's icy flame palm like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Xiao Chen's left hand formed a claw and executed the seizing the heart. An azure dragon claw appeared on his 5 fingers and shattered the icy flame palm that Bai Zhan sent out. With boundless killing intent, Xiao Chen clawed at Bai Zhan's chest. If Xiao Chen managed to get close to him, Bai Zhan would die without a doubt. He would not even have the chance to speak. Bai Zhan's complexion paled, and he felt a great panic in his heart. At this critical moment, he performed exceptionally well. He pressed his palms together, and the ice and raging fire essence in his body quickly merged. As the cold wind howled on the vast wind cloud platform, it actually blew out a hurricane containing flames. Ice and fire merged perfectly. Wave of raging ice flames. With a roar, Bai Qi's hands moved up and down, forming a right angle. The ice and fire energy beams intertwined and shot towards Xiao Chen. Bai Zhan did not hope to injure Xiao Chen with this move. He only hoped to delay him for a few seconds, giving him the opportunity to admit defeat. However, he was disappointed. Xiao Chen did not give him any chance. His right hand was on the hilt of his saber. Xiao Chen unleashed his peak small perfection saber intent. The crystal essence surging in his body gushed out with his saber. Xiao. With the support of the saber intent, the incredibly sharp crystal saber qi became even sharper. With a ka-cie sound, the saber qi easily chopped the ice and fire shockwaves in half. Furthermore, it was extremely accurate, right at the point where the ice and fire merged. The crystal-like electricity leaped around the saber qi. It broke through Bai Zhan's protective essence and left a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. A strong lightning-attributed essence entered the wound and poured into Bai Zhan's meridians, causing them to explode. Under Xiao Chen's saber strike without holding back, Bai Zhan's meridians ruptured. He was in unbearable pain. Bai Zhan rolled on the ground as he screamed. He could not even form a complete sentence. Xiao Chen had already placed Bai Zhan on the list of people he had to kill. However, he could not make a move now. Otherwise, he might bring trouble to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future. Bai Zhan's meridians were crippled. Even if he had spirit pills and immortal medicines, he would not be able to recover his strength in a short time. He would not be able to threaten Xiao Chen's friends. If Bai Zhan was unlucky and could not find a spirit pill to treat his meridians, he would be crippled for life. Normally, Xiao Chen looked very peaceful, not saying a word. He rarely got angry and rarely killed people. However, dragons had reverse scales. If one touched them, one would die. Shao Qin had a reverse scale as well. Whoever dared to threaten his friends and family would suffer a blow 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. No matter who it was, regardless of whether they were a super genius or a great sect backing them, Shao Qin would not hold back. Xiao. The jade pendant at Bai Zhan's waist shot out a beam of golden light and entered Shao Qian's jade pendant. The golden dragon, which had been impatient for a long time, immediately broke out of the jade pendant and circled above his head. The golden dragon was 15 meters long. Aside from Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian, it was no weaker than the geniuses of the other 8 noble clans. Shao Qin sensed for a while and discovered that the golden dragon above his head seemed to be affecting his mind unconsciously. It swept away the fatigue and exhaustion of the day, replenishing his essence, qi, and spirit. The size of the golden dragon was not surprising to Shao Qin. However, this additional function gave Shao Qin a pleasant surprise. How surprising! Shao Qian's golden dragon is 15 meters long. This is his first time participating in the 5-nation youth competition. He did not obtain any luck before this. Could it be that Shao Qin really has the strength to fight against the 8 noble clans? He is just a disciple of a small sect in the great Qin nation. The difference between him and the 8 noble clans is too big. That might not be impossible. Think about it. From the start until now, Shao Qin has not lost a single match in the elimination rounds or the ranking battles. He has not lost a single match or drawn a single match. He has a winning streak. Those who were thought to be able to end him always ended up losing to him in the end. His trump cards are endless. It seems like he can't use them all. There is no way to figure them out. Of those newcomers, even Chu Chaoyun and Xianyuan Zhantian, they all drew a match, ending their winning streaks. The only one with a winning streak from the start until now is Shao Qin. That is indeed the case. I did not think about it earlier. Now that I think about it, it seems like he is the only one with a winning streak from the start until now. After all, the seeded contestants only joined midway. They do not have as many consecutive victories as Shao Qin. The first day of the ranking battles ended with Shao Qian's golden dragon breaking out of the jade. This final battle allowed everyone to see Shao Qin in a new light, the contestant with the most consecutive victories among the younger generation. The long night finally passed amidst everyone's fervent anticipation. When the morning sun rose, the 14th round of the competition officially began. As the rounds progressed, many more golden dragons broke out of the jade among the 100 contestants. Several dozen golden dragons flew around in the air. Occasionally, they roared ferociously, baring their fangs and claws as they fought with each other. Slowly, Shao Qin discovered some patterns. If the opponent's golden dragon was stronger, the more luck he absorbed. If the opponent was weaker, the amount of luck he absorbed would be negligible. For example, Sima Lingxian was simply too strong. The other contestants' golden dragons were all weaker than his. Furthermore, he did not meet any strong opponents. As a result, his golden dragon remained at about 25 meters, growing by less than a quarter. On the other hand, the golden dragons of the other noble clan disciples increased significantly. Li Tian, Wang Quan, and Yu Chenxi's golden dragons reached 23 meters. Xianyuan Zhantian's and Chu Chaoyun's golden dragons also reached 25 meters. They were only slightly behind the noble clan disciples and would soon catch up. The one who caught up the fastest was Bai Qi. After defeating a few strong opponents, his golden dragon was already 23 meters long, only 3 meters behind Sima Lingxuan's. Sima Lingxian smiled faintly and did not care. His goal was a 33-meter-long golden dragon. He wanted to reach the prime rank and obtain overwhelming luck, becoming the only true dragon in the Sky Dome realm. No matter how these people caught up, they would all end up benefiting him in the end. They would all be defeated by him and hand over their share of luck. The 35th match, Shao Qin vs Fang Yunfei. This was the 25th round of the competition. In the earlier matches, Xiao Qin had not met with any strong opponents. Although he won all of them, his golden dragon only grew to 15 meters. He was still some distance away from the top geniuses. Chapter 588. Fang Yunfei was a personal disciple of the Divine Saber Gate. His saber techniques were superb as well. He had obtained a significant amount of luck. His golden dragon was more than 10 meters long. Fang Yunfei was the strongest competitor that Xiao Qin had met. If he could obtain the other party's luck, his golden dragon would increase significantly. Fang Yunfei was tall and sturdy, with a stocky back and a stocky waist. However, the thing that looked even sturdier was the huge saber in his hand. That saber was nearly as tall as he was, and it was not even as wide as a palm. It was made of 81 types of rare ores. Not only was it sharp, but it was also very tough. It weighed more than 400 kilograms. Just by looking at this weapon, one could tell that Fang Yunfei's saber techniques were firm and ferocious. He used his strength to suppress others and obtain victory. Xiao Qin, I have a request. Can you not use saber intent and exchange moves with me? As long as you do not use saber intent, no matter the result, I will admit defeat. After Fang Yunfei went up, he made a request that everyone found strange. There was a fervent light in his eyes as he eagerly hoped that Xiao Qin would agree. As long as you agree, I will immediately go and tell the referee. I only want a fair fight with you, a fight between bladesmen. I guarantee that my saber techniques will not disappoint you. In a fight between bladesmen, if one side comprehended saber intent and the other did not, the bladesman would suffer a great disadvantage. In a situation of the same cultivation, there was no chance of victory. Hence, Fang Yunfei made this request. Seeing the silent Xiao Qin, Fang Yunfei waited anxiously. Fang Yunfei was a straightforward person and did not like to speak. He would say whatever was on his mind and did not like to beat around the bush. I have not met such a person in a long time. Xiao Qin sighed in his heart. Fang Yunfei did not seek victory but the process of the fight. As a bladesman as well, Fang Yunfei admired Xiao Qin's strength. He wanted to have a fair fight with Xiao Qin, using the intense battle to make up for the shortcomings of his saber techniques. Compared to Fang Yunfei, Xiao Qin was more anxious. After the ranking battles started, he only thought about how to increase his luck. A ripple appeared in his unchanging mental state. Even he himself did not notice it. Xiao Qin startled to his senses. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. In that case, I will not use saber intent. Let's have a fair fight. You don't have to make any promises. If you win, I, Xiao Qin, can also afford to lose." As soon as he said that, the entire audience felt that it was strange. This was the final ranking battle. Winning or losing a match would affect one's final ranking. The difference in rank and the amount of luck obtained would affect a cultivator's entire life. This was not an elimination round, where one could fight a tacit battle like Xianyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun and end up with a draw. That would not affect one's points in the ranking matches. Is this Xiao Qin crazy? Fang Yunfei's luck is abundant. The golden dragon is more than 4 feet long. If he wins, his golden dragon will immediately catch up to Wang Quan and the others. That is not all. If he loses, the losses will be even worse. If the strong lose to the weak, the golden dragon will decrease significantly. Fang Yunfei is not weak either. The accumulations of the Divine Saber Gate are not something the Heavenly Saber Pavilion can compare to. If he does not use saber intent, it will be hard to say who will win. All the cultivators in the spectator stands could not understand. In a battle between bladesmen, if one side had saber intent, the final victory would be decided. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin did not intend to use saber intent. At this crucial moment, he gave up on a victory that was within his grasp. Did he not consider the consequences of losing? A complicated expression flashed in Fang Yunfei's eyes. He said sullenly, "Great Jin Nation's Divine Saber Gate, Fang Yunfei, I will ask for your guidance." Xiao. After Fang Yunfei spoke, he held his huge saber with one hand. His stout body burst out with explosive energy. It was like a clump of flames that had been stored for a long time burst out at this moment, causing the air to surge. Fire Cloud Saber Technique. Fang Yunfei roared ferociously and red fiery essence condensed on his huge saber. Clumps of fiery red clouds materialized behind him, giving him a majestic aura. The wind blew, the clouds moved with the wind, gathering wind and cloud. Shao Chen instantly executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. A strong wind blew and clouds gathered in the surroundings as he drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Bang! The sabers clashed. Two completely different but incomparably strong energies clashed. Intense sparks flew in all directions. As the wind blew, it turned into a myriad of colors. Without the support of saber intent, Shao Chen could not force his opponent back with one saber strike. After all, his opponent walked the path of ferociousness, he was good at clashing head-on. Shao Chen could only move slowly, slowly gathering his momentum. Dang! 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 The two of them did not take a step back. As their saber lights danced around, they quickly attacked each other. All sorts of energy exploded in the air, it was very intimidating. Flames surged endlessly along with the storm. The two of them moved faster and faster. In a short time, they had exchanged more than 200 moves. The cultivators in the spectator stands could only see two blurry figures, an unending chain of saber lights, flames, and lightning clashing with each other. Boundless sea of fire. Fang Yunfei finished gathering his momentum. After he took 10 steps back, he materialized a hazy sea of fire. It carried a surging heat wave and infused it into his saber technique. Then, he used the ethereal and formless state of clouds to supplement it. Everywhere the saber light passed, there seemed to be fiery images everywhere. Between the real and the fake, the real and the fake. As a genius bladesman himself, Bai Qi paid a lot of attention to the two's match. When he saw Fang Yunfei's move, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad." He knows that he cannot truly achieve the boundless sea of fire. He uses the ethereal and formless state of the clouds to create the illusion of a boundless sea of fire. However, he still managed to bring out his momentum. Let's see how Shao Chen deals with this. Shao Chen's eyes lit up as he scanned the area with his spiritual sense. With one glance, he discovered the true location of Fang Yunfei's attack. Lightning light chop. An intense electric light burst out from the clouds above and gathered on the saber's edge. It formed a dazzling and resplendent saber light as it descended from the sky and clashed with Fang Yunfei's extraordinary boundless sea of fire. As the electric light exploded, the sea of fire in the surroundings shone brightly. The illusionary fiery images vanished like smoke. Fang Yunfei revealed his true appearance in the sea of fire. Earthly lightning tribulation. After breaking his opponent's saber technique in one move, Shao Chen finally brought the lightning tribulation saber technique's power of wind and cloud to its peak. An electric whirlpool formed, and the true lightning tribulation descended. The lightning-attributed energy stored in the ground quickly surged towards the saber's edge, resonating with the thunderclouds above. This was the rage of thunder. The might of this attack far surpassed Fang Yunfei's expectations. After he received it head-on, his right hand, which held the huge saber, trembled slightly as if his entire hand had gone numb. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Shao Chen, who was in the air, turned around. His white robes fluttered in the wind and lightning. He looked like a god of thunder as he roared ferociously. The rage of the heavens descending a lightning tribulation, destroying everything. The merciless nature of the great Tao was perfectly infused into Shao Chen's saber technique. Fang Yunfei, who was on the ground, felt fear in his heart. It was as if he had really angered the heavens and they wanted to destroy him with a lightning tribulation. No, I cannot be affected by his aura. Otherwise, I will die for sure. Fang Yunfei shook his head violently and forcefully dispelled the fear in his heart. There was a "xiu" sound, and boundless flames soared up from the ground. The image of a flaming giant appeared behind him. That giant was like a holy spirit, fighting against the heavens, not fearing the heavenly might. It gathered Fang Yunfei's aura once again. The flaming figure merged with the flaming figure and sent out a long, diagonal flaming saber chi. A heat wave surged out, burning even space. Break! Carrying the rage of the heavens, Xiaoqin shouted, and a ferocious electric light appeared on his saber. It looked like golden snakes dancing wildly as it shot out. The electric light instantly tore apart the diagonal flaming saber chi. Its momentum did not diminish, and it blasted the image behind Fang Yunfei into countless sparks. The saber slid down, and Xiaoqin swung it ferociously. That huge saber, which weighed more than 200 kilograms, flew out gently, giving the impression that it was a piece of wood floating in the air. Dang! However, when the saber landed on the ground, it gave off a loud sound, correcting everyone's misconceptions. As a bladesman, he could not even hold his saber properly. This was a very embarrassing thing. However, Fang Yunfei knew that if Xiaoqin had not pulled back earlier, he would have been the one flying. That would have been even more embarrassing. Fang Yunfei revealed a bitter smile and said, "The difference is too great. Even without saber intent, your saber technique far surpasses mine. There should be one more move after the heavenly lightning tribulation, right?" Xiaoqin nodded and said, "That's right. There is still the divine lightning tribulation after that." Fang Yunfei sighed softly, "The rage of the heavens is already so horrifying. I wonder what the rage of the deities will be like. Many thanks for the lesson. I've lost." Fang Yunfei immediately admitted defeat and stopped fighting. Xiao Chen's 50-meter-long golden dragon in the sky immediately swooped down and swallowed up Fang Yunfei's golden dragon. As the light flickered, Xiao Chen's golden dragon quickly grew to 25 meters, rejoining the ranks of the top contenders. He won again. Unexpectedly, he did not use saber intent to defeat Fang Yunfei. Doesn't that mean that with saber intent, he would only need one move to defeat Fang Yunfei? The people in the spectator stand started discussing in soft voices. They felt that Xiao Chen's strength was even more unfathomable. It was like they would never know how strong he was. The might of the lightning tribulation is not great. I can use the summer saber technique to break it easily. I am not afraid of the heavenly lightning tribulation either. I can use the power of the autumn wind to sweep through the world and break it. If it is just these two moves, I might not even need to use the four-season saber technique. However, the divine lightning tribulation that did not appear at the end is something to be wary of. Since the start of the competition, regardless of whether Bai Qi was willing or not, Xiaoqin was already an unavoidable opponent in his path to the top three. Carrying the 25-meter-long golden dragon, Xiaoqin walked off the wind cloud platform with his head held high. As the golden dragon roared, it filled him with vigor. He quickly replenished his exhausted essence. The competition continued day by day. By the third day, 60 of the 100 rounds had already been completed. Based on the golden dragons above the contenders' heads, the crowd could roughly tell who was stronger. After 60 rounds, they concluded that there were 8 giants in this 5-nation youth competition. They were Sima Lingxian, Bai Qi, Li Tianhua, Wang Quan, Yu Chenxi, Xianyuan Zhantian, Xiao Chen, and Chu Chaoyun. The first 4 were disciples of the 8 noble clans. The last 4 had different backgrounds. The monopoly of the 8 noble clans had been completely broken. This was because the remaining 4 had each lost 1 or 2 out of the 60 rounds. However, these 8 people had not lost a single match. All of them won. Their golden dragons were at least 23 meters long. Chapter 589. In a situation where everyone had the same number of matches, they had already lost 1 or 2 matches before the very end. The remaining 4 people of the noble clan had already lost their qualifications to fight for the top 8. Due to the intentional arrangements of the organizers, the 8 giants did not meet each other in advance. As the competition went on, the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. The situation became more and more obvious. The strong cultivators had golden dragons circling above their heads. For example, Sima Lingxian was already 25 meters long. He was only 1 meter away from reaching the peak and obtaining all the luck of the 4 dragon veins. As for the weak cultivators like Murong Chong, they had very little dragon chi in the first place. Not only could their golden dragons not break out of their jade pendants, but their luck would also be stolen. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant no longer had any luster. It was no different from a real earthworm. All the geniuses under the starry heavens gathered in the 5-nation youth competition. Who was the true dragon and who was the false dragon would be revealed at this moment. No matter what pride one brought, no matter where one came from, this place did not care about one's background or clan. It only cared about the sword in one's hand and the saber in one's hand. Whoever was strong would obtain luck. If one was weak, they would be stolen by other geniuses, weakening their luck. Even the people of the 8 noble clans were no exception. The 49th match, Noble Clans by Qi vs Nangong Ziyue. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. It looked like it would soon turn dark. After this match, the competition for today would probably end. Nangong Ziyue had only lost 2 matches since the start of the competition. The first was in the elimination round, where she lost to Yu Chenxi. The second was in the ranking matches, where she lost to another noble clan disciple, Li Tianhua. However, the 2 matches were not one-sided. Furthermore, her opponents were not ordinary cultivators. Although she had lost 2 matches, the crowd did not underestimate her strength. They felt that she could still fight for the top 10. The golden dragon above Nangong Ziyue's head was 23 meters long, slightly shorter than the golden dragons of the 8 giants. Xiao. Bai Qi leaped off his spectator's stand and landed on the arena. The golden dragon circling in the sky descended and hovered above Bai Qi's head. The 20-meter-long golden dragon bared its fangs and claws as it glared at Nangong Ziyue's clearly smaller golden dragon. Under the pressure of its aura, Nangong Ziyue's golden dragon cowered, not daring to be impudent. When Bai Zhan saw this scene, he smiled gently and said amiably, "Nangong Ziyue, you are not a match for me. You should just admit defeat and preserve your strength for the next matches." Nangong Ziyue frowned slightly and said sullenly, "We will know if it is true or not after we fight. Li Tianhua defeated me only because his state countered mine. Do you really think that I am someone you can defeat easily?" Bai Qi's expression was neither happy nor angry. He said calmly, "Then make your move. As for Li Tianhua, I have never considered him an opponent." Walala. The sound of flowing water rang out quietly, and the artistic conception of mountains and rivers quietly appeared. Among the overlapping mountains, a river flowed smoothly. Nangong Ziyue stood on the flowing water, drifting with the waves. Her legs did not move, but the mountains moved behind her. Nangong Ziyue's graceful figure gave off a gentle charm. She hid the artistic conception of mountains and rivers in her heart as she moved quickly towards Bai Shuehe in a strange manner. Mountain and river hiding the heart. At the start of this round, Nangong Ziyue had not been able to execute it naturally and smoothly. She could only unleash it at the crucial moment. However, after a few rounds, she had become increasingly familiar with this mountain and river hiding the heart. If Nangong Ziyue ran into Yu Chenxi again, the victor would be hard to predict. This was also why Nangong Ziyue dared to challenge Bai Shuehe. Bang! When Nangong Ziyue arrived before Bai Zhan, the calm and natural Nangong Ziyue suddenly made a move. When she punched, the power of mountains and rivers that had been brewing in her heart for a long time erupted. The fist wind surged, and space trembled. The might of this ordinary punch actually contained half the might of Nangong Ziyue's trump card, the mountain and river-breaking fist. Bai Qi was slightly stunned. His expression was somewhat astonished. He had not expected Nangong Ziyue to have improved so much in such a short period of time. If Nangong Ziyue continued to preserve her strength, she would have to put in more effort to defeat her opponent. Never mind, I have already come this far. It is time to use the 4-season saber technique. Nangong Ziyue is now qualified to use it. After Bai Qi made up his mind, he slowly placed his right hand on his saber's hilt and circulated the first move of the four-season saber technique. Splash! Splash! Something strange happened. The clear sound of flowing water came from behind Bai Qi. When he drew his saber, the power of the cycle of seasons surged out. Suddenly, the distance between him and Nangong Ziyue lengthened. No matter how fast Nangong Ziyue was, she could not catch up to Bai Qi's punch, which could shatter mountains. Nangong Ziyue remained 1 meter away from Bai Qi. The fist wind caused his clothes and hair to flutter continuously. Xiao! When Bai Qi drew his saber completely, the power of the cycle of seasons erupted. The distance between Bai Qi and Nangong Ziyue immediately widened. It was not that Bai Qi retreated. Instead, it was that the power of the cycle of seasons shattered the power of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue had been building up in her heart for a long time. Thus, her punch broke on its own. Leisurely spring water, suddenly warm, then cold. A river flowed down from the horizon. The water was clear and ethereal. Bai Qi hacked at Nangong Ziyue with his saber. Taking the state of spring water and containing the power of the cycle of seasons, a river-like saber qi quickly flew at Nangong Ziyue, changing between warm and cold. Amid the mountains and rivers, Nangong Ziyue felt a huge saber qi carrying the power of the cycle of seasons sweeping over, increasing the pressure on her. That saber qi was as warm as jade at one moment and bone-chilling in the next. It was hard to fathom. As Nangong Ziyue hesitated, she did not know how to break this move. No matter what trick he played, it was just a strand of saber qi. Immortal mountains and rivers. Break for me. Nangong Ziyue could not guess whether the saber intent was hot or cold. She directly materialized the power of mountains and rivers. One punch was a mountain, the other a river. The mountains and rivers froze, preparing to use force to break technique. Bang! When the saber qi arrived, it was like the heavenly river flowed in reverse. The power of the world surged over. Nangong Ziyue's expression immediately changed. She wanted to use force to break technique. However, she was horrified to discover that the energy contained in this saber qi was much stronger than her immortal mountains and rivers. She could not clash head-on with it. When the state of her fist shattered, Nangong Ziyue vomited a mouthful of blood. She used the power of mountains and rivers to quickly retreat among the mountains and rivers, resolving the energy contained in the saber qi. Rumble! Rumble! Instantly, waves surged and the mountains trembled. The energy contained in the saber qi was very strong. Just the remnant waves caused the mysterious phenomenon of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue materialized to show signs of instability. Is this the power of the four-season saber technique? How strong! Unexpectedly, it nearly broke Nangong Ziyue's entire state of mountains and rivers in one move. Only Nangong Ziyue can continue. When the other cultivators encountered this saber strike, any state they had would crumble immediately. Earlier, he broke Nangong Ziyue's attack in half a move. The moment he drew his saber, Nangong Ziyue's attack crumbled. Based on this Bai Qi is even stronger than Li Tianhua. In this five-nation youth competition, he is the person most likely to defeat Sima Lingxian. The other noble clan disciples are no match for him. When the many cultivators in the spectator stands saw this startling saber strike, the four-season saber technique that they had been waiting for finally appeared. Everyone's hearts immediately surged. Their faces flushed red, and their emotions surged. You are still not willing to admit defeat? Bai Qi frowned slightly, appearing somewhat angry. His saber trembled slightly, and a misty saber intent started accumulating. He said sullenly, 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. First saber strike, second saber strike, third saber strike, fourth saber strike. Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. Then, he executed another strong martial technique. As the saber light danced, a boundless light spread out. This was because the saber qi was too dense, giving off a faint light. Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent shot out together with the saber qi towards the mountains that Nangong Ziyue materialized. Bang! 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 With the support of the saber intent, the might of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes reached its peak. Every time Bai Qi sent out a saber strike, a mountain peak would shatter. After the 18th saber strike, the mountains and rivers were all destroyed. The state of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue was so proud of had been completely destroyed by Bai Qi in an extremely cruel manner, leaving nothing behind. The mountains could no longer be seen, and the rivers could no longer be seen. Only the boundless saber light and the misty saber intent remained, resounding in all directions. It was as Bai Qi had said before. As long as he chopped down the mountains and shattered the rivers, no matter how strong a state was, it would just be a decoration before absolute strength. Roar! When Nangong Ziyue was defeated, the golden dragon above her head cried out miserably. Bai Qi's golden dragon had devoured 1.5 meters of its length. Its luster dimmed significantly, and it looked weak and listless. On the other hand, the golden dragon above Bai Qi bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring ferociously. Its eyes were spirited, and its aura was very ferocious. It was now 25 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxuan's 25 meters. As Xiao Qin recalled Bai Qi's four-season saber technique, he entered deep thought. This was different from what he had imagined. Originally, when Bai Qi learned the four-season saber technique, he would have comprehended it on his own. Now, it looked like he was wrong. Bai Qi's path was the same as the Bai clan's ancestors. It was probably after Bai Shuehe successfully comprehended the four-season saber technique, he passed on his comprehensions and experiences to his descendants. Now that he had a rough idea, Xiao Qin muttered to himself, if I follow the path of my predecessors, naturally, I will be able to take many detours, and it will be much easier. However, this four-season saber technique is different from other martial techniques. It does not have a fixed state. Comprehending it on one's own is the most suitable. Simply put, if Bai Qi only followed Bai Shuehe's path, he would lose miserably when he met Xiao Qin. There would not be any surprises. However, Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, was astonished. He was also a person who practiced the saber. He could feel the vast might of that leisurely spring water more clearly than others. He sighed and said, what a strong saber technique. No wonder others say that the four-season saber technique is the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. It truly lives up to its reputation. The surrounding elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all nodded to themselves. Even if it were them, they would not be able to turn the situation around, they would only suffer a crushing defeat. Chapter 590. The first elder, Jiang Qi, asked, Xiao Qin, how is your practice of the Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique's final move, Divine Lightning Tribulation? Xiao Qin thought for a while before replying, I do not dare to compare myself to the ancestor. However, I can still easily bring out 70 to 80% of its might. Jiang Qi smiled and nodded. Then, he said with some regret, the Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique was created by our sect's ancestor. If you could comprehend the state of wind, the state of cloud, and the state of thunder, you might be able to compete with this Bai Qi. Ha ha. However, it is fine. Being able to enter the top 10 is the best result the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has achieved in the past few thousand years. Xiao Qin, don't be too depressed. Xiao Qin smiled gently and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. He did not say anything. Match 50, Sima Lingxian vs Gong Yangyu. This was the 92nd round of the Five-Nation Youth Competition. This match was the final match of the day. The two participants from the previous Five-Nation Youth Competition would fight each other. This made everyone somewhat excited. Gong Yangyu is pretty strong. His golden dragon is 23 meters long. He has only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Even if he loses this match, he still has a high chance of getting into the top 10. I wonder how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength he can force out. Sima Lingxian has been winning too easily. Indeed. Just his oppressive self-confidence is enough to make one feel suffocated. How can one have the confidence to fight him? Without a doubt, everyone could predict the result of this match. The only thing they were uncertain of was how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength Gong Yangyu could force out. After all, no matter what, Gong Yangyu's strength was clear for all to see. This was especially so for that tossing heaven and earth. It could even shatter space. Several giants did not dare to receive it head-on. How would Sima Lingxian deal with this move? In the wind cloud platform, Sima Lingxian wore long robes. There was not much expression on his handsome face. The self-confidence in his chest seemed to be one with the world. When one looked at him, there seemed to be a faint glow on his body. It flickered constantly. With one glance, one could tell that he was extraordinary. Under the pressure of Sima Lingxuan's confidence, Gong Yangyu took a deep breath and expelled the negative thoughts in his heart. Without saying anything more, he swung his black staff around and walked towards Sima Lingxian. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 7 steps. With every step Gong Yangyu took, an afterimage would appear on the ground. Each afterimage held the staff in a different posture. By the time Gong Yangyu finished taking 7 steps, his aura had already reached its peak. The pressure that Sima Lingxian gave Xiaochen earlier was swept away. His gaze turned sharp as he swung his staff around like a dragon or snake dancing in the wind. This was Gong Yangyu's specialty, Everlasting Universe. By combining 7 ultimate attacks, he could suppress his opponent with absolute offensive power. Back then, even Xiaochen didn't face this move head-on because its power was too great, and it wasn't worth it to face it head-on. Sima Lingxuan's expression remained calm as he looked at the staff strike that could shatter mountains. Then, he took a step forward. 1 step. Just 1 step, and the situation on the field was immediately turned around. A boundless strong wind blew from Sima Lingxian. The clouds in the sky churned endlessly. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, a vast state of kingship erupted from Sima Lingxuan's body and soared into the sky. Tyrannical, supreme, undefeatable, absolute, all sorts of auras of kingship came from Sima Lingxuan's body. Unexpectedly, the state he comprehended was the state of kingship. As the saying went, everything under the heavens belongs to the king. Unexpectedly, Sima Lingxian made this state of kingship his main state. After Gong Yangyu took 7 steps, the momentum of heaven and earth that he gathered was immediately suppressed by Sima Lingxuan's 1 gentle step. Ka Xie. Sima Lingxian grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and drew it. Riding on this momentum of kingship, he displayed his sharpness wantonly, giving off an undefeatable aura that could sweep through the world. The sword and staff clashed, and countless cracks immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform under the two. The 2 strong forces clashed continuously. Gong Yangyu clenched his teeth and endured. Unexpectedly, he did not retreat immediately. Wang! 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 The tip of Sima Lingxuan's sword trembled and a vast sword intent poured out. The might of this sword increased explosively. Gong Yangyu was instantly no match for it. He took 9 steps back and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Sovereign descending. Sima Lingxian shouted and took another step forward. The vast state of kingship was like an ancient mountain pressing down on Xiaochen. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like a sovereign descending. The surrounding wind-attributed essence quickly surged towards the tip of the sword like it was paying homage to the king. With the boundless strong wind pouring in, this sword was unimaginably fast. Gong Yangyu could only rely on his senses to block with his staff across his chest. Bang! Gong Yangyu had just made his move and had yet to infuse his essence into a defensive stance when the sword struck his staff, splitting it in half. When the sword wind blew, Gong Yangyu flew backward like a broken kite. He crashed into the wind cloud barrier and bounced heavily before landing on the ground. Gong Yangyu knelt on one knee. Under his tattered clothes, horrifying sword wounds spread all over his chest. The sword intent hidden in the wounds had not faded yet. His wounds seemed to be growing more severe. Gong Yangyu knew that he had lost. He had barely managed to block 2 moves. The difference was too great. He smiled bitterly to himself. He did not know if there was anyone who could defeat him in this 5-nation youth competition. My skills are inferior. Gong Yangyu admits defeat. Gong Yangyu stood up and chose to admit defeat. Sima Lingxian sheathed his sword. After the golden dragon above his head swallowed for a while, it grew to 8 and 7 inches long. Now, it was less than half an inch long and would be 23 meters long. This is probably Sima Lingxuan's true strength. Unexpectedly, he comprehended the state of kingship from the state of wind and cloud, which is higher than any other attributed state. Compared to 3 years ago, Sima Lingxuan's strength has increased at a horrifying rate. I finally know why he is not afraid of the 4-season saber technique. When he executes a powerful sword technique with the state of kingship, it is sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. However, we will only know what will happen after they fight. The 2 of them have not used their full strength yet. The battle between the giants tomorrow will definitely be interesting to watch. However, I still favor Sima Lingxian. He has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Bai Qi has revealed at least 60% of his strength. In the final match of this round, Sima Lingxian finally revealed the absolute strength of the top-seeded participant. Gong Yangyu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the previous 5-nation youth competition, lost to Sima Lingxian in 2 moves, unable to resist at all. Li Tianhua looked at the golden dragon above Sima Lingxuan's head and shook his head. He smiled bitterly and said, "It is truly a tragedy to be in the same generation as him. It seems like all the stars in the sky are on his head. We are just supporting characters." Xianyuan Zhantian's unruly face revealed a grave expression. After a while, he smiled gently and said, "The state of kingship is really coincidental." The 92 rounds of matches were already over, but the 8 giants had not fought yet. In that case, in the final 8 rounds tomorrow, the 8 of them would have to fight each other. From the start of the ranking matches until now, the 8 giants had not lost a single match. Sima Lingxian, Li Tianhua, Bai Qi, Wang Quan, Chu Chaoyun, Xianyuan Zhantian, Yu Chenxi, and Xiao Chen were tied for first place. However, since ancient times, there had been no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. How could there be a situation where 8 people were first? In the battle between the giants tomorrow, there would definitely be a victor and a loser among the 8. The true dragon ranking would also be decided. Who could rank first and obtain the luck of the world, becoming the main character of this era? Before the sun set tomorrow, everything would come to an end. The age of geniuses would officially begin at that moment. The long night finally passed amidst the cheers of the crowd. The wind cloud platform was packed with people, their voices were loud. Before the matches started, the atmosphere had already heated up. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the giants would fight. They were waiting for the moment when the true heroes reached the peak. They wanted to see who was the main character of this era. First match, Lu Xiaoyun vs Lin Fei. The first match of the 93rd round officially started. However, it was not the anticipated match between the giants, which disappointed everyone. However, the 2 people in the wind cloud platform were experts of their own domains. Their matches would not be boring. When facing the genius bladesman Lin Fei, Lu Xiaoyun did not get careless. He would not make the same mistake as he did against Chu Chaoyun. He used his full power from the start. A cold wind howled, and frost instantly covered the wind cloud platform. As Lu Xiaoyun sent out his sword intent, snowflakes drifted down. The various powerful techniques of the drifting snow sword sect were perfectly executed in Lu Xiaoyun's hands. At this moment, Lin Fei was much more mature than when he first started the 5-nation youth competition. There was no longer any arrogance in Lin Fei's eyes. Instead, there was only seriousness and caution. He was clearly enduring. Dang! 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 Saber lights shot out everywhere, and sword images filled the air. Sword chi and saber chi moved about wantonly. The strength that the two displayed was equal. In terms of saber intent and sword intent, they did not give way to each other. However, Lu Xiaoyun's state of ice was stronger than Lin Fei's state of earth. Based on the current situation, Lu Xiaoyun held a slight advantage. However, this was only temporary. Everyone knew that Lin Fei still had not used the Earth Vein Saber technique. If Lu Xiaoyun could block that unpredictable Earth Vein Saber technique, he would be confident of obtaining victory. If he could not block it, the victor would be hard to predict. Xiao. As the saber hummed, Lin Fei, who had been silent for a long time, finally found the most suitable opportunity to execute the Earth Vein Saber technique. A strand of cold saber chi exploded the ice on the ground and quickly headed for Lu Xiaoyun's chest. Lu Xiaoyun smiled gently, not flustered at all. He said, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Absolute Ice Shadow Sword. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Lu Xiaoyun's upper body trembled. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he split into two. Two strands of sword light flickered. One blocked the attack from Lin Fei's main body while the other blocked the saber chi shooting out from the ground. When the two figures merged back together, Lin Fei's eyes widened. When the two figures merged back together, a cold chill turned into a snow-white sword chi and shot out from the sword, forcing Lin Fei back. With the Earth Vein Saber technique broken, Lin Fei could not gain the upper hand with his saber intent. His state was also slightly weaker. After 100 moves, Lin Fei could only helplessly admit defeat. Lu Xiaoyun sheathed his sword and said softly, "Thank you for letting me win." This battle had proven Lu Xiaoyun's reputation. His miserable defeat at the hands of Chu Chaoyun was not because he was weak or because the disparity was too great. It was because he had been careless. Chapter 591. Second match, Feng Hua vs. Lu Chang. Just like that, another 5 matches passed. None of them were battles between giants, causing the cultivators who were anxiously waiting to watch the battles between giants to feel a sense of irritation. Just as this frustration reached its peak, the referee in the arena finally called out the names of the giants. 12th match, Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King, Xianyuan Zhantian vs. the noble clans Li Tianhua. The entire arena immediately erupted into an uproar. It's finally time for the giants to fight. The 8 giants only have 8 matches left. They all have the same number of points. Every match will determine their final ranking, so they will definitely do their best. Indeed, at this moment, they cannot hide their strength. Otherwise, if they lose, they might lose the chance to fight for the first rank. Xianyuan Zhantian vs. Li Tianhua. Both of their strengths are unfathomable. I wonder who will win. One is a coiling dragon of the continent, and the other is a flood dragon of the Eastern Sea. This can be considered a fight between 2 dragons. Ha ha. Everyone's gaze is focused on the wind cloud platform. All sorts of discussions rang out. When all the voices merged together, it was very noisy. In the crowd, Xiaochen also looked over. These 2 people were worthy of being called giants, especially Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiaochen felt that Xianyuan Zhantian's strength was much more horrifying than he showed. Xianyuan Zhantian was one of his strongest opponents. After the 2 giants ascended the wind cloud platform, the noisy discussions quickly stopped. Everyone stared at the wind cloud platform. The 2 of them stood in a corner of the arena and looked at each other. Their sharp auras clashed intensely in the air. Before they even made a move, strong winds blew continuously. Li Tianhua smiled gently and said, I have long heard that there is an absolute genius in the Eastern Boundless Sea, known as the Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King. Now that I see him, he truly lives up to his reputation. Xianyuan Zhantian held his heavenly war halberd and remained silent. He knew that the other party still had something to say. Indeed, Li Tianhua stopped smiling. His gaze became as sharp as a sword. He said sullenly, unfortunately, this is the Tianwu continent, not the Boundless Sea. There is no water here. What can you do? Xianyuan Zhantian's expression did not change. He said indifferently, if you really think that way, you will probably suffer a miserable defeat. Their words clashed with each other, and their auras refused to give in to each other. Immediately, the two of them were filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if they would explode at any moment. Boom! After a long moment of silence, when the atmosphere had reached its pinnacle, the two of them suddenly moved at the same time. Two blurry silhouettes crossed each other in the air. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Everyone could vaguely see two dragon-shaped gases entangling and tearing at each other in the air. Li Tianhua's spear transformed into a coiling dragon, known as the true dragon of the land. There was also the flood dragon transformed from the heavenly battle halberd, known as the overlord of the sea and the king of the abyss. Bang, bang, bang. As the spear and halberd clashed, a thunderous boom resounded on the stage. As the flood dragon soared up and down, the sound of seawater rang out as it moved. The coiling dragon stood firmly on the ground. When it was still, it was like a towering mountain, not trembling. When it moved, it was like lava erupting, destroying the world. The two of them used the special characteristics of the flood dragon and the coiling dragon to infuse into their martial techniques, bringing them out to their fullest. The state of the battle made everyone sigh in amazement. It was like there were really two dragons fighting on the stage. However, no matter what, the coiling dragon was on land. After more than 100 moves, Xianyuan Zhantian's overwhelming attacks crumbled. On the other hand, Li Tianhua's counterattacks caused Xianyuan Zhantian to suffer a small disadvantage. The situation did not look good for him. Ha ha! What Eastern Sea's little dragon king? You are only a so-so. Receive my double dragon playing with a pearl. Now that Li Tianhua had the upper hand, he laughed loudly. His spear moved left and right, forming two indistinguishable spear images. Each of the spears materialized a ferocious coiling dragon. The instant the spear images merged, the two coiling dragons roared ferociously and charged over. Based on the ferocious look in the coiling dragon's eyes, they clearly treated Xianyuan Zhantian as a toy. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled gently and scattered the dragon images circling his war halberd. He said sullenly, "Two false dragons, do you really think of yourselves as true dragons? Today, even if you are a true dragon, you will still have to coil up." Bang! The tip of the heavenly war halberd struck the wind cloud platform heavily. Cracks immediately appeared on the flat platform. Countless strands of dragon chi leaked out, and dragon roars resounded endlessly. A vast sea appeared behind Xianyuan Zhantian. The blue waves stretched as far as the eye could see. As Xianyuan Zhantian stood on the sea, a state of kingship suddenly burst out from his body. The waves surged into the sky, and 18 pillars of water shot up. The state of kingship soared into the sky. The king of the sea. He actually comprehended the state of kingship as well. When Li Tianhua saw this scene, he could not help but reveal a flustered expression. Ha ha ha! Lie down for me. Xianyuan Zhantian laughed maniacally and thrust his hands forward. The two coiling dragons, which had been toying with him, suddenly turned around. The two coiling dragons, which were originally toying with him, were immediately pressed down on the vast sea, letting out miserable cries. Just two little worms and you dare to show off before me? Die! Xianyuan Zhantian shouted ferociously. His thick eyebrows knitted together tightly, and his face filled with rage. He squeezed the dragon heads with both hands. Ka-xie! There was a faint scarlet light. Xianyuan Zhantian broke the heads of the two coiling dragons made of essence. Xianyuan Zhantian held one dragon head in each hand and casually tossed it aside. Li Tianhua's double dragon playing with pearl was destroyed just like that. Li Tianhua's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, "Good. Good. Good. How dare you humiliate me like this? Xianyuan Zhantian, I do not care if you are the Eastern Sea's king. Now that we are in the Tianwu continent, Li Tianhua will beat you up into a worm." Li Tianhua shouted loudly and exerted strength in his abdomen. Strange sounds came from his throat, and the rumbling sound waves spread out from his mouth. They formed storm-like ripples, causing the wind cloud platform to tremble continuously. Unexpectedly, Li Tianhua used his body of flesh and blood to roar like a coiling dragon. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands all felt their scalps go numb. That sound wave seemed to penetrate into their minds, making them feel a resolute rage. Li Tianhua looked like a ferocious coiling dragon. As he walked, cracks appeared on the ground. Strands of dragon qi soared up. However, the dragon roar contained in the dragon qi was completely suppressed by his roar. Coiling dragon rage, heaven falls and earth rends. Li Tianhua held his spear and pointed it at the sky. His spear flickered with light, materializing the power of a coiling dragon. It seemed like it wanted to shatter the sky and earth, to crush Xianyuan Zhantian, the ruler of the four seas, into a meat patty. Xianyuan Zhantian's lips curled up in a mocking expression. He snorted coldly and said, "How foolish! An insignificant ordinary dragon dares to compete with me?" Xianyuan Zhantian grabbed the heavenly war halberd that he had stabbed into the wind cloud platform with his right hand. Then, he roared loudly, and a vast state of kingship surged out from his chest and throat. Bang! 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 The golden sound wave contained the rage of a king as it clashed with Li Tianhua's coiling dragon rage. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! Crunching sounds rang out continuously. The sound wave that Li Tianhua sent out was all shattered. Ripples spread out in the air, forming chaotic ripples that caused the entire space to appear blurry and hazy. The roars of the two giants created such a mysterious phenomenon. The cultivators in the spectator stands were all filled with praise when they saw this. Coiling dragon rage, blood splashes the mountains and rivers. Holding the heavenly war halberd, Xianyuan Zhantian clashed with Li Tianhua once again, supported by the state of kingship. When he attacked, he knocked back his opponent by 100 meters. After knocking back Li Tianhua with one move, Xianyuan Zhantian laughed loudly and quickly took a few steps forward. With every step he took, waves surged up and down, materializing the boundless momentum of a vast ocean. Defeat! 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 Waves surged into the sky. Xianyuan Zhantian's every move was accompanied by the vast state of kingship, forcing Li Tianhua into a retreat. Damn it! Blood leaked out of a corner of Li Tianhua's lips. He revealed an expression of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was a true dragon, unrivaled on land. He should have been able to easily defeat Xianyuan Zhantian. However, who could have imagined that Xianyuan Zhantian would comprehend his own state of kingship from the unending state of water? Turning into the ruler of the four seas, he managed to overcome his disadvantage. In the final 8 rounds, if one lost, one would lose the right to fight for the first rank. Li Tianhua roared loudly, "I am not satisfied." 9 dragons swallowing the heavens. 9 majestic ancient coiling dragons appeared together with Li Tianhua's spear light. They bared their fangs and roared maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha, how laughable! You are just an ordinary dragon and you dare to speak of swallowing the heavens? Li Tianhua, you are not qualified. I am the ruler of the four seas, the son of the yellow sky. Today, I will represent the heavens to punish you." Xianyuan Zhantian revealed an expression of disdain. He laughed loudly, and the vast ocean behind him soared up. 9 dragon images appeared on the heavenly war halberd as well. However, those dragon images were deeply carved into the halberd. The vast heavenly might turned into the state of kingship. The halberd gave off a bright golden light. Every strand of golden light was formed by the pure state of kingship. It was even stronger than Yu Chenxi's morning sun fist. Xianyuan Zhantian swung his right hand forward, holding the end of the heavenly war halberd with one hand. He swept out with an unparalleled aura, and the 9 ancient coiling dragons shattered. Xianyuan Zhantian took another step forward, moving to a blind spot in Li Tianhua's defense. Then, he switched the heavenly war halberd to his left hand and flicked it forward. Li Tianhua was sent flying like a sandbag. Bang! 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 Although it looked like a gentle flick, the force contained in it was startling. Blood leaked out of Li Tianhua's mouth. His clothes tore and eventually turned into dust. The crowd was dumbfounded. As they looked at the godlike Xianyuan Zhantian, they felt a sense of worship in their hearts. This state of kingship was no weaker than Sima Lingshuan's. Victory, Xianyuan Zhantian. You have gained another 2 points. The referee's calm voice rang out, pulling the crowd's attention back to reality. They saw that Li Tianhua's 23-meter-long golden dragon had dimmed significantly. It had shrunk by 3 meters, becoming a second-rate dragon. After defeating a major character like Li Tianhua, Xianyuan Zhantian's golden dragon gave off a bright light. It grew to 23 meters, no weaker than Bai Qi's. Chapter 592. This is the strength of a true giant. How unfortunate for Li Tianhua. In the end, he is not a true dragon of the continent. Finally, there is one more person who can compete with Sima Lingxian. Of the 8 giants, only 7 remain. Let's see how many giants will fall in this round. Basically, as long as one loses a match, they will lose their qualifications to fight for the top. In the last few rounds, the number of people who can reach the top will shrink. Xianyuan Zhantian strode forward with his head held high. He ignored Li Tianhua, who was lying on the ground with an expression of dissatisfaction and rage. Next round, Shaochen vs. Wang Quan. The referee on the wind cloud platform announced the names of the 2 sides in the next match. The cultivators in the spectator stands, who were immersed in the earlier match, immediately burst into an uproar. Awesome! Another giant battle. Although Wang Quan is clearly weaker than Bai Qi and the others, his opponent is Shao Chen. The result of this match is hard to predict. That's right. Earlier, Wang Quan used many moves to defeat Gong Yangyu. However, he was able to defeat Lin Fei in 1 move. He is stronger than Shao Chen. Based on the strength that he revealed, Wang Quan should be stronger than Shao Chen. Although the 8 giants were ranked first, the crowd could still use the strength that they revealed to determine who was stronger. Naturally, Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi were ranked first. Xianyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun were ranked second. Yu Chenxi, Li Tianhua, and Wang Quan were ranked third. Shao Chen was ranked last. However, no matter what, this was just a guess. Who was stronger and who was weaker could only be determined after a fight. On the wind cloud platform, Wang Quan held the handle of the Dragon Fiend whip in his right hand and held the whip in his left hand. As he looked at the white-robed Shao Chen, he did not rush to make a move. A deep light flashed in Wang Quan's eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, "White-robed bladesman Shao Chen, the only cultivator to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower in the past 1,000 years. Actually, I have heard of you long ago. You are very strong. However, your weakness prevents you from reaching the top. Do you know what your weakness is?" Although Wang Quan's voice was not loud, the cultivators in the spectator stand still heard him clearly. Naturally, they had heard of the ancient desolate tower before. When they saw Shao Chen's calm expression, shock filled their eyes. Unexpectedly, this white-robed bladesman had such a glorious past despite his silent consecutive victories. He was too low-key. Unexpectedly, he had managed to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Just based of this, his background was already comparable to that of the heirs of the 8 noble clans. Shao Chen looked at Wang and said interestedly. "Shao, Wang of Wang. Shao Disoff of desolate descend, Shao. Of Tianoff, of Shao, of Desi's of Dao, of Chen, Shao, of." When Shao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. However, his expression did not change. Wang Quan was right. Shao Chen's cultivation was indeed too low. Even the weakest of the 8 giants was a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The stronger ones were peak consummation half-step martial monarchs. As for Xiao Chen, he was only a small perfection half-step martial monarch. However, this was not a problem. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was a supreme cultivation technique of immortal cultivators. It was comparable to a heaven-ranked cultivation technique of cultivators. Xiao Chen's essence was abundant and dense, he could only be stronger than those people. Unless those people had already opened their sea of consciousness and started to use their mental energy to refine quintessence, it would be somewhat problematic. Of course, that was all there was to it. An expression of understanding flashed on Wang Quan's face. He continued, "You have figured out the problem, right?" "That's right. As far as I know, Bai Qi already opened his sea of consciousness 3 months ago. Now, a fifth of the essence in his body has probably been refined into quintessence. Sima Lingxian is even more incredible, he already opened his sea of consciousness half a year ago." Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He could tell that the other party was trying to break his mental state. He interrupted, "Let's cut to the chase. About 1/10 of your essence should have been refined into quintessence, right? You can try and see if I can reach the top." After Xiao Chen's words hit the nail on the head, Wang Quan's expression sank. He smiled coldly and said, "The strength of quintessence is not something you can imagine. Originally, I wanted you to back off. However, since you want to fight, I can only grant your wish." Xiao Chen released the coiled dragon fiend whip with his left hand and infused his quintessence into it. The soft whip instantly seemed to come to life. It tore a small crack in space as it descended towards Xiao Chen. As the whip slid down, the tiny spatial crack rapidly closed. Clearly, although the whip could break through the void, it was still a little forceful. Pa! The speed at which the dragon fiend whip descended was as fast as lightning, as swift as a rabbit. With a shwa sound, it shattered the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. Then, the whip landed on the ground. A crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Boundless dragon chi spread out. A casual whip possessed such might, flabbergasting everyone. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He turned around and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, moving quickly around the wind cloud platform, dodging the whip's sharpness. There were very few people in the Tianwu continent who could use a whip. This was because the whip technique was too difficult to practice. It was a test of talent. However, once someone reached great perfection, they would be very difficult to deal with, just like Wang Quan before Xiao Chen. Wang Quan brought out the unpredictable characteristics of the whip technique to its limits. Then, he used his quintessence to supplement it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen kept retreating, unable to find a good counterattack. Indeed, essence cannot compare to quintessence. The difference is too great. This Wang Quan actually opened his sea of consciousness. This time, Xiao Chen is going to lose for sure. How unfortunate. He did not have enough time to grow. The Saiyans are all 2 or 3 years older than him. Otherwise, he would have started refining his quintessence as well. Cultivation is indeed his weakness. No matter how good his techniques are, there is nothing he can do about it. As the spectators watched Xiao Chen dodge left and right, they all felt pity for him, feeling that it was not worth it. Hee hee. White-robed bladesman, didn't you already comprehend saber intent? Your saber techniques have also reached great perfection. Why do you not even dare to draw your saber? As Wang Quan held the dragon fiend whip, he had a faint smile on his face as he brandished it. At one moment, it was as soft as a venomous snake coming out of its hole. At another moment, it was as hard as 1,000 cold mountains. The dragon fiend whip was like an extra arm in Wang Quan's hand. Wang Quan was very adept at switching between hard and soft. He executed all sorts of martial techniques that could only be executed with the whip. They rained down on Xiao Chen like a torrential storm. As the whip moved, it formed an impenetrable light screen, forcing Xiao Chen back step by step. The quintessence infused into the dragon fiend whip raised the might of this light screen to the limit. As the whip images flew around, it seemed like they sliced space apart. Wang Quan glanced at the wind cloud barrier not far behind Xiao Chen. He smiled coldly and said, "Are you still not going to draw your saber?" Netherworld Demonic Whip. Wang Quan swung his wrist thrice in the air. In that instant, the 2-meter-long dragon fiend whip sent out thousands of whip images. They turned into countless sinister and horrifying evil spirits from other worlds. They danced around chaotically, looking like the 9 layers of purgatory. There was no way back. If he went forward, it would be a purgatory made up of whip images. Wang Quan was forcing Xiao Qin to clash head-on with him. Since there was no way to retreat and no way to advance, then he would fight. Xiao Qin stopped and rooted himself to the ground. He stood firmly on the wind cloud platform like an ancient tree. An intense storm blew from the front, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. However, his body did not move at all. He had a prideful air, not fearing this purgatory. Even more so, he did not fear the quintessence on the whip images. Xiao Qin grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and slowly drew the lunar shadow saber by an inch. As a light flickered, his saber intent rose continuously. 10%, 20%, 30%, peak small perfection, 40%, it continued to rise. When the long, pitch-black lunar shadow saber was completely drawn, Xiao Qin unleashed his peak saber intent uncontrollably. The dazzling saber light dazzled and flabbergasted everyone. 60%. It really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it has not reached perfect control, it really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. It completely surpasses Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent. He is only a step away from great perfection. With this, even Sima Lingshuan's sword intent will not be able to suppress his saber intent. The cultivators in the spectators' stands discussed this. They had not expected Xiao Qin to have such a trump card. They were not the only ones shocked. The expressions of the 8 giants turned grave as well. This was especially so for Bai Qi, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. All along, Bai Qi had considered himself to be the top bladesman of the Tianwu continent's younger generation. However, the saber intent that Xiao Qin brought out completely shattered this halo. Xiao Qian's saber intent was 20% higher than Bai Qi's. Bai Qi clenched his right fist tightly and consoled himself, saber intent is nothing. I have the 4-season saber technique. No bladesman will be a match for me. Absolutely not. When Chu Chaoyun saw this scene, he smiled gently and said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it is not mature, it is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. The people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Bai, who were originally worried for Xiao Qian, all heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao! 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 Xiao Qian had yet to fully grasp the 60% comprehended saber intent. Strands of extremely strong saber wind surged out uncontrollably in all directions. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits formed by quintessence were all chopped into nothingness. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits could not resist at all. The strength of the 60% comprehended saber intent far surpassed everyone's expectations. Wang Quan had only refined 1/10 of his quintessence, it was not enough. The situation of the battlefield instantly turned around. The wind blew, the clouds moved, and the clouds gathered with the wind. With the support of the 60% comprehended saber intent, Xiao Qin executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. It carried the momentum of the wind and clouds as it chopped down countless fiendish demons and malicious spirits, breaking through hell. When the saber light struck Wang Quan's protective quintessence, there was a dang sound. The quintessence shield trembled, but it did not shatter. Blood leaked out of Wang Quan's mouth. He laughed loudly and said, I have a quintessence shield. I am naturally undefeatable. Your 60% comprehended saber intent is not dense enough. You will not be able to break my quintessence shield. Ignorant. Do I need to break it? Xiao Qin said softly. The crystal chi whirlpool in his body spun rapidly. The surging essence gathered on the saber. With the support of the saber intent, the leaping electric light looked like a resplendent purple sun. Bang! Chapter 593. Xiaochen brought out all of his essence, supported by his 60% comprehended saber intent and the peak state of thunder. With one saber strike, Wang Quan vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. That strong quintessence shield fluctuated and rippled, but it did not shatter. However, the pure force that passed through it caused Wang Quan's internal organs to be in a mess. Stop fighting, I admit defeat. Wang Quan, who landed on the ground, felt incredible pain. When he saw that Xiaochen still wanted to continue fighting, he quickly admitted defeat. Wang Quan's quintessence was nearly exhausted. If Xiaochen attacked again, his originally insufficient quintessence would shatter. Xiaochen's golden dragon immediately swallowed up another 3 meters of the 23-meter-long golden dragon above him. Its light dimmed, and it was only 15 meters long. Xiaochen's golden dragon was dazzling and full of vigor. It was 25 meters long. Sheathing his saber, Xiaochen prepared to leave the arena. He paused for a while and said to Wang Quan, "My cultivation is indeed not high. However, you cannot stop me. Even without this 60% comprehended saber intent, I can still defeat you easily." 60% comprehended saber intent and the gathering of wind and clouds, Xiaochen defeated Wang Quan, one of the giants, in one move. Even though Wang Quan had a high cultivation, even opened his sea of consciousness, and refined a tenth of his essence into quintessence, he was still not a match for Xiaochen. When Xiaochen revealed another trump card, the so-called tenth of his quintessence was no longer sufficient. At this moment, no one thought that Xiaochen was the weakest of the 8 giants. With such strength, he could compete with Bai Qi. If Xiaochen was more daring, he might be able to fight with Sima Lingxian. However, his chances of victory would be slightly lower. Next match, Nangong Ziyue against Baiming Shang. This was another match between the noble clan disciples. Although the two had lost a few matches earlier and lost the fight for the top 8, their strength was still there. However, his strength was still there, and he was a popular contender for the top 10. This battle was still quite eye-catching. Baiming Shang excelled at palm techniques. His lamenting palm perfectly materialized the emotionless Tao. His palm technique was cold and emotionless. Every move contained a strong might. However, Baiming Shang's opponent was Nangong Ziyue. Her state of mountain and water was as calm as rippling water. However, when it moved, it shook the ground. She did not fear his emotionless Tao. The two were evenly matched. After exchanging 400 moves, an opening appeared in Baiming Shang's emotionless Tao. Nangong Ziyue took advantage of this opportunity to obtain victory. With only 8 rounds remaining, Nangong Ziyue obtained victory. She was one step closer to the top 10. With Nangong Ziyue's victory, Xiao of Xiao, Dao, and Qi, Yushang. There were 8 Chens 7 Chen of Chen. Only, one had Xiao, Chen, 7, and Chen, the 8 Chen of the 7. Of. Wang, Chen, Xiao, of Chen of Shang Wood, of brothers, after, of the 8 matches, there were only 8 giants. Aside from himself, he could only fight 7 matches against the other 7 giants. Naturally, the remaining match would be decided by the other contestants. How to arrange it was up to the referee. However, the remaining match did not put much pressure on the 8 giants. Lu Xiaoyun looked at the confident Sima Lingxian and sighed softly. He smiled bitterly and said, 3 years ago, I could last 10 moves against you. Now, after 3 years, I probably cannot even block 1 move from you. Sima Lingxian, how about we compete in the sword? We will only compete in the sword and nothing else. Competing in the sword was similar to competing in the saber. Both parties would draw their swords at the same time. Whoever's sword could defeat the other parties would be the winner. Naturally, Lu Xiaoyun's sword was not as strong as Sima Lingxuan's. The reason he said this was because he wanted to compete with Sima Lingxian in the sword. He wanted to comprehend Sima Lingxuan's sword intent and use it to improve himself. Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof personality. He looked down on all the swordsmen in the world. Lu Xiaoyun had a request for him. At this moment, he was extremely humble. His gaze was fiery, hoping that Sima Lingxian would agree. With your status and strength, you are qualified to compete in the sword with me. Prepare to draw your sword. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself for a while and did not reject Lu Xiaoyun's suggestion. An excited expression flashed in Lu Xiaoyun's eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks." After Lu Xiaoyun spoke, he grasped his sword hilt with his right hand. His essence, state of ice, sword intent, and his understanding of the sword Dao all accumulated at this moment. Competing with swords sounded simple. It was just pulling out the sword and throwing it out. However, this simple action contained many aspects of truth. Sword intent, sword move, state, and force of attack. As long as there was a mistake in any one of these aspects, the instant the sword was drawn, it would be full of openings. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The wind cloud platform fell deathly silent. Both sides remained silent, accumulating their moves. Wang! 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 Amidst this endless silence, there was suddenly a resonant sword hum. The sword hum was long, continuous, and solemn. As the sword intent trembled, the huge wind cloud arena trembled continuously. The two of them made their moves at the same time. A solitary sword spun quickly in the air, causing snowflakes to dance in the air. The sword intent gave off a silvery white light, making the place even colder. Cold, extreme cold, cold and emotionless. This was Lu Xiaoyun's state. His sword intent also served this purpose. On the other side, Sima Lingshuan's sword flickered with a golden light. Strong winds filled the air and clouds churned. As the winds blew and clouds churned, it contained a vast state of kingship. This was a sword of kingship. With the support of Sima Lingshuan's 60% comprehended sword intent, the state of kingship appeared very tyrannical and mighty. It faintly gave off the boldness of 10,000 swords. It was the king of swords. Dang! The two swords quickly clashed. Lu Xiaoyun's sword was knocked back with a bang. Then, it broke into two pieces. As for Sima Lingshuan's sword, it gave off a xiao sound and easily stabbed into the wind cloud platform with a brilliant sword intent. Cracks appeared in the sword, and dragon qi immediately soared up. The hazy dragon qi increased the aura of that proud sword significantly. The sharpness of the sword of kingship soared into the clouds, nearly breaking the wind cloud barrier in the sky. Before that sword of kingship, Lu Xiaoyun could not resist at all. The difference between their sword intent and sword intent was too great. The sword was a swordsman's second clone. This sword had followed Lu Xiaoyun for an unknown number of days and nights. It had killed countless enemies. Unknowingly, it had already infused Lu Xiaoyun's qi, blood, and soul. Now that the sword broke, blood leaked out of a corner of Lu Xiaoyun's lips. His complexion turned pale, and his mind became extremely fatigued. After being defeated in one move, Sima Lingxian immediately swallowed up a significant portion of Lu Xiaoyun's 20-meter-long golden dragon, making it much dimmer. However, Sima Lingshuan's golden dragon did not grow much longer. It was still 27 meters long. With Xiao Chen's current luck, unless he defeated the 8 giants, it would be hard for his golden dragon to grow any longer. Lu Xiaoyun wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips. He was not in a rush to get off the wind cloud platform. Instead, he closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the state of Sima Lingshuan's sword when the two swords clashed. After a long time, Lu Xiaoyun opened his eyes. His pale face revealed a gratified expression as he picked up the two broken swords from the wind cloud platform. When competing with swordsmen, I always use my full power. I will not hold anything back. Sima Lingxian said something that others could not understand. Then, he gently landed on the wind cloud platform. However, Lu Xiaoyun was slightly stunned. He understood what Sima Lingxian meant. He was advising him not to be dispirited. However, Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof character. It would be impossible for him to console others directly. Hence, he was beating around the bush. The first round of the competition ended amidst everyone's excitement. Of the 8 giants, Wang Quan and Li Tianhua were defeated, losing their chance to fight for the first rank. The 2 giants' matches did not disappoint the crowd. Xiao Chen fought against Wang Quan and Xianyuan Zhantian fought against Li Tianhua. These 2 people were the new talents of this 5-nation youth competition. They suddenly rose to prominence and advanced rapidly. Their achievements rose steadily. The golden dragon circling above their heads grew crazily, not stopping at all. This was especially so for Xiao Chen. He was even more unfathomable. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had not been defeated once. Under the circumstances where many cultivators did not think highly of him, Xiao Chen kept on winning, defeating all his opponents. Just when everyone thought that his winning streak was about to end, he would reveal some of his trump cards and defeat his opponent. No one knew how many trump cards Xiao Chen had. This youth from the great Qin nation wore white robes and held a saber. He defeated all the outstanding talents, noble clans disciples, sect disciples, and veteran giants. He was neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing. He always had a clear and indifferent expression on his face. First match, Bai Qi against Yu Chenxi. The 94th round began. The referee unhurriedly announced the lineups of the 2 sides. This is another battle between giants. I wonder who will push who down. On the road to the peak, one has to win everything in order to reach the top. Failure is not tolerated. The competition has been going on for quite some time. Bai Qi has the 4-season saber technique. I wonder what other trump cards Yu Chenxi will have. In the spectator seats, everyone discussed animatedly, and they were extremely excited. In terms of strength, Yu Chenxi was not much weaker than Xiao Chen. On the wind cloud platform, Bai Qi did not have any intention of underestimating Yu Chenxi. It was like a mountain with steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The path was filled with thorns, and too many climbers had died on it. The few people who could see the summit already had no path of retreat. If they fell, they would be left behind by the other climbers. 3 years of hard work, day and night, achieving success in one go. His dream was right in front of him. He had waited too long for this moment. Bai Qi had too many things to prove. He could not afford to lose. He could not lose. He absolutely could not lose. Fight! 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. Without needing to say anything, the moment the referee announced the start of the match, the momentum that Bai Qi had been storing up erupted. His overwhelming fighting spirit turned into a dazzling saber light as he executed the first strike of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, hacking at Yu Chenxi. Yu Chenxi had a grave expression. Caution filled her pretty face. She had no intention of giving up against Bai Qi. Yu Chenxi took a deep breath and infused her essence into her right fist. A golden light exploded and shattered the saber qi, turning it into a rain of light that fell to the ground. Second heaven-breaking saber strike. Right after the saber light shattered, the second heaven-breaking saber strike with an even more ferocious aura descended. Third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike, Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. He held his saber in his right hand and brandished it continuously. The 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes rained down like a torrential storm. Chapter 594. The saber intent contained a strong saber intent, each strike stronger than the one before. At the start, Yu Chenxi was relaxed. The pressure slowly increased, and he started to move back. Without moving, Bai Qi circulated the essence in his body and turned it into the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, forcing Yu Chenxi back by more than 10 steps. 18th saber strike. Bai Qi roared ferociously. He had not moved since the start of the competition. Now, he finally moved. When he did not move, the saber lights were like a never-ending storm, forcing his opponent back. However, when Bai Qi moved, he was as still as a mountain. There was only a great spirit hidden in his saber. He turned into an ancient divine mountain that could suppress the sun, the moon, the rivers, and the stars. His movements were unpredictable. A grave look flashed in Yuchensi's eyes. When facing the final saber strike of the heaven-breaking saber technique, he brought out the might of the morning sun incantation to the 13th layer. A blazing sun slowly rose from behind him, materializing the state of the morning sun. Light illuminates the sky. With a ferocious roar, Yuchensi leaped up together with the blazing sun. The golden sun made her look as beautiful as a goddess. Everyone stopped breathing, not daring to breathe loudly lest they ruin this beautiful scene. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten that this beautiful scene hid Yuchensi's huge killing move. Bang! A startling explosion rang out, pulling everyone out of the beautiful scenery. Surging shock waves spread out on the wind cloud platform. Beautiful purples and reds filled the air, surging majestically. Cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. What a strong force! It looks like Yuchensi only used less than 70% of his strength in his fight with Nangong Ziyue. I can't see clearly. Has the victor been decided? Who exactly is stronger? If Bai Qi loses like this, it would be a pity. He still has the 4-season saber technique that he has not used yet. That should not be the case. Bai Qi will not lose so easily. Who knows? All I can say is that anything is possible. Before he stepped onto the platform, did you expect Yuchensi to burst forth with such an intense fist wind? In the spectator stands, everyone stood up and circulated their essence to their eyes. They wanted to find the figures of the two people in the multicolored chi waves. However, the thickness and density of the shock wave far surpassed their expectations. They could not see anything at all, so the group of cultivators could not help feeling anxious. The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Amid the heavy shock waves, everyone heard a familiar sound. It was Bai Qi executing the 4-season saber technique. It looked like the final move of this heaven-breaking saber technique lost to Yuchensi's light illuminating the heavens. Otherwise, he would not have used the 4-season saber technique. A delicate shout rang out from the airwaves as well. Yuchensi was fearless in the face of this saber that contained the power of reincarnation. It was hard to tell whether it was warm or cold. As the light exploded, a punch that was even more powerful than the light illuminating the heavens burst forth. Since there was no way to know whether it was cold or warm, then he would directly use force to break through. Whatever Nangong Ziyue could not do, she would do it for Yuchensi. Morning sun breaks dawn, heaven-shattering punch. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions rang out in the shock waves. The sounds were like mountains collapsing and the ground sinking. A huge storm spread out from the center of the exchange. In an instant, the storm blew away the layers of shock waves that filled the arena. The scene on the wind cloud arena reappeared before everyone's eyes. They saw Yuchensi standing on a rainbow bridge. The morning sun flickered behind her, giving off a faint radiance. The wind cloud platform looked peaceful. However, her complexion was extremely red, causing her beautiful face to appear somewhat sickly, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of worry in their hearts. In front of her, Bai Qi's long robes fluttered as he slowly moved back. Then, he slowly floated to the ground like a willow leaf. Bai Qi's complexion looked much better than Yuchensi's. However, his expression turned completely sullen. He retreated. Everyone immediately became excited. Bai Qi, who executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, was actually knocked back by Yuchensi. Breaking technique with brute force. This is breaking technique with brute force. Although it is called coincidence, Bai Qi's first saber strike contained the power of the cycle of seasons. Just the power of the cycle of seasons is not something that ordinary people can block. However, not only did Yuchensi knock back the power of the cycle of seasons, but he even broke the other party's state of spring water. Strong. He can still break the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. A woman does not lose to a man. With this move, Yu Chenxi can put us to shame. All the cultivators in the spectator stands became excited at this moment. The first move of the four-season saber technique was actually knocked back. Everyone was filled with shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Their expressions were very excited. Spring is over, and summer is coming. The flowing fire mercilessly illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun. When Baiqi landed on the ground, he did not hesitate. He shouted and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. Spring is over, and summer is coming. The flowing fire of the seventh month burns mercilessly. However, there was a boundless fighting spirit in Baiqi's heart. It was even stronger than the blazing sun of the seventh month. His heart was higher than the sky. This was the state that the Saber Emperor, Bai Shuehe, had obtained from summer. Baiqi copied it and executed it. When the boundless carelessness turned into a saber technique, it became a dazzling fiery light. There was a valiance that could swallow mountains and rivers. Pointing at the sky and stepping on the ground, there is only one saber. Baiqi's voice was not loud. However, the instant he executed the saber technique, his aura suddenly magnified infinitely. It was very tyrannical. The hearts of the crowd in the spectator stands could not help but tighten. They had already taken the place of Yu Chenxi long ago. When they saw Baiqi's horrifying second saber strike, they could not help but worry for Yu Chenxi. The sun rises from the east, red like fire. How can the blazing sun be defeated so easily? The lofty aspirations in my heart will never extinguish. I dare to go up to the 9 heavens to grab the bright moon. A red sun illuminates the 9 provinces. The light of the rivers for thousands of kilometers will never be extinguished. Yu Chenxi's flushed face glowed with pride. A lofty aspiration burst forth from her chest. A 7-colored pillar of light appeared behind her. Scarlet, orange, red, green, azure, blue, and purple formed a miraculous 7-colored light. She turned into the blazing sun and shot out from the multicolored light. A fist several times stronger than the one before clashed with Baiqi's tyrannical saber strike. Bang! The moment they clashed, the multicolored light behind her shattered, turning into a multicolored light that scattered over the wind cloud platform. She vomited a large mouthful of blood, and her complexion turned even redder. Only the dim morning sun continued to rise proudly behind her. On the other side, Baiqi was in an even worse state. In an instant, he was knocked back 100 meters. His speed did not decrease as he continued crashing into the wind cloud barrier. Once again, Yu Chenxi knocked back the second move of the four-season saber technique. Good! The crowd was very excited. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands cheered in unison. Their shouts pierced through the clouds, and the entire wind cloud platform seemed to tremble. They were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. Baiqi broke another punch. The Haotian sect's Yu Chenxi might really be able to create a miracle. He might use brute force to break technique and defeat the famous four-season saber technique, becoming the greatest dark horse of this 5-season saber tournament. The wind is heartless, and summer is coming to an end. The people are like leaves, too sentimental. Even at death's door, they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. Just as Baiqi was about to crash into the wind cloud barrier, he forcefully turned around. He pushed off the wind cloud barrier and executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The world is heartless, the great Tao is heartless. This saber strike is cold and filled with love. It sweeps through the world with the might of the autumn wind. Can Yu Chenxi block it? Outside the wind cloud platform, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. His mind quickly tried to simulate Baiqi's four-season saber technique. From the moment Baiqi executed long-lasting spring water, Xiao Chen placed all his attention on him. Xiao Chen's already much stronger spiritual sense pierced through the wind cloud barrier and turned into specks of light hidden in the air. He paid close attention to Bai Qi's every move. Bai Shuehe truly lives up to being a saber emperor. It looks like he held back against me, a junior, in the ancient desolate tower. Otherwise, with the four-season saber technique, I would not even be able to block one move from him. Xiao Chen quickly analyzed in his heart. However, when Bai Qi executed it, it lacks some spirituality. It seems more artificial. How unfortunate. Not to mention Xiao Chen, the other giants, Xianyuan Zhantian, Chu Chaoyun, and even Sima Lingxian, all watched Bai Qi's every move without blinking. The four-season saber technique was too famous. It was rare for Yu Chenxi to help them push Bai Qi to this extent. If they did not properly comprehend the mysteries within, it would be a waste of this opportunity. It looks like I overestimated you. Your saber technique is pretty good, but your talent is still lacking. Sima Lingxian shared the same opinion as Xiao Chen. As he looked at Bai Qi on the wind cloud platform, a calm look flashed in his eyes. The confidence in his chest grew even stronger. Yu Chenxi's pretty face was extremely beautiful. Her bright red face looked like it would bleed at any moment. This was an extremely abnormal state. Clearly, she had already reached her limits. She might not be able to block the third saber strike. In the sky, the pitch-black curtain of night was like an overturned cauldron. It directly flipped over and shrouded this part of the world. Just like that, night fell quietly. Bai Qi had not given up yet. Yu Chenxi still wanted to persevere, so she executed the strongest state of the morning sun fist. In the darkness, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He muttered, "This girl is pushing too hard." The deep night was boundless and boundless. It was so dark that one would not be able to see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Humans had an innate fear and resistance to night. Hence, they called for the morning sun, hoping that the light would never be extinguished. Xiao. Amid this boundless anticipation, the blazing sun broke through the night sky. Its boundless light shone on every corner of the wind cloud platform. Under the tempering of the night sky, this blazing sun looked different from the rest. Its light seemed eternal and inextinguishable. A red sun illuminated the 9 provinces, all the darkness could not be seen. When facing Bai Qi's four-season saber technique's third move, Yu Chenxi still chose to use brute force to break technique. She prepared to use the strongest power of the morning sun to break the emotionless autumn wind. Bai Qi's expression was cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. The emotionless autumn wind blew behind him. Then, he charged forward with this sweeping saber strike. Boom! A strong saber light flashed in the wind cloud platform. Following that, a dazzling light enveloped the entire wind cloud platform. Bai Qi looked at the crowd in the wind cloud platform. Aside from light, there was nothing else in his eyes. Chapter 595. There was neither silence nor scenery. There was no sound, no scene reflected in his eyes. All that was left was the pure light that drifted about. With a cracking sound, a resonant dragon roar rang out from within the light. The endless autumn wind blew gently, sweeping away the specks of light one by one. The autumn wind rose and fell. In midair, Bai Qi held his saber with one hand, drifting with the undulating autumn wind. Everyone looked up and saw Yu Chenxi lying weakly on the ground, her complexion completely pale. The morning sun behind her had already dimmed to the point where it did not give off any light at all. Only a pale glow remained, like a flickering spark that would be extinguished by the wind at any moment. A long crack appeared on the ground, splitting the wind cloud platform in half. As the electric light flashed, the wind cloud platform slowly healed. Bai Qi sheathed his saber, and the autumn wind in the arena spun around and returned to his saber. Bai Qi landed on the ground, and blood appeared at the corner of his lips. However, he was in a much better state than Yu Chenxi. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker, who was the victor and who was the loser. Bai Qi's golden dragon roared ferociously and swallowed up Yu Chenxi's 23-meter-long golden dragon. After that, the golden dragon grew to 23 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxian. Yu Chenxi, who was on the ground, tried to stand up weakly. Bai Qi knew his condition, so he sent out a cool breeze and gently helped Yu Chenxi up. Yu Chenxi said softly, "Many thanks." Bai Qi looked deeply at this girl who had caught 3 of his saber strikes. A trace of respect flashed in the depths of his eyes. He performed a cup fist salute and said, "I have to thank you as well. You showed me some of the inadequacies of the 4-season saber technique. I hope that we can have a chance to exchange pointers in the future." Gladly. The earth-shattering and intense battle just now had turned into gusts of cool breeze amidst the conversation between the two of them, and the tense atmosphere was gone with the wind. Our generation of martial artists should be like this, winning fair and aboveboard, losing convincingly, being able to pick up and let go, being open-minded. The elders of the Haotian sect nodded and smiled. With Yu Chenxi's strength, it was certain that he would be in the top 5. This was the best result the Haotian sect had ever achieved. When the two of them walked off the dueling platform, the experts of their sects, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly received them. They used spirit pills and profound cultivations to heal the two of them, recovering their combat prowess. In this round, Xiao Chen's opponent was a personal disciple of one of the 10 great sects, Dongfang Yubai. The two of them had never fought before. In the face of Xiao Chen, who was extremely popular and had unfathomable strength, Dongfang Yubai held on to a sliver of hope. He believed that he still had some trump cards hidden, so he did not choose to admit defeat immediately. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He exchanged a few moves with this person. After his opponent used up all his trump cards, there was no longer any martial technique that could pique his interest. So, Xiao Chen lost his patience and used his 60% comprehended saber intent. Then, he used the lightning tribulation saber technique to defeat his opponent in 3 strikes. The absolute strength caused Dongfang Yubai's heart to turn to ashes. After defeating Dongfang Yubai, Xiao Chen's golden dragon grew significantly. It reached 26 meters, only 1 meter away from 27 meters. However, there was still some distance between him and Bai Qi. This was due to Xiao Chen's insufficient accumulations. After all, he had not participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition and obtained more luck. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. As long as he stood at the peak, his luck would naturally surpass everyone else's. Next match, Sima Lingxian against Wang Quan. After 20 moves, Wang Quan, who had used his cloning technique, could no longer hold on. Sima Lingxian did not even use his quintessence. Wang Quan only used his state of kingship and the Son of Heaven's sword technique, together with his 60% comprehended sword intent, to the point where Wang Quan could not retaliate. After losing to Xiao Chen, Wang Quan lost to Sima Lingxian. This time, it was difficult for Wang Quan to even get into the top 3. When the 94th round of matches came to an end, another match between giants arrived, Xianyuan Zhantian against Chu Chaoyun. For the sake of preserving their strength in the elimination round, the two had chosen to fight in a tacit manner. After one move, they ended in a draw. Draws were not allowed in the ranking matches. A victor had to be decided. Furthermore, at this moment, the two had not lost a single match. At this crucial moment, neither could afford to lose. If they lost, they would lose the chance to reach the top. They had to do their best. Xianyuan Zhantian comprehended the higher-ranked state of kingship from the state of the sea. Chu Chaoyun should have some trump cards that he has not revealed yet. The battle between these two should be about the same. It will be much more exciting than the battle between Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan. Their chances of victory are about the same. However, I still favor Xianyuan Zhantian. After all, he was the only one who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian back then. Clearly, the attention this battle received was much greater than that of Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan's battle. Xiao Chen could tell this from the discussions in the surroundings. Xiao Chen paid special attention to this battle as well. He had always feared Chu Chaoyun, finding him unfathomable. From the start of the battle until now, Chu Chaoyun had not revealed many of his trump cards. Now that Chu Chaoyun was facing Xianyuan Zhantian, he could see how strong Xianyuan Zhantian was. When Xianyuan Zhantian faced Chu Chaoyun, he showed a grave expression. He casually swung his heavenly war halberd, and a vast sea spread out from behind him. Xianyuan Zhantian brought out the vast state of water to its limits. Instantly, waves surged up and down. As Xianyuan Zhantian stood on that vast sea, he held up his heavenly war halberd and looked around arrogantly. "Rise!" Xianyuan Zhantian shouted, and a huge wave soared up from the sea. He held the heavenly war halberd with both hands and hacked down. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyun. Within the golden light, Chu Chaoyun's aura was boundlessly holy. Every inch of his clothes and every strand of his hair gave off a faint golden glow. Shio! A resonant sound rang out as Chu Chaoyun drew his sword. A sword intent spread out as he swung his sword in the wind, giving off a bright light. Before the heavenly war halberd could reach Chu Chaoyun, the golden sword easily blocked Xianyuan Zhantian's vast halberd strike. Berserk Dragon Burst. After his first move failed, Xianyuan Zhantian quickly switched to another move. The waves under his feet spun wildly, forming a huge whirlpool. He turned into a flood dragon and hit himself. The waves rolled, and the gales didn't stop. The powerful concept of water lingered and pervaded the entire arena, causing everyone to feel as if they were really in a vast ocean, and for no reason, a feeling of insignificance arose in their hearts. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and looked at the incoming berserk dragon burst. Instead of advancing, he retreated. A bright light flickered in his deep eyes as he looked at the whirlpool of the water dragon. It was like everything before his eyes was just an illusion. Heaven-destroying sword. The light that drifted down from the sword suddenly condensed into a line, turning into a dense sword light that shot forward. With the support of the sword will, the golden light even tore thin cracks in the void. N. A muffled groan came from the water dragon burst. Xianyuan Zhantian, who was hidden within, brandished his heavenly war halberd and quickly retreated. When the berserk water dragon burst was within 2 centimeters of Chu Chaoyun, it shattered into droplets of rain and fell from the sky. They shattered and turned into droplets of rain falling from the sky. When they landed on the wind cloud platform, the droplets of rain exploded. The energy contained in the droplets of rain blasted out a horrifying shock wave, blowing out a boundless shock wave. Just a drop of rain had such power, it was very shocking. As the golden light spread out, before the strong raindrops could get close to Chu Chaoyun, they turned into hazy steam. Chu Chaoyun focused his gaze and seized the initiative. He did not hesitate to rush forward and launch a sharp counterattack. Dang! 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 The sea churned and the waves roared. Light filled the place. Amid the horrifying waves, the two quickly exchanged moves. In an instant, they each exchanged more than 100 moves. Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would find it hard to turn the situation around once he grasped hold of an opportunity. The longer the fight dragged on, the more opportunities he would have at the very beginning. Along the way, several of Chu Chaoyun's opponents had been forced into a corner by Chu Chaoyun. Before they could execute their best moves, they had already been defeated. Taking advantage of the opening in Xianyuan Zhantian's berserk dragon burst, Chu Chaoyun launched his counterattack. Since then, he had been at the upper hand. He launched a chain of attacks accompanied by flickering golden light, not stopping at a single one. I can't drag this out. Xianyuan Zhantian felt wary. The situation had not reached a point where it could not be salvaged yet. However, if this continued, the rhythm of the battle would fall into Chu Chaoyun's control. At that time, even if Xianyuan Zhantian did not want to lose, he would be defeated. He might end up like the others, not even having the chance to execute his best moves. I am the yellow sky's son, the king of the 4 seas. The might of a king, sweeping through everything before me. Xianyuan Zhantian roared in his heart and finally brought out his state of kingship. In that instant, 81 pillars of waves shot up into the sky from the vast sea behind him. The entire sea surged up, and the vast state of kingship surged out. This caused Xianyuan Zhantian's aura to change. The heavenly war halberd swept out like a roaring flood dragon. Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He immediately sent out a screen of golden swords before retreating. Boom! 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 The rage of a king, splattering the mountains and rivers with blood. The screen of swords that Chu Chaoyun sent out did not have any effect. The heavenly war halberd tore through the screen of swords without any fear and struck the sword in front of Chu Chaoyun's chest. The qi and blood in Chu Chaoyun's body trembled endlessly as he retreated. When he landed, he left 2-3 centimeter deep footprints in the ground. I did not expect his state of kingship to have already reached such a level. He does not even need a moment to change it. Chu Chaoyun adjusted his breathing for a while and thought to himself, if I make a mistake, the situation will be gone. After Xianyuan Zhantian brought out the state of kingship, his strength instantly increased. His aura reached an oppressive level as he looked coldly at Chu Chaoyun. Xianyuan Zhantian roared ferociously, receive my move. Point to the heavens, trample on the earth. The 4 seas surged as Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his heavenly war halberd at the sky. A berserk energy surged out. A formless energy shot out from the tip of the halberd and tore a small hole in the wind cloud barrier. Even inferior grade martial monarchs could not break the wind cloud barrier. Unexpectedly, Xianyuan Zhantian broke it with one point of his halberd. The expressions of the several martial monarchs in the city lord's residence changed. Chapter 596. Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang, said sullenly, this fellow's strength and sharpness are comparable to some inferior grade martial monarchs. The more horrifying thing was yet to come. Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his halberd forward and stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. A long crack appeared on the wind cloud platform and quickly spread out. The huge wind cloud platform instantly split in half. Using the huge rebound force from his foot, Xianyuan Zhantian's speed broke through Mach 4, reaching the level of martial monarch. In a flash, he arrived before Chu Chaoyun. Life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's reaction was even faster than the eyes of the cultivators in the spectator stands. The instant Xianyuan Zhantian took 7 steps, Chu Chaoyun let go of his sword. Then, he quickly drew a golden circle with his right palm. In an instant, 8 beams of light descended from the sky. At this moment, Chu Chaoyun's eyes turned completely golden. He gave off a feeling of nobility, honor, strength, and pride. Go! Xianyuan Zhantian smacked his palm heavily on the sword hilt floating in front of him. The golden pillar of light quickly elongated, just in time to welcome Xianyuan Zhantian, who was charging over with an aura of supremacy. Dang! Xianyuan Zhantian moved so fast that no one could see him in the air. Under the pressure of the golden light, he reappeared with his shield. The sword that followed immediately struck Xianyuan Zhantian. The timing of that sword strike was extremely precise. It was like a spiritual sword strike, magnificent and unmatched. Chu Chaoyun had struck the weak point of Xianyuan Zhantian's move. Chu Chaoyun easily broke the halberd move that pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground in a few moves. Ha ha ha! Unexpectedly, you can break my point to the heavens, drawing earth like this. What an eye-opener! What an eye-opener! In that case, receive another move from me. Xianyuan Zhantian felt extremely delighted. He did not feel dispirited at having his trump card broken. He laughed loudly and sent out all sorts of strong trump cards with the support of the state of kingship. Amidst the surging waves, he attacked Chu Chaoyun. Every move of Xianyuan Zhantian's was not inferior to point to heaven trampling on the earth. Several cracks appeared on the wind cloud platform. The speed at which the wind cloud platform recovered could not keep up with Xianyuan Zhantian's speed of destruction. Chu Chaoyun didn't panic. His eyes were filled with endless golden light. 8 rays of golden light enveloped him. As he brandished his sword, he looked like a god walking in the world. Shaochen brought out the might of the state of light to an inconceivable level. He clashed head-on with Xianyuan Zhantian's state of kingship, not giving way at all, breaking all of Xianyuan Zhantian's moves. I have not felt so satisfied in a long time. You managed to break through 18 of my trump cards. Chu Chaoyun, if you can receive my next move, then I, Xianyuan Zhantian, can only concede defeat. Xianyuan Zhantian roared loudly and said, until the end of time, never ending. The surrounding ocean began to change strangely. First, it turned into a river, then into a lake, and finally into a small stream. In the end, the boundless ocean turned into an endless plain, and there were many farmlands on the plain. In that instant, all the cultivators watching saw time flow. The vast ocean slowly turned into mulberry fields. The strange transformation made people truly feel the meaning of the end of the world. The prosperity of the world was like a fleeting cloud. When facing such a long time, everyone felt insignificant for some reason. Even the vast ocean could turn into mulberry fields. What did a person count for? However, there was always an exception to everything. Amidst the vicissitudes of time, there was a person who never stopped. After the tempering of 10,000 years, the state of kingship on his body gained an ancient and heavy air, becoming several times stronger. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed. Until the end of time, I am still here. The state of kingship, never ending. Using the state of kingship, Xianyuan Zhantian tempered his state of kingship for 10,000 years in one breath. Then, he quickly made his move. Just thinking about it made everyone tremble in fear. How was one supposed to block such a horrifying attack? The ancient aura on the halberd made everyone feel incredibly heavy, like a mountain pressing down on them. The heavy state of kingship leaked out of Xianyuan Zhantian's control. This aura immediately tore small spatial tears in space. Sima Lingxian frowned slightly. This was the first time a martial technique that he could not understand appeared in the wind cloud platform. He could not help but sink into deep thought. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in his mind. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself, so, that is how it is. I nearly got frightened by him. He is not a true sage. How can he materialize a 10,000-year mysterious phenomenon? He only copied the state of kingship and simulated it. This mysterious phenomenon can only last for 3 breaths. However, even so, it is already very strong. With the 10,000-year state of kingship, Chu Chaoyun will definitely lose. In contrast to Sima Lingshuan's opinion, Shao Qin shook his head. He did not think highly of this move, but he did not say anything. When facing this peak halberd strike, Chu Chaoyun's expression finally turned grave. Chu Chaoyun's right hand quickly formed ancient hand seals, and the 8 pillars of light descending from the sky gathered together. Then, the light scattered and poured into Chu Chaoyun's body. This gave the golden light on Chu Chaoyun's body a texture. Shao Qin was slightly stunned. He quickly sent out his spiritual sense and said softly, "Incredible." Unexpectedly, he managed to condense his essence into a solid state. I thought that I was the only one under martial monarch who could do that. At this moment, Chu Chaoyun was completely golden from head to toe. His holy and proud aura became even denser. As the light gathered, Chu Chaoyun did not move at all. He looked like a golden statue carved by a divine craftsman. Seeing his opponent not moving, Xianyuan Zhantian had a strange feeling in his heart. However, this 10,000-year state of kingship could only last for 1 breath. This was Xianyuan Zhantian's killing move. If his opponent did not lose, he would suffer a strong backlash and lose his combat prowess. He could only continue fighting, there was no other way. Ka Xie. When the heavenly war halberd was less than half a meter away from Chu Chaoyun, who had turned into a golden statue that looked like it had been there since ancient times, moved. The light gathered on Chu Chaoyun's body suddenly burst out. All 321 acupoints in his body gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off millions of strands of light. The 300-odd acupoints all merged together. The boundless light layered over each other, so many that it was impossible to count. There were millions, 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 billions. On the wind cloud platform, Chu Chaoyun was like a blazing sun, giving off a piercing golden light. Eternal light. Chu Chaoyun chanted softly. When he opened his mouth, golden syllables drifted out. They were like divine sounds, solemn, and inviolable. The sword in Chu Chaoyun's hand moved as fast as lightning. The complicated sword art should not have been able to be seen with the naked eye. However, under the endless layers of golden light, every one of Chu Chaoyun's actions was broken down. Every time Chu Chaoyun swung his sword, time paused. It was like another Chu Chaoyun had appeared in the world. Amid the layers of light, Chu Chaoyun swung his sword a total of 99,900 times. Every time he swung his sword, he used his full power. Unexpectedly, the eternal light and unending to the end of time had similar results. The cultivators in the spectator stands immediately felt the similarities and could not help but feel excited. Originally, they thought that Xianyuan Zhantian had used unending to the end of time, tempering his state of kingship for 10,000 years in the blink of an eye. Who knew, the silent Chu Chaoyun executed eternal light and also swung his sword 9,900 times in that instant. There was no way to tell who would win or lose. The countless figures merged together in the blink of an eye and gave off a bright light. Chu Chaoyun's eternal light, which contained the might of 99,900 sword strikes, clashed with Xianyuan Zhantian's unending to the end of time, which he had tempered for 10,000 years. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The crowd, who had been watching closely, could not react in time. They did not even have time to hear the sound of the explosion. The instant the two of them executed their killing moves, a strong energy burst forth. That energy surpassed the two's control. Xianyuan Zhantian did not have time to react. He shot back like a cannonball with a whoosh. He broke through the strong wind cloud barrier and landed in one of the spectator stands without losing any momentum. A rumbling explosion resounded, and many people were thrown off their feet. Several cultivators were caught up in the shockwaves, suffering from an unexpected calamity. They immediately fainted from their severe injuries. Whoosh! 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 However, just as Chu Chaoyun was about to be knocked back by that energy, a beam of golden light descended from the sky and exploded. Then, another beam of golden light descended. A total of 9 beams of golden light soared into the sky. When the beams of light exploded, they managed to negate that unbelievably strong impact. Chu Chaoyun stood on the wind cloud platform with a pale complexion. He panted slightly, and his expression was extremely unsightly. His clothes were tattered. The golden light had already vanished long ago. His holy aura was no longer pure. Although he was in a sorry state, he still stood on the wind cloud platform. Compared to Xianyuan Zhantian, who had been knocked out of the wind cloud platform, his fate unknown, victory was clear. When the hundreds of thousands of spectators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They had not expected a duel below martial monarch to cause such a huge commotion. Even the wind cloud barrier could not withstand it. The referee was extremely shocked as well. However, he was very experienced and quickly recovered his wits. He said, "Chu Chaoyun wins. You gained 2 points." Only after a long time did the crowd react. They all sighed. Things have really changed. A duel between half-step martial monarchs actually caused such a commotion. It is no weaker than an inferior grade martial monarch. Bai Qi's 4-season saber technique's third move nearly broke the wind cloud barrier. If he had used the 4th or 5th move, this wind cloud barrier would not have been able to stop him. That Sima Lingxian definitely has the strength to break the wind cloud barrier as well. If these fellows advance to martial monarch, then the martial monarchs of the older generation will not be able to compete with them. I have a feeling that the doors to the Kunlun realm will open in this 5-nation youth competition. The envoys from the previous 5-nation youth competition will come. Amid the clamor, Shaoqin had already closed his eyes and started resting. Chu Chaoyun's strength had finally bottomed out. In this case, he would no longer fear anyone in this 5-nation youth competition. The path to the peak was within reach. Next match, Xiao vs Bai Qi. In the 95th round, it was finally Xiao Chen's turn. This time, his opponent was the noble clan disciple known as the strongest bladesman of the younger generation, Bai Qi. Chapter 597. The two genius bladesmen finally clashed. Let's see how far Xiao Chen can push Bai Qi. There are still two moves of the four-season saber technique that he has not used yet, the winter saber and the final cycle of seasons. I wonder what other trump cards Xiao Chen has. Without the four-season saber technique, with Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber intent, he would be able to deal with Bai Qi. He would even have a good chance of victory. How unfortunate. They are both bladesmen, but he ran into Bai Qi, who has the four-season saber technique. Being able to comprehend 60% comprehended saber intent is sufficient to prove that Xiao Chen's talent as a bladesman is stronger than Bai Qi's. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's accumulations are weaker. Although Xiao Chen had a winning streak and the strength he displayed was unfathomable, the crowd still did not think highly of him against Bai Qi. This was because Bai Qi had the four-season saber technique and had practiced it to great perfection. There were many aspects to a cultivator's combat prowess. Cultivation was the foundation. Martial techniques could bring out this foundation to its greatest effect. For example, if a person's foundation was 1,000 martial techniques, if they had a strong martial technique, they would be able to bring out 100%, even 200%. Just a little bit more and he would only be able to bring out 70% of the martial technique's power, or even half of it. Strong martial techniques were the dreams of all cultivators. This was also one of the important reasons why the great sects could attract so many genius cultivators. Aside from some hidden places, waiting for people to discover the strong martial techniques in the world, the ones that were publicly known were all in the hands of the great sections. Without a doubt, the Bai clan was a noble clan that could rival a great sect. The four-season saber technique was a martial technique that could bring out 200% of its power, maybe even 3 times. In the crowd's opinion, if Xiao Chen did not have a 60% comprehended saber intent, he would not be a match for Bai Qi with the strength he displayed. He would not even be able to receive one move. 60% comprehended saber intent added some variables to this battle, attracting the crowd's attention. On the wind cloud platform, a strong fighting spirit burned in Bai Qi's heart. The sound of sabers humming appeared in the depths of his eyes. The sharp saber will turn into a ray of unparalleled sharpness, piercing through the obstruction of the void like a sharp knife, shooting towards Xiao Chen. The formless gaze seemed to have substance, bringing with it gusts of wind as it slowly moved towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and the saber intent gushing from his eyes whistled out. The slowly approaching wind stopped between the two of them, and then suddenly exploded. Clang! In the void, there was the crisp sound of weapons clashing. The berserk saber intent pierced through the wind cloud barrier and scattered in all directions. Several cultivators nearby could not help but tighten their grip on their weapons. They were evenly matched. In terms of aura, no one was able to gain any advantage. However, this was not the result that Xiao Chen wanted. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, and the saber intent that Xiao Chen sent out suddenly condensed into a line like an invisible saber. Chi-chi! The saber intent tore through the air, giving off a piercing screech. It scattered Bai Qi's aura in one go and carried the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent as it flew forward. Surprise appeared in Bai Qi's eyes. Without much time to think, he could only tilt his head slightly. Hu Qi! The saber intent turned into a formless energy that brushed past Bai Qi's face. His fine black hair slowly drifted down. When Bai Qi saw his fine black hair drift down, he was extremely shocked. In a clash of auras, Xiao Chen defeated him without any suspense. Bai Qi looked at Xiao Chen again, becoming more cautious. He said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Your talent in the saber technique is indeed stronger than mine. If you have another 2 years and you become a martial monarch, I will not be a match for you. When one became a martial monarch, all the essence in one's body would be refined into quintessence. That would be sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. The advantage of the four-season saber technique would not be that great. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not deny the other party's words. He said calmly, "Do you want to wait another 2 years? You will know soon enough." When the cultivators in the spectators' stands saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, they were surprised. They said doubtfully, "Strange, where does this Xiao Chen get such big words from? It is like he is very confident and does not care about Bai Qi at all." Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, Bai Qi's face sank. He said coldly, "White-robed blades man, don't overestimate yourself. I was just flattering you. Don't really think that you are my match." Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and said indifferently, "I have never overestimated myself. You are not my match now. 2 years from now, you will be even less of a match for me. Since you are not going to make a move, I will." Ka Xie. After Xiao Chen spoke, he drew his lunar shadow saber. Strong winds gathered from all directions. Clouds churned in the sky, heading for Xiao Chen's head. Winds blew everywhere, and clouds gathered. This was the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. As Xiao Chen moved, he arrived before Bai Qi in a few flashes. Xiao Chen infused his 60% comprehended saber intent with the momentum of wind and clouds as he charged forward. Bai Qi quickly drew his saber and brought out his peak small perfection saber intent to its limits. He shouted, "Heaven-breaking saber technique, first move." Dang! The sabers clashed, and Xiao Chen pressed forward gently. A surging force surged over. Bai Qi felt the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent head-on and was forced back by more than 20 meters. Dang! 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 After gaining the upper hand in one move, Xiao Chen did not hesitate. His entire body turned into a saber, radiating a sharp light as he executed all sorts of attacks. When Xiao Chen brought out his 60% comprehended saber intent, its might was startling. Bai Qi, who was not mentally prepared, was caught off guard. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat again and again. Before Xiao Chen's overwhelming aura, Bai Qi could not gather the momentum of his heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. In that instant, he retreated more than 200 meters. Bai Qi's expression turned cold as he no longer held back. He brought out the quintessence that he had successfully refined. The saber immediately gave off a dazzling blue light. As the saber light danced about, tiny, pitch-black cracks appeared in the air. This greatly increased the might of this move, and its aura more than doubled. Essence and quintessence. There was a difference of one word, but there was a world of difference. Just a fifth of quintessence already had such might. It was hard to imagine how horrifying the strength of martial monarchs who had refined all their essence into quintessence would be. Heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. 16th saber technique, furious chopping the heavens. Back off! Bai Qi roared ferociously. He wanted to use the quintessence to turn the situation around. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. His eyes turned scarlet, and a horrifying state of massacre spread out. It merged with the peak state of thunder, and the lunar shadow saber gave off a strange purple-red light. The one retreating is you. Winds and clouds gather, thunder everywhere, heed my call. Earthly lightning tribulation. The 60% comprehended saber intent, the peak state of massacre, and the peak state of thunder all merged together. The earthly lightning tribulation of the lightning tribulation saber technique burst out at this moment. The strong energy contained in the saber was enough to make one tremble. Its aura was no weaker than Bai Qi's, in fact, it was slightly stronger. Boom! A purple bolt of lightning descended from the thundercloud whirlpool above. Xiao Chen's earthly lightning tribulation struck Bai Qi's saber heavily. Bang! 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 Sparks flew from the tip of the saber. Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He pressed his saber against his opponent's saber, forcing Bai Qi to move back frantically. Shock flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. He was very surprised. What cultivation technique does this fellow cultivate? His essence can actually turn solid. Even with the two states, 60% comprehended saber intent, and 1/5 of my quintessence, I still cannot block him. Xiaoqin has not even condensed quintessence, and he is already so strong. What will happen when he starts refining quintessence? Xiaoqin forced Bai Qi back again. The power of thunder behind Xiaoqin had already completely formed, reaching its peak. Thunderclouds churned, and the sky changed color. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere spread out, making everyone feel like a lightning tribulation was about to descend. Furthermore, Xiaoqin was the emotionless heavenly Tao that executed the lightning tribulation. Heavenly Lightning Chop. Xiaoqin executed the second move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The white-robed Xiaoqin's body gave off a bright purple light. When he swung his saber, it turned into heavenly lightning descending from the sky. Bai Qi's eyes flickered. He finally made up his mind to temporarily give up on fighting Xiaoqin. He brandished his saber and took a defensive stance. Bang! Like a celestial being, Xiaoqin swung his saber horizontally. There was a dull sound, and blood leaked out of a corner of Bai Qi's mouth as he was knocked into the air. From the start of the competition until now, Xiaoqin's aura flourished, his sharpness unparalleled. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin suppressed Bai Qi all the way, not giving him any opportunities. He forced Bai Qi into a sorry state, forcing him to retreat again and again without any chance to retaliate. Since the start of the elimination round, Bai Qi had never been in such a difficult and wretched state. The cultivators in the spectator stands were all startled. This seemed to be different from what they had expected. This Xiaoqin is extraordinarily strong. If he did not have the four-season saber technique, Bai Qi would have lost for sure. However, it is really unfortunate for Xiaoqin. Indeed, if Xiaoqin had another 2 years, the result of today's battle would definitely be different. Seeing Xiaoqin's strength, several people sighed softly, feeling even more pity for him. The moment the four-season saber technique was executed, the situation immediately turned around. Even someone as strong as Yu Chenxi could not change the result. How could Xiaoqin do it? Right now, Bai Qi was probably waiting for Xiaoqin to finish executing the lightning tribulation saber technique and his momentum to weaken. Then, he would execute the four-season saber technique to reverse the situation. As the crowd spoke, Xiaoqin finally executed the final move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the divine lightning tribulation. Thunderclouds covered the sky, making it dark. It was like the end of the world. The heavy atmosphere made breathing difficult. When Xiaoqin swung his saber, there was only a flash of dazzling purple light in the sky. Countless golden deities in the thundercloud whirlpool above shouted, "Mighty heavenly might! All those who defy it will be killed without mercy." The sound waves spread out, adding a trace of divine might to the aura of Xiaoqin's saber strike. If it were the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founding ancestor executing it, this saber strike would be covered in golden electric light, filled with divine might. Bai Qi's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He drew out all the quintessence in his body and formed a thick quintessence shield in front of him. Bang! Xiaoqin, who was high in the sky earlier, landed before Bai Qi with a flash of electric light. The divine lightning tribulation arrived as planned. Chapter 598. A startling explosion resounded. In that instant, the saber qi tore a long crack in the tough wind cloud platform. The crack continued to extend, and in the blink of an eye, it split the wind cloud platform in half. This saber strike knocked Bai Qi back like a cannonball. Cracks spread across the quintessence shield on his body. It lasted for 3 breaths of time before shattering. However, because of these 3 breaths of time, the might of this divine lightning tribulation decreased significantly. Bai Qi crashed into the wind cloud barrier and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground with a "pa" sound. The electric light vanished, and the strong wind stopped blowing. After Xiaoqin executed the divine lightning tribulation, the might of the wind and thunder slowly vanished. The wind cloud platform regained its calm. Only the dragon chi that came out from the crack still showed the horrifying might of the earlier move. Ha ha ha. The lightning tribulation saber technique truly lives up to its reputation. However, in the end, it did not kill me, Bai Chi. Bai Chi's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. However, he started laughing maniacally, venting all the grievances he had suffered since the start of the competition. Bai Chi's eyes were filled with vigor, and a strong fighting spirit spread out in his heart. He did not feel dispirited at all. Xiao Chen, since I became famous, I have never been in such a sorry state. You have thoroughly infuriated me. Now that your momentum is exhausted, prepare to suffer my, Bai Chi's, rage. The first spurt of energy was like a tiger's. The second spurt of energy weakened, and the third spurt of energy exhausted. This was the effect that Bai Chi wanted. He was waiting for Xiao Chen's aura to reach its peak. Once Xiao Chen's aura reached its peak, Xiao Chen would not be able to defeat him. The instant Xiao Chen's aura fell, Bai Chi would use the four-season saber technique to deal a lightning-quick strike. Then, everything would be over. Xiao Chen would taste the feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant. This was the best way to deal a heavy blow. Not only could he defeat his opponent in the wind cloud platform, but he could also cause his opponent to lose confidence, planting a heart demon in him and preventing him from making any progress in his saber techniques. It's over. Bai Chi is going to execute the four-season saber technique. Someone in the spectator stands could not help but sigh. The result was obvious. The many elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all showed extremely anxious expressions. Jiang Qi said helplessly, "Our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has wronged him. If we had a martial technique that could rival the four-season saber technique, Bai Chi would not be able to be so arrogant." Bai's pure and adorable face was filled with worry. Her bright eyes were glistening with tears, and her brows were filled with worry. Kim Tae-ho flapped his golden fan and sighed. He covered his eyes with the fan and said, "Sigh, forget it. I'm not going to watch anymore." Little brother Xiao Chen still doesn't understand the essence of being a person. If it was me, I would just disdain to fight and admit defeat. That would piss that guy off. The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Bai Chi muttered as he silently executed the first move of the four-season saber technique. The sound of gushing water immediately resounded in the arena. The surging river seemed both warm and cold. Bai Chi's clothes fluttered, and his essence surged without end. Using the surging power of the cycle, Xiao Chen charged at the weakened Xiao Chen, who had a weakened aura. Perhaps it was because Bai Chi had been beaten up by Xiao Chen earlier, to the point where he could not retaliate at all. He felt too sullen. Bai Chi's originally gentle saber strike was filled with resentment. The power of the cycle could not be blocked by a celestial being. When this saber strike was executed, a boundless shockwave surged towards Xiao Chen. The wind and clouds gathered in the wind cloud platform again. Xiao Chen had a calm gaze. He did not feel any joy or sorrow when facing the first move of the four-season saber technique. His heart remained calm and unperturbed. However, when the saber was 1 meter away from him, Xiao Chen casually took a step forward. One step, just one step. Xiao Chen's aura, which had already fallen to rock bottom, suddenly erupted with a might even more ferocious than the divine lightning tribulation. Boom! Thunder roared. In that instant, everything came to life. Birds and beasts cried out. Xiao Chen swung his saber, executing the four-season saber technique Spring Thunder Chop as well. Pu ci. Pu ci. The sound of a flowing river resounded. When the two sabers clashed, an even stronger power of the cycle containing an even more perfected state of spring blasted Bai Chi back again in one breath. Bai Chi's momentum was ferocious. However, the momentum of his flying back was even faster than his momentum. No one could react in time. Bai Chi's body crashed into the wind cloud barrier. The force was so great that cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier behind him. What's going on? What just happened? Did I see wrongly? Why is it Bai Qi who flew back again? Shouldn't Xiao Chen be in trouble after he executed the four-season saber technique? However, why is it that the one knocked back is Bai Qi? Everything happened too quickly. The spectators were dumbfounded, they could not understand what happened. They were not the only ones who could not understand. The martial monarch powerhouses in the city lord's residence exchanged glances with each other, not daring to be too sure. However, the expressions of the Bai clan elders changed drastically. The first elder, who led the group, stared blankly. He muttered to himself, four-season saber technique? How can this be? Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Xiao Chen. He muttered, that's impossible. How did you learn my Bai clan's four-season saber technique? Furthermore, you are stronger than me. I don't believe it. Spring is over, summer is coming. The merciless flowing fire illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun. Bai Qi roared ferociously and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. He was like the blazing sun, his aura swallowing up everything. His heart was higher than the sky as he charged forward with a boundless aura. Spring is over, summer is coming. A blazing sun stands high in the sky, burning through the world. Xiao Chen shouted and took another step forward. He turned into the blazing sun, burning through everything. The light he gave off was several times brighter than Bai Qi's. Bang! The two blazing suns clashed with the power of the cycle of seasons. Two strands of saber qi flew to the side, and a crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Together with the earlier crack, the wind cloud platform split into four pieces. The blazing sun that belonged to Bai Qi lasted for a while before it scattered. Xiao Chen's burning to desolation knocked Bai Qi back with a loud bang. The wind cloud barrier cracked, looking like it would shatter at any moment. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Wounds covered Bai Qi's body from head to toe. His eyes filled with disbelief. Originally, Bai Qi thought that after he executed the four-season saber technique, he would be able to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ended up in an even more miserable state than before. Such a huge drop was like falling from heaven to hell. How could Bai Qi be willing to accept this? The merciless wind, summer is coming. The world is like a leaf, too sentimental. Even at death's door, they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. The autumn wind rustles. The heavenly Tao is merciless. Despite his severely injured body, Bai Qi executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The wind rustles, the rain falls incessantly. The cool wind blows, and the autumn waters ripple. The fated person smiles faintly. I'll give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it? Xiao Chen executed his third move at nearly the same time as Bai Qi. Two soft hums rose and fell on the wind cloud platform, layered over each other, giving everyone a vague poetic feeling. Boom! Before Bai Qi could get close to Xiao Chen, a strand of white saber qi from the lunar shadow saber knocked him back. That seemingly soft saber qi hid a boundless toughness. When it faced the unyielding, merciless autumn wind, it broke the hardness with gentleness. It shattered Bai Qi's saber technique and struck Bai Qi's body. The force from the gentle wind knocked Bai Qi back with a xiu sound. Bai Qi crashed through the wind cloud barrier and turned into a beam of light. Then, he landed in the spectator stands with a huge force. Before the cultivators could react, they were all severely injured. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Bai Qi was a genius bladesman. He was ranked second in the previous five-nation youth competition. He had a powerful saber technique, the four-season saber technique, and could compete with Sima Lingxian. However, at this moment, someone knocked him off the wind cloud platform. His fate was unknown, he was utterly defeated. As for the white-robed bladesman in the arena, his clothes fluttered in the wind. He had a calm expression, not showing any excitement at all. It was like he did not care about Bai Qi from the start. It is as he said. He did not overestimate himself. Bai Qi is indeed not a match for him. The difference is too great. Indeed. From the start to the end, he did not gain any advantage at all. He did not even get a chance to execute the final 2 moves of the 4-season saber technique. With such strength, he is qualified to challenge Sima Lingxian. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, there is now another person who can fight against Sima Lingxian. We did not come to this 5-nation youth competition for nothing. The crowd thought back to what Xiao Chen said before the fight started. He did not overestimate himself. When the crowd thought back, they discovered that he was not boasting. He had just been indifferent. No one had expected such a scene to occur. In the spectator stands, Sima Lingxian, who had maintained a relaxed expression, could not help but stand up. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he felt that he was unfathomable. His confidence, which had never wavered at this moment, stirring up a boundless storm around him. Amid the surging wind, the Sima clan's first elder's face sank. He waved his long sleeves and collected the wild storm back into his sleeves. Then, he said indifferently, "Lingxian, your heart is in a mess." Sima Lingxian recovered his wits and calmed his emotions. He said, "Many thanks to First Elder for making a move. However, it is good that my heart is in a mess. If I am always like an unmoving ancient well, I will not be able to strengthen my mental state. This Xiao Chen is indeed a good whetstone." The First Elder smiled faintly and said, "It is good that you think that way." As Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Chen, a golden flame flashed in his eyes. He revealed a grave expression. It was unknown what he was planning. Xiao Chen wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee announced the results of the match unhurriedly. At this moment, Xiao Chen's golden dragon had finished swallowing up Bai Qi's 25-meter-long golden dragon. His golden dragon flickered with light. Now, it was 27 meters long, equal to Sima Lingxuan's. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people saw this scene, they revealed dreamy expressions. Jiang Qi muttered, "I can't see through it. I really can't see through it at all." Bai's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. His innocent face showed both crying and smiling. He hugged Mu Xinya, who was beside him, and said, "Elder sister Xinya, elder brother Xiao Chen won. He won." Mu Xinya shook her head slightly and revealed a bitter smile. She felt very complicated. Unexpectedly, the youth from many years ago had grown to such a level. Chapter 599. The Bai clan elders looked at Xiao Chen with hostile gazes. They wanted to capture him on the spot and force him to tell them how he learned the 4-season saber technique. However, even though they were upset, they did not dare to act rashly. For the past 10,000 years, the sects that caused trouble during the 5-season competition all did not have a good ending. In the 95th round, after this battle, all the other battles were inferior, giving people a dull and uninteresting feeling. Even the remaining matches of the giants were not worth watching. Occasionally, they would cast their gazes at Xiao Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed. As they discussed in low voices, they were filled with anticipation for Xiao Chen's next appearance. Would he give them another pleasant surprise? After this round of matches ended, only 3 of the 8 giants remained with consecutive victories. They were Xiao Chen, Sima Lingxian, and Chu Chaoyun. The number of people who could climb to the summit had shrunk once again. The champion of this 5-nation youth competition would definitely be one of these 3. As for Bai Qi, whom everyone had placed their hopes on, he had completely lost his qualifications to compete. There were still 5 rounds left. The 3 of them would meet sooner or later. It was just that no one knew who would fight first. Next match, Xiao Chen vs Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen's match started once again. The previously silent atmosphere of the crowd immediately turned lively. All sorts of discussions broke out. Although Xianyuan Zhantian had lost to Chu Chaoyun and lost his qualifications to compete for the first rank, his strength was clear for all to see. No one dared to doubt him. Be it his strong state of kingship or that wondrous martial technique that lasted until the end of time, Xianyuan Zhantian was definitely within the top 3 of the younger generation. If Xianyuan Zhantian's opponent was not Chu Chaoyun, even if he fought against Bai Qi, everyone believed that he had a high chance of victory. If Xianyuan Zhantian fought against Xiao Chen, he might be able to force out some of Xiao Chen's strength, allowing everyone to see through Xiao Chen. Bang! Xianyuan Zhantian did not hold back at all. The instant the match started, he struck the ground heavily with his heavenly war halberd. A vast state of kingship spread out like the sea. Point to the heavens, trample the earth. The surface of the sea surged and 81 waves appeared. Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his finger at the sky and stomped the ground. He charged over with a berserk aura. Xiao Chen instantly merged the 2 states together with his 60% comprehended saber intent and executed Wukuei breaks the heavens. The saber created a long beam of light as it intercepted Xianyuan Zhantian in midair. Using technique to break force, Xiao Chen used the characteristics of Wukuei breaks the heavens to break the ferocious point to heaven and trample on the earth before its might reached its peak. Xiao Chen had never been a cultivator who only knew how to fight head-on. In terms of technique and eyesight, he did not lose to anyone. Taking the initiative, Xiao Chen continuously executed the lightning tribulation saber technique he had been storing up power for. Xiao Chen started an intense battle with Xianyuan Zhantian on the undulating sea. One side had the state of kingship, which ruled over the 4 seas. The other had a 60% comprehended saber intent and the state of thunder massacre. On the wind cloud platform, the 2 were locked in a stalemate. Waves surged and exploded wildly. Thunder rumbled endlessly as scarlet killing chi spread everywhere. Bang! The divine lightning tribulation knocked Xianyuan Zhantian back. Xiao Chen stood in midair, holding his saber with one hand as he faced the wind. Xianyuan Zhantian spun around and stabilized himself. Then, he wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. It looks like other martial techniques do not pose any threat to you. Be careful, I am going to use my killing move. In terms of pure offensive power, Unending Time is stronger than the first 3 moves of the 4-season saber technique. I really want to see how you will deal with it. Right after Xianyuan Zhantian spoke, the vast sea behind him started to turn into the state of changing the sea into mulberry fields. Time was merciless. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. Unending time. Only the eternal state of kingship remained, unending for 10,000 years, everlasting. The strong mysterious phenomenon was completed in just one breath. The state of kingship wrapped around the heavenly war halberd, giving off an ancient and solemn aura. Xiao Chen shook his head to himself. This move was indeed strong. However, to him, its flaws were too obvious. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. In that case, if Xiao Chen could attack in half a blink of an eye, the other party's mysterious phenomenon would break by itself. A fierce purple flame burned in Xiao Chen's right eye, forming a purple arrow that quickly elongated. This move was called the Purple Thunder Arrow. It was Xiao Chen's fastest martial technique. After his Purple Thunder divine incantation advanced to the 6th layer, his speed broke through the barrier of martial kings. There was no strong explosive force or offensive power. There was only a horrifying penetrative power and an even more horrifying speed. Xiao! Just as the time in the blink of an eye was about to pass, the Purple Thunder arrow shot out and a finger-sized bloody hole appeared in Xianyuan Zhantian's chest. The state of unending time also started to become unstable. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward. He executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, the Spring Thunder Chop. Thunder rumbled, and the power of the cycle of seasons knocked Xianyuan Zhantian back, causing him to vomit blood. The so-called state of kingship that required 10,000 years to be tempered until the end of time easily broke before everyone's astonished gazes. 10,000 years is too long. I can only seize the moment. After defeating Xianyuan Zhantian, Xiao Chen's 27-meter-long golden dragon swallowed some of his energy. However, it did not seem to have changed much. Xiao Chen's golden dragon was already too big. Furthermore, Xianyuan Zhantian's golden dragon was weaker than Xiao Chen's. If there was any change, it would only be that it was brighter. The pair of golden dragon eyes sparkled with life. The golden dragon was very intelligent, giving off the feeling that it was alive. In this round, Sima Lingxuan's opponent was Wang Quan. Chu Chaoyun's opponent was Li Tianhua. Without any surprises, the two of them easily obtained victory. The 97th round began. While the cultivators in the spectator stands were admiring the exciting martial techniques, the people from the city lord's residence were anxiously discussing the order of their appearance. There were 3 cards on the main table. The names of 3 people were written in black: Sima Lingxian, Chu Chaoyun, and Xiao Chen. If there were no surprises, the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be one of these 3 people. After this round of competition, there were only 3 rounds left in the competition. Which 2 of them would fight first was a matter that these people were discussing. The Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang, moved his right hand over the 3 cards. Clearly, this was not an easy decision to make. No matter which 2 of them fought first, the remaining one would inevitably gain some benefits. Zhong Liang withdrew his hand and said to the people beside him, "Did you all come to a conclusion? Let's hear it." A gray-robed old man said, replying to the city lord, "We all agree that Sima Lingxian needs to fight one of them first. From the start of the competition until now, he is the one who has revealed the least trump cards." Someone continued, "Xiao Chen revealed his 60% comprehended saber intent, the 4-season saber technique, the lightning tribulation saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. Chu Chaoyun revealed his 50% comprehended sword intent, the peak state of light, the life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword technique, and the killing move, eternal light. As for Sima Lingxian, he has only revealed the Son of Heaven's sword technique, 60% comprehended sword intent, and the state of kingship. These are all powerful martial techniques that he learned 3 years ago. How could he have improved so little in 3 years?" Zhong Liang muttered to himself for a while. Then, he took out the card that represented Sima Lingxian. He asked, "Is the remaining person Xiao Chen or Chu Chaoyun?" "I feel that it is Xiao Chen. He defeated Bai Qi too easily." "I feel that it is Chu Chaoyun. He even dared to clash head-on with Xianyuan Zhantian's spear strike. Even Xiao Chen had to resort to trickery to break this move. Should it be Chu Chaoyun or Xiao Chen?" With this, the people in front of the platform immediately split into 2 groups and started arguing non-stop. Zhong Liang frowned and said unhappily, "Stop arguing. Those in favor of letting Xiao Chen go first, raise your hand and decide." The 8 old men each made their decision. Then, 4 of them raised their hands to express their agreement. It was still a draw. When Zhong Liang saw the situation, he said, "In that case, count me in. Let Xiao Chen fight Sima Lingxian first." After Sima Lingxian spoke, he stacked Xiao Chen's card on top of Sima Lingxuan's. A grave expression flashed in his deep eyes. Zhong Liang said indifferently, "Consider it as wronging you. However, there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. A true expert will not bother with such rules and regulations. They will just keep winning." At this moment, Xiao Chen, who had just ascended the wind cloud platform, did not know that the city lord's residence had just made a decision that was disadvantageous to him. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. It was as Zhong Liang said, he would just keep winning. Looking at the opponent, Xiao Chen revealed a relaxed expression on his delicate face. This was because his opponent was another old friend. Yu Chenxi wore a long pink dress as she stood on the wind cloud platform. Her spirited eyes looked at Xiao Chen. She could not help but feel somewhat rueful in her heart. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. There were always some things that one could not predict. There were also some people that one could not figure out. 2 years ago, when Yu Chenxi faced Xiao Chen, she did not even need to use her state to fight him to a draw. Now, even if she used her full power and performed exceptionally well, she would not be a match for him. Yu Chenxi recovered her wits. She smiled and said, I'm afraid I can't use my full power against you now. Let's stop here. Even if she used her full power, she would lose. Even if she did not use it, she would still lose. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to use her full power. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "Up to you. You make the first move." Yu Chenxi leaped up gently and punched with a cool breeze. However, she did not use her state of light and cloud, relying only on her movement technique and the morning sun fist. Bang! Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen casually touched the ground. The hard wind cloud platform was like tofu, the scabbard sinking deep into it. Yu Chenxi did not use her state. She did not intend to use her saber either. Her figure flashed as she used the dragon claw fist to clash with her opponent. Berserk Dragon. Vital chi flowed through Xiao Chen's bones. He clenched his right fist, and an azure dragon head roared ferociously. Then, he clashed with Yu Chenxi. Bang! 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 The two fists clashed. The berserk dragon roared ferociously, and light exploded. Soon, the two exchanged dozens of moves. Yu Chenxi was somewhat astonished to discover that she would not be able to take down Xiao Chen within a short time if she did not use her state. After another 100 moves, she still could not do anything to Xiao Chen. So, Yu Chenxi had no choice but to activate her state of light and cloud. A morning sun rose from the clouds. When she punched out, she knocked Xiao Chen back 100 meters. Chapter 600. Yu Chenxi looked at the lunar shadow saber stuck in the middle of the dueling ground and sighed, "I lost. Hee hee. However, in terms of fighting techniques, you are still inferior to me." After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he did not give Xiao Chen a chance to speak. After admitting defeat, he drifted off the wind cloud arena. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled helplessly. After the golden dragon finished swallowing, he gently raised the lunar shadow saber and returned to his seat. He then closed his eyes and rested. Countless noises resounded in his ears, and the martial stage was filled with apprehension. Along with the end of round after round of matches, everyone's emotions were unprecedentedly high. After another 3 rounds of matches, the victor of this 5-nation youth competition would be decided. Who was the true dragon? Who would ascend to the peak? Who would become the bearer of luck? Who would lead the changes of this era? All of this would be revealed. The stage had already been set up, and the curtains were slowly pulled open. All that was left was for the main character to appear, and the show had just begun. The cultivators in the audience all felt extremely excited. They could not wait for the 3 giants to start fighting immediately. However, Xiao Chen remained calm, quietly waiting for the final 3 battles. After that, he would defeat all his opponents and stand at the peak of this sky dome realm. Next match, Bai Qi vs Chu Chaoyun. In the 98th round, the referee's rough and heavy voice slowly announced the results of the match between the two. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the 2 people in the arena. His eyes revealed a contemplative look. Of the 100 participants, there were still 3 whom Xiao Chen had not fought yet. They were Chu Chaoyun, the noble clans Li Tianhua, and the top seed, Sima Lingxian. In the 98th round, Li Tianhua had entered the arena very early, and now Chu Chaoyun had also entered the arena. That was to say, Xiao Chen's opponent in this round was Sima Lingxian. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a strong gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that it was Sima Lingxian, who exuded a strong self-confidence. A pair of sharp eyes with the intent of a king pierced through the void and stared at him oppressively. "I will defeat you within 10 moves. 1 more move means I lose." The other party condensed his voice into a line and left behind words of confidence in Xiao Chen's ears. Then, he retracted his gaze. Xiao Chen didn't mind. He said softly, "If you were really that confident, you wouldn't have left behind these words. If your heart is higher than the sky, why bother looking at us mortals?" Yun Kersen, who was at the side, felt that something was wrong. She said, "Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Did someone test you earlier?" Xiaochen smiled and said calmly, "It's nothing. It's just that someone is trying to hide the fear in their heart. Let's watch the competition." The more confident a person was, the more they were afraid of failure. It was an unchanging principle since time immemorial. Now that Bai Qi had lost to Xiaochen, there was basically no hope for him to fight for first place again. However, as long as he could defeat Chu Chaoyun, there was still hope for him to snatch the second place. Before Xiaochen came, he had already expected that he would lose to Sima Lingxian. He had been prepared to only get second place. Although he had miscalculated and lost to Xiaochen early, he still had to fight for the second place. Furthermore, he actually lost to an outsider in a competition of the four-season saber technique. No matter what, he could not lose this match. He had to prove himself with his full power. Begin. Right after the referee spoke, Bai Qi immediately made his move. He executed the first move of the four-season saber technique, unhurried spring water, suddenly warm then cold. Infused with the power of the cycle of seasons, Bai Qi turned into a surging river and surged towards Chu Chaoyun. Hu! Hu! A strong wind blew on the wind cloud platform. A boundless aura suddenly soared, allowing everyone to feel the strength of the four-season saber technique once again. In the previous moment, everything was calm. In the next moment, when Bai Qi drew his saber, the winds and clouds changed. The sky changed color, and a boundless aura surged. Life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's gaze remained calm. He did not dare to be careless when facing this famous four-season saber technique. His sword left his hand and floated quietly in front of him. Chu Chaoyun opened his right palm and quickly drew a circle with his sword in the air. When the circle of swords closed, 8 beams of golden light descended from the sky above and encased him. Within the golden light, every piece of Chu Chaoyun's clothes and hair glowed with a boundless radiance. Xiaochen gently patted the sword in the circle of light, and a dazzling beam of light immediately shot out. In that instant, the golden beam of light shone on Bai Qi, who was in midair. Bang! One could clearly see that the space behind Bai Qi had paused for an instant. The might of the samsara power had been forcefully resisted by the power contained in the golden light. Chu Chaoyun's face turned holy and pure. He let out a soft chant that sounded like a divine sound, and the 8 beams of light merged together. His eyes, the only pitch-black color in his body, also turned completely golden. The Yuan Qi in his body had completely materialized at this moment. The sword that belonged to him in the circle of swords turned into a beam of light and shot out. Everywhere it passed, space shattered and a pitch-black crack appeared. From a distance, it looked like someone had used a pencil to draw a black line on a piece of white paper. It was exceptionally eye-catching. When the crowd saw this scene, they were horrified. The essence in his body solidified. Unexpectedly, its might is equal to that of an inferior-grade martial monarch's quintessence. What cultivation technique does this Chu Chaoyun cultivate? Xiaochen did not show much shock in his eyes. He had guessed long ago that the cultivation technique Chu Chaoyun cultivated was a heaven-ranked cultivation technique passed down in the Tianwu dynasty. Furthermore, it was of an extremely high rank. Many large sects would have some heaven-ranked martial techniques. However, since the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, there had never been any heaven-ranked cultivation technique circulating in the world. Dang! When the horrifying energy in the sword clashed with Bai Qi's saber, it immediately gave off a loud sound that resounded through the 9 heavens. The sound was so loud that it was deafening, shaking everyone's eardrums and temporarily deafening them. Blood leaked out of the corner of Bai Qi's mouth as he retreated 100 meters in the air. The momentum of the river and the power of the cycle of seasons vanished before this startling sword strike. Eternal light. Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would not let his opponent overtake him once he seized the opportunity. He leaped into the air, leaving behind a golden afterimage. Then he grabbed the sword in the air and instantly executed eternal light. The 321 acupoints in Chu Chaoyun's body suddenly opened and gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off thousands of beams of light. The light from the 300-odd acupoints overlapped. The boundless beams of light layered over each other, forming millions upon millions of them. Chu Chaoyun turned into a blazing golden sun. When one looked at it, they felt pain in their eyes, they did not dare to look at it directly. With the boundless beams of light overlapping, Chu Chaoyun sent out 99,900 sword strikes in one breath. The countless figures quickly overlapped. This was the eternal light that could defeat Xianyuan Zhantian's unending world to the end of time. The instant Bai Qi landed, it charged towards him with a dazzling light. Flowing fire illuminating the world. Bai Qi felt helpless. He could only reduce the might of the four-season saber technique's second move by half and quickly clash. The time that Chu Chaoyun gave him was too short, he could not bring out the full might of the four-season saber technique. Boom! The golden light exploded, and Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood. Once again, Chu Chaoyun knocked him back. He crashed into the wind cloud barrier. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a sorry state. Damn it! All of Bai Qi's internal organs were severely damaged and the skin on his body had been scorched by the light. Bai Qi felt extremely depressed and furious. Chu Chaoyun's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. He was almost at the same level as Xiao Chen. No, it was just the strength that Xiao Chen had shown. The current Chu Chaoyun was even stronger than Xiao Chen. The autumn wind rustled endlessly, sweeping away the lovers of the world. Bai Qi roared ferociously and drained all the remaining essence in his body. He seemed to have gone crazy, staking everything on this four-season saber technique's third move. The world was heartless, the great Tao was heartless, the autumn wind was endless, engulfing the world. Chu Chaoyun's expression did not change. As he floated in the air, he quickly formed ancient hand seals. Instantly, the thick, dark clouds above Dragon Sealing City, which had not moved for 10,000 years, churned continuously, and a hole appeared. Inextinguishable divine light. After Chu Chaoyun finished forming the hand seals, he shouted. Immediately, 8 golden pillars of light descended from the hole, encasing him firmly. Divine might flowed on the pillars of light, forming an impenetrable defense. This was the move that had helped Chu Chaoyun stay on the wind cloud platform when he fought with Xianyuan Zhantian. Even the shockwave from the combined explosion of the unending to the end of time and the eternal light could not do anything to Chu Chaoyun. Keng Chang. Bai Qi's saber struck the pillars of light and gave off a metallic clang. That pillar of light containing divine might actually turned solid. What defensive move is this? Unexpectedly, it is so horrifying. With such a defensive move, aside from a martial monarch, who can defeat Chu Chaoyun? Perhaps there is some hope for the four-season saber technique's final move. However, in Bai Qi's current state, even the third move would be difficult. This does not feel like something a martial king can do. The divine might contained in the formless light is already strong enough. Unexpectedly, it turned solid. Startled cries came from the spectator stands, all of them filled with expressions of disbelief. The group of martial monarchs in the city lord's residence were all dumbfounded. They had not expected that the unremarkable move from back then would have such a strong defense. Zhong Liang looked at the cards on the table on which Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian were stacked. He revealed a helpless expression and sighed, unexpectedly, even I made an error in judgment. Sima Lingxian probably chose the wrong person for this match. It is too late. The next match between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian is about to begin. There is no more time to change it. Based on Chu Chaoyun's appearance, he definitely still has trump cards that he has not used yet. The move he is using now is exactly the same as when he fought Xianyuan Zhantian. The other old men sighed as well. No matter what the result of the match between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian was, the two of them would have to reveal their greatest trump cards. With all their trump cards exposed, they would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing Chu Chaoyun in the final match. Zhong Liang glanced at Chu Chaoyun, who did not suffer any damage from Bai Qi's third saber strike. He said softly, perhaps this is luck. However, in the end, it is still strength that speaks. He has the initiative, but he might not have the last laugh. Chapter 601. Bang! When the light scattered, Chu Chaoyun faced the weakened Bai Qi, who had exhausted his mind. Chu Chaoyun sheathed his sword and kicked Bai Qi away like he was a sandbag. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the referee announced the victor of this match. Then, he said softly, "Next match, Xiaochen vs. Sima Lingxian." Xiaochen was the greatest dark horse of the five-nation youth competition. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had been victorious. Be it the inheritors of the 10 great sects, the absolute geniuses of the 8 noble clans, or even the newcomers, no one could defeat him. 60% comprehended saber intent, the 4-season saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. No one knew how many trump cards he had or how deep his accumulations were. This was a disciple from a small sect in the great Qin nation. No one knew how many secrets he had. Sima Lingxian was the champion of the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was the undisputed first seed of this 5-nation youth competition. Sima Lingxuan's state of kingship and Son of Heaven's sword technique had not been revealed since the start of the ranking competition. No one could see through him. Only the strong self-confidence in Sima Lingxuan's heart never wavered. He seemed to have a withdrawn glow. When the crowd looked at him, he stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Everyone could not help but lean closer to him. The accumulations of the Sima clan, Sima Lingxuan's exceptional talent, the reputation of the top swordsman of the great Jin nation, and all sorts of glory made Sima Lingxuan's self-confidence grow. Instead, he gave off a feeling of arrogance and conceit. There were only 3 rounds left in the 5-nation youth competition. Now, these two finally fought. After this match, one of them would not be able to become the champion. Neither of them could afford to lose. As long as they lost one match, they would immediately fall behind the other in points. They would not be able to catch up even if they wanted to. The moment the two of them appeared on the wind cloud platform, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. A super newcomer against a veteran giant. Who would emerge victorious? If this were before Xiaochen defeated Bai Qi, no one would be optimistic about the outcome of this match. However, now that he executed the 4-season saber technique, which was even stronger than Bai Qi's, no one dared to come to a conclusion about this match. Even if they felt that Sima Lingxian had a higher chance of victory, they would not say it out loud. After more than 100 battles, Xiaochen had created too many miracles. Every time when everyone thought that his winning streak would come to an end, he would reverse the situation in one fell swoop. This caused those cultivators who had predicted that Xiaochen would lose to be slapped in the face and rendered speechless. At this moment, how could they still dare to jump to conclusions? The scene was dead silent. No one made a sound, only countless gazes. He stared at the two people in the field with a fiery gaze, not daring to relax for even a moment. He was afraid that he would miss some wonderful scenes and regret it for the rest of his life. Xiao. Sima Lingxian waved his hand, and a simple and heavy black scabbard sheathed his sword. With a ka-cia sound, it embedded itself deep into the wind cloud platform between the two of them. Cracks spread out in all directions. Strands of dragon chi soared up from the wind cloud platform, accompanied by dragon roars, making the plain sword look extraordinary. The moment Sima Lingxian entered the wind cloud platform, he showed off his skills. The hard wind cloud platform was like mud to him, unable to withstand a single blow. You are very strong. Unfortunately, you ran into me, Sima Lingxian. No matter how strong you are, you can only fight for second place. It was like this for Bai Qi 3 years ago. It will be the same for you and Chu Chaoyun 3 years later. Nothing will change. Xiao Chen's delicate and handsome face did not change at all. He said indifferently, "I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you this time." Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said, "I have not made a move for a long time already. It seems like anyone dares to speak arrogantly to you. As I said earlier, if I cannot defeat you in 10 moves, Sima Lingxian will lose this match." Who? A strong wind blew and the clouds churned. Sima Lingxian reared his head back and laughed, appearing wild and unruly. As the winds blew and clouds churned, the vast state of kingship, together with the confidence in his heart that was even higher than the sky, formed a strong aura surging towards Xiao Chen. The heavy aura could make mountains bend and rivers flow in reverse. The mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers were all under his control. Everything under the sky belonged to the king. If one dared to disobey, heaven and earth would not tolerate it. A clear ripple could be seen on the wind cloud platform. It compressed the space behind Sima Lingxian as it rushed towards Xiao Chen. If it were an ordinary person, just this aura would suppress them to the ground, unable to move at all. Just one gaze would be enough to make his opponent tremble in fear and defeat him. The power of wind and clouds, the state of kingship. Is Sima Lingxian going to use his full strength? He wants to defeat Xiao Chen in 10 moves. Only Sima Lingxian would not find it a joke if he said that. Let's wait and see if it is as he says. The moment the aura appeared, the cultivators outside the wind cloud platform immediately felt the power contained in it. They were all shocked. When they heard Sima Lingshuan's words, they immediately felt excited, their blood surging. Who was Xiao Chen? He was someone who could easily defeat Bai Qi. Yet, Sima Lingxian said that he would defeat him in 10 moves, mocking him for being arrogant and not worth mentioning. A strong wind blew. Before the aura, everything would vanish like smoke. It was like even heaven and earth could not tolerate Xiao Chen standing alone. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing the blue strip of cloth tied around his forehead. Xiao Chen gently tugged on it, and the blue strip of cloth immediately flew with the wind, floating high in the sky. The scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chen's forehead flickered with a red light. The state of massacre in the throne was no longer suppressed, it was unleashed without restraint. As the red light spread out, a powerful aura gathered behind Xiao Chen as well, the aura of massacre. The endless murderous intent was like a torrential flood, overflowing in all directions. With just one glance, it made one's heart palpitate. All sorts of negative emotions, massacre, death, berserk, exploded in one's mind. How painful! What kind of state of massacre is this? How can one cultivate killing qi to such a level? I don't even dare to look at it, the cultivators on the wind cloud platform exclaimed. Bang! With the obstruction of the viscous red light, Sima Lingshuan's aura stopped 100 meters in front of Xiao Chen with a bang, unable to advance any further. A loud sound rang out like two mountains crashing into each other. The sky shook, and the entire wind cloud platform trembled. This is not enough, far from enough. Xiao Chen's gaze sank, and he suddenly took a step forward. Then, he unleashed his state of thunder. Thunderclouds covered the sky above, and an eternal and immortal will spread out. This was the immortal state of thunder that Xiao Chen comprehended from Thunder Emperor Valley. The state of massacre from the ancient throne that slaughtered 100,000 demons and the immortal state that Thunder King Sang Mu inherited, these two states that surpassed the limits merged in that instant. How could they fear the state of kingship of the mundane world? Xiao Chen's aura soared several times over. As he took a step forward, he instantly forced back Sima Lingshuan's aura of kingship. The sound of mountains crumbling resounded endlessly. Long, sinister cracks spread out on the wind cloud platform. Before the fight even started, the vast wind cloud platform had already shattered into pieces, leaving it in a sorry state. Sima Lingxian dared to say that he could defeat me in 10 moves, insulting me. However, Xiao Chen, have never lost to someone of the same generation since I became famous in the Sky Dome realm. Heaven was unfair, preventing Xiao Chen from condensing a martial spirit at the age of 16. If he had another 16 years, he would not even care about this Sima Lingxian. Even so, the current Xiao Chen was not someone that Sima Lingxian could humiliate. A strong wind blew, and a scarlet light spread out. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he said in a cold voice, "Make your move. Let me see how you are going to defeat me in 10 moves. I really want to know who is the arrogant one here." At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura shattered Sima Lingxuan's aura. He no longer had the insufferably arrogant attitude he had earlier. When Xiao Chen's cold voice reached Sima Lingxuan's ears, it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Right now, Xiao Chen's attitude was slightly higher than Sima Lingxuan's. When he spoke, he gave Sima Lingxian a feeling of looking down on him. Since you want to be defeated that badly, I will grant your wish. Sima Lingxian snorted coldly and gently waved his right hand. The plain sword stuck in the wind cloud platform immediately came out of its scabbard. Sima Lingxian leaped into the air and grabbed the sword. Then, he shouted, "First sword strike, sovereign descending to the 9 heavens, wind and clouds arise." With the support of the sword intent, the 1-meter-long sword hummed endlessly. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like he was the son of heaven descending from heaven. Wind and clouds gathered under his feet. In that instant, he rode the wind and clouds. Mountains, rivers, cities, and villages for thousands of kilometers around, all the living things in the world, materialized the state of a sovereign descending to the 9 heavens. One sword raised wind and clouds, materializing the state of a sovereign. Riding the wind and clouds, he stood on mountains and rivers. Sword momentum, state, and sword intent are all perfect and flawless. This sword strike is completed in one breath, with no flaws at all. When Lu Xiaoyun, who was in the spectator stands, saw this sword strike, he revealed an expression of admiration. He praised it from the bottom of his heart. Break! Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he drew his saber. Purple and red lights intersected on the saber as he swung his saber at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Chen struck the place where the wind and clouds gathered. A saber light flashed, and the wind and clouds split in half. The wind was wind, and the clouds were clouds. The state of a sovereign for thousands of kilometers around vanished into thin air. All this happened in an instant. Right after Lu Xiaoyun spoke, Xiao Chen cleanly broke this move. Lu Xiaoyun opened his mouth but could not say anything. His eyes sparkled as he said in astonishment, "The sword raises wind and clouds, materializing mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers around. Then, there is the state of a sovereign descending to the world. As long as one breaks the wind and clouds, the state of a sovereign descending to the world will cease to exist. Why did I not think of that?" The drifting snow sword sect's first elder shook his head and said, "That won't do. Even if you thought of it, you would not be able to do it so quickly or be so decisive." However, Sima Lingxuan's wind and clouds are already very close together. How did he find the point of fusion and then separate the wind and clouds? This is really strange. With his sword move broken, Sima Lingxian circled around and retreated 100 meters. Then, he looked cautiously at Xiao Chen. Who knew, Xiao Chen did not chase after him. He held his saber with one hand and looked calmly at Sima Lingxian. He said, "Just make your move. I will break every move you make. I will not chase after you. I want to see how you will defeat me in 10 moves. What a fellow. Sima Lingxian is already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Chen is even more confident than him. Breaking every move he makes. Even after breaking, he does not follow up with another attack. It looks like Sima Lingxuan's attitude has really angered Xiao Chen. Ha ha. It has probably been many years since someone spoke to Sima Lingxian like this. Interesting, very interesting. Chapter 602. The moment Xiao Chen spoke, a huge commotion broke out in the crowd. This was even more shocking than Sima Lingxuan's declaration of defeating his opponent in 10 moves. Everyone had their own pride. Xiao Chen looked calm and indifferent. However, deep in his heart was a pride that no one knew about. He would not allow anyone to profane it. Good. 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 Sima Lingxian said, "Good," 3 times in a row. With each word, his expression turned more sullen. A murderous intent even appeared in his eyes. Heart of a king, sword illuminating the world. Sima Lingxian did not say anything else. He immediately sent out a second sword strike. The sword flickered with a bright light, immediately filling the arena with light. It was like this sword illuminated the world. Sima Lingxian, who was floating in the air, seemed to have a heart burning in his chest. Even through his clothes and flesh, a fiery red light could be seen leaping about. When Xianyuan Zhantian saw this sword strike, he immediately revealed an expression of extreme shock. He said, "He is burning the heart of a king." This is a technique that can only be grasped after reaching great perfection in the state of kingship. The might of this sword strike has increased by at least 3 times. "Let's see how you break it." Sima Lingxian shouted ferociously. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived before Xiao Chen. There was nothing strange about this sword strike. It simply used the world as its faith and burned the heart of a king to attack the enemy. Aside from receiving it head-on, there was no way to break it. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense found the weakest spot in his opponent's sword strike. Then, he immediately executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. His body trembled and split into 9. The 9 figures merged 2 states and each sent out a saber strike. Every saber strike landed on the weakest spot of the sword strike. Although it was said to be weak, that was only relative. The force at the weakest spot could easily shatter a small mountain. Bang! 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 The sword might was too strong. Every one of Xiao Chen's clones could not block it for even a moment before they shattered into pieces. However, when Sima Lingxian broke the 8th clone, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He discovered that the might of this sword had decreased by half without him realizing it. "You discovered it as well, right? However, it is too late. Break!" Xiao Chen's main body shouted. The crystalline purple essence in his body turned into a sharp saber light. Infused with his 60% comprehended saber intent, he chopped at the weakest spot. Boom! When the energy shot out, it created an intense shock wave. Everyone saw Sima Lingxuan's body quickly hit the shock wave. He spun a few times in the air before he stabilized himself. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. Only the terrifying red glow around him and the immortal state of thunder above him intertwined with each other, making his handsome face look extremely demonic. Sima Lingxian did not believe it. He executed the later moves of the Son of Heaven's sword technique to their limits. The king's heart in his chest burned even more ferociously. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense circulated, breaking the other party's sword techniques one by one. He really could not find any flaws. Xiao Chen directly used the 4-season saber technique to clash with his opponent, using force to break his opponent's saber technique. The 6th move has been broken. There are only 4 moves left. The 7th move has also been broken. There are only 3 moves left. The 8th move has also been broken. There are only 2 moves left. The 9th move has been broken. There's only 1 more move left. The cultivators in the spectator stands watched excitedly. If Xiao Chen really did as he said and let Sima Lingxian attack, Xiao Chen would not chase after him or take the initiative to attack. He only cared about breaking the sword. They wanted to see what gave Sima Lingxian the confidence to say that he could defeat Xiao Chen in 10 moves. 10th sword technique, crossing 1,000 peaks. Sima Lingxuan's expression turned terrifyingly sullen. He burned all the remaining quintessence in his body and executed the 9th move of the Son of Heaven's sword technique. Thousands of mountains appeared in the air. Sima Lingxian infused them into his sword technique, making the might of this sword technique incredibly heavy. Everywhere the sword passed, pitch-black cracks appeared in space. When the sword moved diagonally, a sword light exploded before it. In an instant, it seemed like thousands of towering mountains pressed down on Xiao Chen, covering the sky and covering the sun. Moonlight like frost, flowing water hurts, beauty grows old, where can one find one's home? In the face of danger, Xiao Chen did not panic. He calmly executed the 4-season saber technique's 4th move, Grieving Frost. Strands of frost silently seeped into the towering mountains. The faint saber intent made it almost impossible to detect anything strange. When Sima Lingxian saw the situation, the sullen expression on his face disappeared. He laughed loudly and said, "The mountains press down on you. Let's see where you can hide." Xiao Qin withdrew his saber and stood upright. He said indifferently, "Why the need to hide? Ka xie. Ka xie." Suddenly, crunching sounds came from all the mountains in the sky. The mysterious phenomenon that Sima Lingxian materialized broke from the inside out. It turned into sand and pebbles flying everywhere, scattering with the wind and returning to nothing. How can it be like this? Sima Lingxuan's expression changed slightly in disbelief. The white-robed Xiao Qin held the lunar shadow saber in his hand as he pointed it at his opponent. Under the illumination of the light, he said calmly, "The 10 moves are over. I am standing here. How are you going to defeat me? I only ask you, who was the one speaking such arrogant words? One can be arrogant, but one must never be conceited. Since you spoke rudely and considered everyone beneath you, I do not mind ruthlessly slapping your face in front of everyone. Who cares if you are a noble clan disciple or the top genius of the great Jin nation?" The many cultivators in the spectator stands all had incredulous expressions on their faces. They had not expected Xiao Qin to break his opponent's 10 moves. This time, Sima Lingxian was truly embarrassed. The vast wind cloud platform was riddled with thousands of holes. At this moment, it was a complete mess. Originally, the wind cloud platform had an automatic repair function. Otherwise, it would not be in such a dilapidated state. However, when the two fought, they were simply too strong. The saber intent and sword intent contained in their martial techniques lingered for a long time. There was no way for the wind cloud platform to repair itself properly. However, Sima Lingxuan's heart was even more disordered than this dilapidated wind cloud platform. He had not expected Xiao Qin to be so strong. Xiao Qin's strength, martial techniques, states, and techniques did not lose to him at all. Damn it! I did not lose. The one who lost is you. After 10 moves, Sima Lingxian did not admit defeat like he said he would. He had a crazed expression as he circulated his essence. Then, he charged over with a ferocious aura. Scram! This time, Xiao Qin took the initiative to attack. The solidified essence in his body covered every acupoint, bone marrow, and blood in his body. In that instant, Xiao Qin's entire body gave off a dazzling purple light. Even his pitch-black eyes turned a deep purple, flickering with electricity. Bang! Sima Lingxian no longer had any technique. His attack was full of openings. Xiao Qin grasped his saber with both hands and swept it across. Amid the dazzling purple light, he used absolute force to knock his opponent off the wind cloud platform. Bang! Xiao Qin's saber strike knocked back the insufferably strong Sima Lingxian. He crashed through the wind cloud barrier and flew out. A Sima clan's superior grade martial monarch's figure flashed over in an instant. He caught Sima Lingxian just before he crashed into the ground, preventing him from ending up in a sorry state like Bai Qi and saving his last bit of face. One should not boast. Even Sima Lingxian is no exception. If he was careless, he would have been slapped in the face in front of everyone. The newcomers these days are too horrifying. Even Sima Lingxian fell. The last contestant of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans is gone. All the geniuses of the great Jin nation have fallen. Currently, only Xiao Qin and Chu Chaoyun are left. I wonder where these two people came from. I have never heard of them before. The moment they appeared, they caused such a huge commotion. This is unbelievable. What is even more unbelievable is yet to come. These two people are actually contestants from the great Qin nation. Their sects are probably laughing even in their dreams. This 5-nation youth competition had brought too many surprises to the crowd. Even someone as strong as Sima Lingxian was defeated before he could even make it to the final round. The impact of this was indescribable. Every generation had its own geniuses. Each wave was taller than the one before. In this great age of cultivators, anything could happen. This made everyone sigh and sigh endlessly. On the dilapidated wind cloud platform, Xiao Chen, whose entire body flickered with a purple light, sheathed his saber. The light vanished, and his strong aura vanished. His entire being returned to ordinary. The scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chen's forehead gave his delicate face a sinister and tyrannical aura after he removed the blue strip of cloth. This was very different from how he usually looked. When the other half-step martial monarchs, Jiang Qi, saw Xiao Chen after Xiao Chen walked off the wind cloud platform, his heart trembled. Her heart trembled, and the radiant smile on her face vanished. Unexpectedly, she could not speak to Xiao Chen calmly. When Xiao Chen saw the expressions of the surrounding people, he startled to his senses. He took out another blue strip of cloth from the universe ring and tied it around his forehead, covering up the scarlet throne mark. Xiao Chen's demonic and tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He turned back into the calm and indifferent white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. Jiang Qi did not know what to say for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, "Xiao Chen, you should rest first." When Murong Chong, Yun Kersen, and the others looked at Xiao Chen, they were all shocked. Although they had guessed that Xiao Chen was strong, they had not expected him to be this strong. Sima Lingxian, whom they did not even dare to look at directly, lost to Xiao Chen in such a manner. He had been ruthlessly slapped in the face before everyone. When Xiao Chen saw everyone's expressions, he sighed silently to himself. No matter what, it is fine as long as I remain the same. Even if I step onto the great Tao in the future and look down on everyone, I will still walk the world with reverence in my heart. On the platform, Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang, picked up Sima Lingxuan's card and waved it casually. A faint flame flared up on the card, and it quickly turned into ashes, vanishing into the air. Only 2 cards remained on the table. One had Xiao Chen's name on it and the other had Chu Chaoyun's name on it. Zhong Liang said softly, "There are really many surprises. What do you all think?" When the old man on Zhong Liang's right heard this, he smiled and said, "Xiao Chen versus Chu Chaoyun. This is the final match. The suspense will last until the end." Indeed. Who could have imagined that this Xiao Chen's state of massacre is only a fine line away from the will of massacre? Furthermore, his state of thunder contains the immortal attribute. The most horrifying thing is that his essence has completely solidified. He has not even reached peak half-step martial monarch, and his essence can already solidify. I wonder what fortuitous encounter this little fellow had. If he advanced to martial monarch, the quintessence that he refined would make several of the older generation pale in comparison. Chapter 603. Chu Chaoyun is not simple either. His peak state of light contains divine might. His essence can also be condensed into a solid form. The martial technique he practices is also very strong. The two of them are about the same age and come from the same nation. Their strengths are similar. Having them fight the final battle is definitely the best result. Zhong Liang smiled and nodded, "That is for the best. As I said earlier, there is no need to care about the rules. If you have the strength, just keep winning." Both of them are proud sons of heaven, a pair of absolute geniuses. This old man is very curious as to who will have the last laugh. After the match between Sima Lingxian and Xiao Chen ended, an hour passed before the next match resumed. This was because the wind cloud platform was severely damaged. There was no way for a normal match to take place. They could only wait for it to recover on its own. After the 98 matches were over, the 99 matches began. The first match was between Gong Yangyu and Lu Xiaoyun. This match was very crucial to both of them. As long as one of them lost, they would immediately fall out of the top 10. The matches were very intense and very exciting, attracting a lot of attention. In the end, Gong Yangyu relied on his killing move, tossing heaven and earth, to obtain a spot in the top 10 after much difficulty. After 10-odd matches, it was Xiao Chen's turn. His opponent was Li Tianhua. He did not give his opponent much of a chance, ending the match within 20 moves. Xiao Chen easily obtained victory. Next match, Chu Chaoyun against Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian, who had just been defeated, had already recovered from most of his injuries. However, his confidence had vanished completely. He looked very dispirited, giving off a feeling of being in low spirits. He was like a different person from the previous Sima Lingxian, his aura was completely different. Sima Lingxian had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, defeated by Xiao Chen in 10 moves. Furthermore, it was an extremely humiliating defeat. Sima Lingxian could not do anything about it. He could not digest the difference in his heart. The strong confidence that he had accumulated over the past 20-odd years had been shattered by Xiao Chen in an instant. A huge flaw appeared in his mental state. Now, when facing the strong Chu Chaoyun, Sima Lingxian could not retaliate at all. He no longer had his previous glory. How hateful! After losing to Xiao Chen, it will be difficult for Lingxian to get into the top 3, the Sima clan's first elder said angrily. Sima Lingshuan's ranking in the ranking matches directly affected the Sima clan's luck for the next 100 years. His dream of winning 3 championships in a row had been shattered, and now he couldn't even get into the top 3. He couldn't help but feel depressed. As he looked at Xiao Chen, a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "The Sima clan will make things difficult for whoever makes things difficult for my Sima clan." The elders of the Bai clan, one of the 8 noble clans, were currently discussing Xiao Chen's matter. Their words were filled with murderous intent. The 4 clans Xiao Chen Saber Bai Qi. The Ling clan's Chen Xiao Wu clan's spirit. The 4-season saber technique is the foundation of our Bai clan. We absolutely cannot reveal it. No matter how this person obtained it, we have to figure it out after the 5-nation youth competition. Furthermore, this person's 4-season saber technique is clearly stronger than our Bai clans. We have to find out how he cultivated it. The second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, Bai Qinghe, said sinisterly as he sized up Xiao Chen with a malicious gaze. When Bai Qinghe, the second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, heard these words, he frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. If a person's luck was extremely strong, it would be very difficult to catch them. Heaven would be watching over them, and they would not be fated to die. Not only would Bai Qinghe's second uncle's ideas not achieve the desired effect, but they might even attract an enemy who might become a martial emperor in the future. Chu Chaoyun wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee announced the results unhurriedly. After a round of swallowing, Chu Chaoyun's golden dragon grew to 29 meters long, equal to Xiao Chen's. As for Sima Lingshuan's golden dragon, it was no longer as dazzling as before. After 2 consecutive defeats, his golden dragon shrunk to 27 meters long, only slightly longer than Bai Qi and the others. Roar! Roar! Just as Chu Chaoyun was about to get off the stage, the golden dragon above his head suddenly roared ferociously. It charged at the golden dragon circling above Xiao Chen, bearing its fangs and claws. A ferocious light radiated from it, looking extremely sinister and horrifying. The golden dragon above Xiao Chen's head also fought back, not giving way at all. The 2 golden dragons flew out of Xiao Chen's control. Suddenly, they flew together and started fighting each other, shocking the onlookers. The final battle has not started yet, and the 2 golden dragons are already fighting. How interesting! Only one true dragon can exist in this world. It will not allow 2 true dragons to exist together. Now that only the final battle remains, the 2 golden dragons probably feel a sense of danger. No matter how many geniuses there are, no matter how outstanding they are, there can only be one main character in each age. To the other geniuses, this glorious age is a tragic age. People like Bai Qi, Yu Chenxi, Lu Xiaoyun, and Xianyuan Zhantian would definitely be the main characters of any age. However, in the age of geniuses, they could only play a supporting role. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun were also terrifyingly strong. They were clearly stronger than the other geniuses. They were rarely seen, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the absolute proud pair. However, Such proud sons of heaven might not be able to become the main character of this great age. This was because there could only be one true dragon. An 89-meter-long golden dragon was just short of 30 meters. 9 was the limit of numbers. As long as it reached 30 meters, it would immediately become a true dragon. The luck that a true dragon obtained was not something that the other false dragons could compare to. The luck of this age of the Sky Dome realm would be added to it. Countless fortuitous encounters, spiritual fortuitous encounters, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena that were not meant to happen would happen to the true dragon. Who was the true dragon? At this moment, only one step remained. Only one final battle remained. Ferocious roars rang out in the sky as the two golden dragons fought. A ferocious aura spread out, scaring the other golden dragons into trembling and hurriedly dodging. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen were both somewhat surprised. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Chu Chaoyun narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile on his calm face. He said softly, "Come back." Chu Chaoyun's golden dragon roared in dissatisfaction. Then, it slowly returned to Chu Chaoyun's head, circling left and right, dancing up and down. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and his golden dragon returned with a xiu sound. Everywhere it passed, the golden dragons of the other participants dodged, not daring to block its sharpness. After the 99th round of matches ended, the organizers let all the participants rest for 2 hours to prepare for the final round of matches. Time slowly went by. At some point, dusk had already arrived, leaving a dim yellow setting sun in the western sky, scattering a mottled glow. The organizers had purposely arranged for the match between Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun to be the last match. Schwa! 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 The entire place fell silent. Only the sounds of the matches on the wind cloud platform could be heard far away. This was very strange. Normally, even in the worst matches, there would be cultivators who would comment on them, giving their own opinions and insights. However, at this moment, the place fell completely silent. No one said anything, they just watched the matches quietly. The matches that had been bustling for the past few days had calmed down just like that. There would always be a peaceful night before a storm. The sky, the dark clouds, the sound of the wind, the sound of breathing, and even the fights on the wind cloud platform all gave off a sense of tranquility. The matches of the final round slowly came to an end. By the time the 49th match was over, the sky had already turned dark. Since the start of the Five-Nation Youth Competition, there had never been a night match. However, the final match had already piqued the interest of countless people. Clearly, they could not wait another night. Zhong Liang, who was on the platform, waved his right hand. Bang! 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 The other 9 wind cloud platforms around the largest wind cloud platform lit up with flames. Who? Who? The flames made that tall and vast wind cloud platform look mysterious. The 4 referees flew out from the various platforms. However, they did not ascend the wind cloud platform like they usually did. Instead, they floated in the air, as though they were afraid of the 2 people who would fight later. The final match begins now. Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Xiao Chen and Misty Sword Sect's Chu Chaoyun quickly enter the arena. The 4 referees shouted in unison in the silent night. Their voices were like thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone could hear them clearly. The emotions that had been calm for a long time immediately surged. After 3 years of waiting, more than half a month of competition, and 180 matches, the final match was finally about to begin. Xiao! Xiao! 2 figures soared into the air in the darkness. Their clothes were very ordinary. However, the darkness of the night did not seem to be able to hide the glow of their bodies. Among the millions of people, they shone brightly, allowing everyone to see them clearly at a glance. Their gazes unwittingly started to follow the trajectory of the 2 in the air. Keng Chang! The 2 drew their sabers and swords and brandished the weapons in their hands. Dense saber chi and sword chi tore through the night sky and tore two holes in the wind cloud barrier with a ka-ca sound. The tough wind cloud barrier was as thin as a cicada's wings in the two's hands. It did not have any resistance at all, easily breaking apart with a casual strike. The two gently drifted down and put away their weapons. Without making any sound, they landed on the ground at the same time. Chu Chaoyun always had a calm expression on his face. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but it was indistinct. No one could see through it. The two did not say anything. They just stared at each other, building up their auras. Under the pressure of their auras, the air in the air turned viscous, almost solidifying. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun said, "Don't you feel that this is very strange? 4 years ago, you could not even receive half an attack from me. Now, you can stand here and compete with me for the luck of the Sky Dome realm." Xiaoqin said calmly, "What is so strange about that? There will definitely be a fight between us. It is just a matter of time. No one in this world can understand the loneliness and solitude that I have endured. The people who defeated me 4 years ago have already lost to me. You will not be an exception." Holding his scabbard with his right hand, Chu Chaoyun casually leaned against the ground. Then, he combed his hair back and smiled faintly. After some thought, he said, "In that case, draw your saber. Let me see how much you have grown for you to be so confident." Chu Chaoyun's tone was calm and serene. However, it hid an overwhelming fighting spirit. Right after he spoke, the aura that he had been storing up turned into a strong wind that roared at Xiaoqian. Chapter 604. Xiaoqian's clothes and accessories instantly gave off a resplendent golden light. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his pitch-black eyes turned golden as well. Tens of thousands of rays of light burst forth from his body, causing the colorless and odorless wind to shine with a golden light, radiating sharpness in all directions. Faintly, the sound of countless swords humming in the wind was singing a tune that no one could understand. As the strong wind howled, the light was piercing. This heavy night was like a thick piece of cloth being torn apart by this golden light, turning into countless shards. Xiaoqian's delicate face did not change at all. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he would face it calmly. There was no fear in Xiaoqian's heart because he had a saber in his hand. Xiaoqian said softly, "As you wish." Ka-ca. Xiaoqian drew the lunar shadow saber by 1 centimeter. Instantly, boundless electric light turned into a leaping purple light. Then, it burst out together with the aura that Xiaoqian had been storing up. The white clear breeze robe and the accessories on it all turned into pieces of sparkling and translucent purple. His deep eyes turned into endless lightning, and in the deepest part of his eyes, there were countless blades trembling and cheering. The strong wind behind Xiaoqian, compressed by his aura, howled. Countless electric lights leaped about in the wind, crackling endlessly. Bang! The golden and purple gales collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion in the silent night. It was deafening and indescribable. The two of them raised their auras, and the strong wind formed a semicircle of light. One golden and one purple, they clashed with each other, not giving way at all. The golden semicircle of light had millions of strands of light reflecting off each other, giving off a dreamlike radiance. Countless berserk electric lights leaped about on the purple semicircle of light. When the electric lights exploded, vague ripples appeared in space. The golden light and the purple electric lights clashed, giving off an extremely strong energy that caused countless tiny cracks to appear in the wind cloud platform. In the blink of an eye, the huge wind cloud platform looked like a spiderweb, cracks spread everywhere. Boom! The two auras were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. The two of them lost the patience to continue waiting. They drew their sabers and swords again. The golden and purple semicircular balls of light exploded in an instant, emitting a deafening explosion. The instant the two drew their weapons, the 1,000-meter-wide wind cloud platform shattered. Countless hard rocks floated in the air. Before they had even made their move, half of the wind cloud platform had already been destroyed. The spectating martial artists were dumbfounded. Such a scene was completely unimaginable. Even the other giants, Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyun, Wang Quan, and the others, were filled with shock. They felt like something was stuck in their throats, making it hard for them to speak. Fight! The two of them let out a long roar. They held their treasured swords and brandished their long sabers. With boundless battle intent, he charged towards the other party with lightning speed. Clang clang clang. When the saber and sword clashed, countless sparks flew. The two in midair moved as fast as the wind and the sun. Ordinary cultivators could only see two blurry beams of light, one gold and one purple, crisscrossing in the air, flying up and down, leaving behind countless afterimages as they flickered. As the condensed saber chi and sword chi moved about, tiny cracks appeared in the void. The two's materialized saber chi and sword chi had actually reached a level that some inferior-grade martial monarchs could not achieve. They even tore space apart. The surrounding wind cloud barrier immediately shredded into countless pieces like it was made of thin paper. Wind and thunder roared, and the light scattered. After several dozen moves, the wind cloud barrier was completely destroyed. The 10 dragon pillars around the wind cloud platform could no longer spit out energy. Flowing light passing shadows. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun, who was in an intense battle, shouted. His body turned into a beam of light, leaving 81 afterimages at Xiao Chen's side. Each afterimage sent a sword strike at Xiao Chen. Each sword strike used a different move. Some chopped, and some stabbed. Golden light flashed on the swords. The 81 flickering golden lights merged into one, dazzling everyone's eyes. Before this sword strike, Xiao Chen's 5 senses became mere decorations, he could not see clearly at all. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Transform. 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 Xiao Chen shouted, and his body split into 9. The crystalline essence in his body spun continuously as he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. 81 clones appeared in the air as well. Each of the clones also sent out a saber strike, blocking the sword techniques of Chu Chaoyun's afterimages. Kang! Kang! In that instant, countless sabers and swords clashed together, forming a horrifying sonic boom. They turned into surging shock waves that surged into the surroundings like a raging river. The expressions of the 4 referees floating 500 meters away from the wind cloud platform turned grave. They quickly made their move, each sending out a quintessence shield to block the shock waves. The 4 old men were shocked. They exchanged glances and projected their voices. What a strong shock wave. Even a newly advanced martial monarch would not be a match for these two. If this shock wave had spread out, the spectators in the first 5 rows would have been significantly injured. Fortunately, the city lord had foresight and told us to take precautions outside. Otherwise, many cultivators would have died in this 5-nation youth competition. Merge! Merge! However, the 2 people in the air above the wind cloud platform were not in the mood to care about the gazes of others. They shouted at the same time. 81 figures merged back together in that instant, giving off a bright light. In the pitch-dark night, the two's light burst forth. At this moment, the darkness was completely suppressed by their light. The dueling ring became as bright as day. Dang! The saber and sword chopped at each other at the same time, fast, accurate, ruthless, and callous. The golden sword light and the purple saber light clashed. Boundless energy spread out and tore the space around the two into pieces. A huge force rebounded. The two, who had just merged back together, separated in an instant. They both spun around and vented out the energy flowing in their bodies. Xiao Chen stabilized himself and gently floated up. He stood on the dragon head of a dragon pillar and held his saber with one hand. His white clear wind robes fluttered in the strong wind. On the other side, Chu Chaoyun stood on a dragon pillar as well. The light on his body was withdrawn. Only his sword occasionally emitted golden sword chi. The two were separated by a kilometer. The wind cloud platform in the middle was in a sorry state. It was riddled with holes and was in a sorry state. There was not even a place to stand. The dragon chi that leaked out was also turbid. The shock waves from the two's exchange sliced it into millions of pieces. It did not even have a chance to let out a dragon roar. Chu Chaoyun tightened his grip on his sword. He revealed a rarely seen wildness on his face. He smiled and said, "I have not fought to my heart's content in a long time." Xiao Chen, you are indeed qualified to say such words. However, the show is just beginning. Did you know? Boundless light, vast and mighty divine might. Chu Chaoyun shouted, and the thick clouds in the skies suddenly parted. A blazing pillar of light descended and tore through the night sky, encasing Chu Chaoyun. This was not the first time the crowd saw Chu Chaoyun execute the state of light that contained divine might. However, when they saw it again in the dark night, they had a different feeling. In contrast to the night sky, the blazing golden pillar of light looked even more piercing and dazzling. Divine might spread out, and a dignified aura spread out. Everyone could not help but feel a desire to worship Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen tore off the strip of cloth covering his forehead. A peak state of massacre surged out from the immortal state of thunder. The two merged and formed a strange purple-red light, blocking the other party's divine might. Clouds move in all directions, wind and lightning gather. With the two states merged, Xiao Chen executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique, taking the initiative to attack. The wind blew from all directions and the thunderclouds above his head churned. Compared to usual, the thunderclouds above his head had an additional sharp killing intent. When Chu Chaoyun saw this, he thought to himself, using the peak state of massacre to make up for the lack of my state of wind and cloud, he will be much more difficult to deal with. As Xiao Chen thought, he quickly sent out his first saber strike. Chu Chaoyun stood on the dragon pillar, not intending to move. He sent out many golden sword images. The flashes of the sword images were very unusual. It was like there were many Chu Chaoyun sending out hundreds of moves at the same time. Unexpectedly, this sword strike contained the shadow of the eternal light. It was similar to the eternal light sword technique, but it was much less mighty. However, it was faster and easier to execute. Chu Chaoyun did not move from his original position. When he swung his sword, he knocked back Xiao Chen. Its might actually surpassed that of Xiao Chen's, who carried the momentum of the lightning tribulation. When Xiao Chen saw this, he was not surprised. He pushed off the air and did a somersault, sending out a second saber strike. Chop! 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 Xiao Chen sent out 5 saber strikes, each one stronger than the one before. Although Chu Chaoyun still did not move, cracks appeared on the dragon pillar under his feet. The lightning infused with the state of massacre gave off a desolate state of massacre. It was very similar to the cold and emotionless aura of the heavenly Tao. Earthly lightning tribulation. The momentum of the lightning tribulation finally reached its peak. The lightning attributed spiritual energy on the ground resonated with the lightning whirlpool in the sky. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and turned into the heavenly Tao, sending down the first lightning tribulation. Extreme Light Realm. Knowing the might of this saber strike, Chu Chaoyun did not dare to use saber intent. He sent out thousands of light screens in front of him, layering over each other and forming a thick mirror of light. Bang! There was a loud explosion, but the mirror of light did not shatter. However, the dragon pillar under Chu Chaoyun's feet completely shattered. Unexpectedly, the power of the saber could penetrate the light mirror and still be so mighty. Chu Chaoyun's complexion paled slightly as he scattered the extreme light realm. Then, he turned into a beam of light and headed for another dragon pillar. What a strong lightning tribulation saber technique! It infused the state of massacre, raising its might to another level. The lightning tribulation destroys all life. Actually, it is killing. This state of massacre is completely compatible with the lightning tribulation saber technique. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Chen fought Bai Qi earlier, he did not use it. Just by relying on this lightning tribulation saber technique, Xiao Chen can probably defeat Bai Qi. He really hit it well. Chu Chaoyun is at a disadvantage. If he does not use eternal light and inextinguishable divine light, he will not be able to block it. After witnessing the horrifying might of the lightning tribulation saber technique, several cultivators started discussing it. The previously evenly matched situation finally showed some signs of change. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Shao Chen roared ferociously again as he descended from the sky, bringing with him heavenly might. His expression was emotionless, as though Chu Chaoyun was a sinner who violated heavenly might. Chapter 605. I have to break his momentum. The lightning tribulation saber technique is somewhat out of my expectations, Chu Chaoyun thought to himself as he watched Shao Chen grow stronger the more he fought. Xiao. The golden longsword in his hands suddenly turned in a circle, and the radiance that filled the sky condensed into a heavenly sword that shot toward the blood-colored lightning vortex above Shao Chen's head. There is righteousness in heaven and earth, and it is called awe-inspiring. Above are the stars, and below are the mountains and rivers. With the bright heaven and earth, how can we be afraid of demons? Under the vast curtain of night, a loud and clear song suddenly rang out. The song was resounding and impassioned, as if there were tens of thousands of voices rising and falling between heaven and earth. In the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's lips moved as he led the chanting of tens of thousands of people. Abundant awe-inspiring sword chi gathered on the light sword along with the song, causing the brilliance of the heavenly sword to be dazzling. Chu Chaoyun's expression was solemn, and he condensed a vast amount of divine might to emit a divine voice that resounded in the surroundings. The heavens and the earth are unfair. They can't differentiate between good and evil, and they distort black and white. Since it's like this, then what's the use of the heavens? With an awe-inspiring righteousness in his chest, his heart is as magnanimous as a gentleman's, fearless of evil and fearless of the heavens. Chu Chaoyun stopped chanting and shouted. He waved his hand and the dazzling heavenly sword drew a space crack that was darker than the night sky and disappeared in a flash. Xiao. The spatial crack drawn by the heavenly sword did not disperse for a long time. With a whoosh, it split the terrifying thundercloud vortex in the sky into two. As Chu Chaoyun played and sang, he waved his hand to destroy the heavens, instantly destroying the foundation of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the power of the heavenly Tao. Under the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's movement seemed to be frozen in time. He was like a god walking in the world, holy and dazzling, righteous and eternal. His words were justice. If he said to destroy the heavens, then it was definitely the heavens that were unfair. It wasn't that he was being rebellious and offending the heavens. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was speechless for a long time. They could not think of any words to describe their current feelings. The final battle was simply too shocking. First, the two of them fought evenly for 100 moves. Then, they easily reduced the wind cloud platform to rubble. A regular inferior grade martial monarch would not be able to break the wind cloud barrier. Yet, the two of them casually broke it without any difficulty. Shao Chen had just gained the upper hand, using the might of the heavenly Tao to suppress Chu Chaoyun, making everyone think that victory was tilting towards him. Chu Chaoyun immediately made a move and destroyed the heavenly might in an instant, turning the situation around in one fell swoop. The spectators didn't even have time to adjust their emotions. Up in the air, Shao Chen's expression immediately changed. The aura of the saber vanished, not even a trace remained. With his foundation destroyed, his aura was affected as well. His internal organs churned, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Retreat! 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 Shao Chen paused and held his saber horizontally in front of him. Then, he pushed off with his feet and flew backward. The friction between his body and the air gave off sonic booms. Chu Chaoyun's somewhat pale face smiled gently and said, "You think you can retreat? Sword, come." Shao Chen stretched out his hand, and the sword floating in the air immediately flew over. He pushed off the dragon's head and leaped into the air. Then, he grasped his sword tightly with his right hand. Divine might, eternal light. After Chu Chaoyun grasped his sword again, he narrowed his eyes. In that instant, he drained half of the remaining substantial essence in his body. Seizing the initiative that the opponent lost, he firmly grasped the advantage and slowly expanded it. This was how Chu Chaoyun had always done things. Now that Xiao Qin seized the initiative, he immediately executed the enlarged version of Eternal Light. Boom! 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 9 beams of golden light shot down from the sky. When each beam landed, it illuminated Chu Chaoyun's figure in the night sky. It was like he teleported in the air. Chu Chaoyun covered 100 meters with each step. He took 9 steps in a row. With each step, he executed a beam of eternal light, sending out 99,900 sword strikes. He held them in and waited for the 9 steps to be completed. Chu Chaoyun caught up to Xiao Qin. The light from his body was as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, night turned into day. When the sword was drawn, the light was eternal. Space shattered, there was no way to dodge. With the support of the divine might, the 9 beams of eternal light miraculously merged together. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just one beam of eternal light could severely injure an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. When 9 beams merged together, they could even destroy one. You are too much. Do you really think that I, Xiao Qin, cannot retaliate? You want to severely injure me in one move. If you want to clash head-on, then so be it. Xiao Qian's face sank. He quickly executed the final move of the 4-season saber technique, Cycle of Seasons. In spring, thunder roars, birds and beasts cry. In summer, the blazing sun blazes in the sky, burning the surroundings. In autumn, it drizzles, people smile faintly. In winter, the frost is like the moon, the flowing water hurts. In that instant, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 seasons that belonged to Xiao Qin alone quickly materialized. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared and disappeared at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. 100 cycles manifested, materializing the boundless power of the cycle of seasons. The world ages, the blue sea turns into mulberry fields. After 10,000 years, only the cycle of seasons does not change. The heavenly Tao does not stop, cycle of seasons. The force of the saber caused space to distort. The shattered space that Chu Chaoyun's sword strike actually retreated strangely. When the Bai clan elders saw this scene, they could not help but stand up. They muttered, "How can this be? How can the might of the cycle of seasons be so strong?" In the Bai clan, only the core disciples and inner sect elders could practice the 4-season saber technique. Although they could not be like Bai Qi, who grasped it at the age of 23, they could not help but stand up. However, there were many people who had studied the 4-season saber technique for decades. They could execute the cycle of seasons as well. However, compared to Xiao Qin, the might of this cycle of seasons was worlds apart. Although they were several cultivation realms higher than Xiao Qin, if they really competed with this cycle of seasons, they would undoubtedly lose. This was because that state was too compatible with Xiao Qin. They even had the misconception that the 4-season saber technique was a martial technique created solely for Xiao Qin. Bai Qi's expression was unsightly. He had never felt such a great sense of defeat before, not even when he lost to Sima Lingxian. In the hands of an outsider, the inherited saber technique of the Bai clan was actually 10 times stronger than the Bai clan's. Boom! The divine might's eternal light clashed head-on with Xiao Qian's cycle of seasons. There was a loud sound, and a 3-kilometer-tall shock wave soared into the clouds. Amid the shock wave, thousands of lights exploded, water flowed, thunder roared, a blazing sun appeared, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Under the clash of the two, the entire wind cloud arena crumbled. The fragments contained a huge force. The shockwaves tore space apart and shot towards the spectator stands like a torrential storm. The 4 referees would not be able to block such a large-scale shockwave. Zhong Liang's expression changed drastically. He said sullenly, "Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, autumn, wind, frost, and moon, heed my command. Quickly make your move." Make sure not a single fragment lands on the spectator stands. Roger. The 8 old men on the platform released their peak martial monarch auras. They did not hold back at all. Their figures flashed, and they vanished. Bang! 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 The appearance of the 8 elders immediately allowed the 4 referees to heave a sigh of relief. They quickly increased their strength and punched the fragments flying out. Unexpectedly, the 8 elders under the dragon sealing city's city lord all moved out. What kind of monsters are those two? This is too horrifying. The quality of the final battle of this 5-nation youth competition is probably the strongest in the past 3,000 years. No one will surpass it even in the next 1,000 years. Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi's defeat at the hands of these two is not undeserved. They have already gone too far. Looking at the 8 people fighting in the air above the arena, the hearts of the spectators were in a mess, and they could not help but sigh in amazement. How strong must they be for the 8 peak martial monarchs to attack together to ensure that the shockwaves would not reach them? After a long time, the chaotic shockwaves dissipated completely. The light on Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen's bodies had vanished. Their clothes were also tattered. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, and their complexions were incredibly pale. The wind cloud platform under their feet had vanished long ago, leaving only a bottomless hole. Who knew what was hidden there? Although the two were in a sorry state and covered in wounds, their eyes shone with a bright light. However, their eyes shone brightly. Their fighting spirit burned like a raging fire. Their thirst for victory did not stop at all. Suddenly, Xiaochen laughed loudly, laughing heartily to his heart's content. Chu Chaoyun casually sent out a flower with his sword. He revealed a suspicious expression as he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiaochen smiled and replied, "I'm laughing at how the heavens are so kind to me. I have experienced all the loneliness and worries of the world. What I seek is not to be unrivaled but to reach the peak of the martial way, to become a hero like the Thunder King. No one in the same generation is a match for me. Those who defeat me are all my defeats. Only you, Chu Chaoyun, have not been defeated by me. If not for you, how would I be lonely in this vast sky dome realm? 2 years ago, at the foot of Desolate City, you invited me to decide victory in one move. 2 years later, I will return these words to you. I only ask you this, do you dare to decide victory in one move again?" Chu Chaoyun laughed loudly, and his sword gave off a sharp light. He said, "Why not? Hu Qi! Hu Qi!" Outside the wind cloud platform, the other 9 small wind cloud platforms blazed with flames. The leaping fire reflected on Xiao Chen's and Chu Chaoyun's faces, flickering. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands heard that the two wanted to decide victory in one move, they did not dare to blink. They did not even dare to blink as they circulated their essence in their eyes and stared fixedly at the 2 people above the hole. This is too intense. Even that wind cloud platform was destroyed by the 2 of them. To think that the victor has not been decided yet. Chu Chaoyun has not used the inextinguishable divine light yet. I wonder what other trump cards he has not used. Could he have an even more horrifying martial technique than the cycle of seasons? He probably does. Otherwise, he would not say that. However, it is hard to imagine what martial technique that is. However, that inextinguishable divine light condensed the divine might into something solid. Even a full-powered strike from a peak inferior grade martial monarch would not be able to break it. I still do not dare to believe that someone below martial monarch can break Chu Chaoyun's inextinguishable divine light.